delve deep into the figure of God, as described in the Bible, portrayed vividly as a masculine warrior, akin to the other ancient Near Eastern deities. This narrative isn't just about a distant, abstract being. It's about a God who is dynamic and physically active, challenging the metaphysical interpretations that often obscure his tangible reality. Drawing from Dr. Francesca, God and Anatomy, we learn that God was not merely a spiritual essence, but was recognized in ancient times with a robust physical form resembling a superhuman warrior. This God, known for his superhuman powers and earthly passions, interacted directly with the world, influencing events and engaging in the lives of his people. Our journey through this narrative highlights how God, in his original ancient Near Eastern context, could be envisioned as one who walked in gardens, engaged in cosmic battles, and was an integral part of the everyday lives of his followers. This portrayal brings us closer to understanding the God of the Bible, not as a hidden figure, but as a powerful, active participant in his creation. Through this documentary, inspired by cutting-edge historical and theological insights, we reintroduce the audience to the God of the Bible, inviting them to explore a figure who is both majestic and relatable, echoing through the annals of history as a deity of immense power and presence.
The real God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is often misunderstood. Those who cherish this God have manipulated the actual reality of the texts he appears most frequently, the Bible. And yes, I said he, because God is described vividly as being a masculine warrior, just like the rest of the known ancient Near Eastern gods. We will unravel the mystery of who the real God of the Bible is by showing you exactly what he looked like. Notice I'm using looked like in the past tense. This is because the ongoing interpretations of the text describing this God have buried his physical existence in a black hole of philosophy. They have buried God into a metaphysical grave by ignoring the obvious texts which describe him. I want to be upfront and say this documentary is inspired by Professor Francesca Stavrakopoulou's absolute goldmine book, God and Anatomy. This book is one of the greatest reads I have ever come across pertaining to bringing God back to life in his original setting, the ancient Near East. For those who don't know, Francesca Stavrakopoulou is a British biblical scholar and broadcaster. She's currently professor of Hebrew Bible and ancient religion at the University of Exeter. Her frustration with people completely ignoring these ancient texts for their theological limitations is also my frustration. I want to know the truth, meaning what does the evidence actually say? Can we come to actually see the God of the Bible for what he would have looked like if we situate him in his historical cultural context? I share the desire to see this God I once devoted my everything to in his actual context. For most of my early life, I believed in the supernatural, where God resides, and that this God was actively controlling this world and its fate. The closest I would come to seeing God was in my imagination, mind, or dreams. I would often equate this God with Jesus and could put a face to God through the New Testament image of Christ. As I started studying the Bible without my theological baggage, I discovered a whole new amazing world around the Bible. Here's an analogy. Imagine being at a David Blaine magic show with thousands in attendance. A person wearing a hoodie in the back corner away from the rest of the crowd whispers, "Hey you, Would you like to know exactly how he does his tricks? Imagine I respond, what do you mean by trick? David has actual powers. He actually has the ability to do the things we are witnessing. This person insists that David is performing an illusion and doesn't actually have powers. They say, I can show you how man-made this whole show really is if you're interested. My response is a bit bewildered because I believed that David had the actual powers to perform real magic. I answer, sure, I'm interested in seeing how he does it. In my mind, I'm extremely skeptical that this is just an illusion. And I'm also really afraid of my deepest convictions of the magical world being just an illusion shattered. Part of me wants to really know, and the other part is just afraid. I follow him behind the curtain, and he shows me the wizard with its excellent ability to create an illusion which gives a mass placebo to the auditorium. I now know it's a trick, but does that take away my excitement? Does this ruin the fun? For me, it made me ask this person, show me more. My desire to understand at a far, far deeper level has been unlocked. From this point onward, I hang out in the David Blaine shows with my dark hoodie, whispering to the crowd, do you really want to know how he does it? Understanding the Bible, which also entails the God central to it, is a bit like this magic show. Francesca Stavrakopoulou gets it. She sees behind the curtain of theological trickery and shows you God as he really is, or really was. She describes how as an undergraduate in college, she found the feminist scholars took aim at the maleness of God in scripture and how they would just remove God's body from the equation to solve these gender issues. She recounts her engaging in a Q&A with a Christian professor who insisted on the corporeal context of God's body to be metaphorical or poetic. She soberly expresses herself.
Everyone else in the room seemed remarkably content with this approach to the God of the Bible, but I found it deeply frustrating. Why should I look past the clear image of God as a gigantic man with a heavy tread, weapons in his hands, and breath as hot as sulfur? A God who took on a monstrous sea dragon in a physical fight and won. A God who walked about in his heavenly garden and in the cemeteries of his people. A God who stripped a woman naked and offered her up to be gang mutilated. A God who sat on a throne in a temple, enjoying the aroma of scorched animal fat as he waited for his dinner. A God who not only had children, but who willingly and willfully offered up his beloved son to be killed as a sacrifice. How could I not be distracted? Here was a deity just like those I'd visited in museums as a child. A God of ancient myths, fantastic stories and long-lost rituals. A God from the distant past. From a society utterly unlike our own. Those were the terms on which I wanted to encounter him, not as a distant and abstract being, but as the product of a particular culture, at a particular time, made in the image of the people who lived then. A God shaped by their own physical circumstances, their own view of the world, and their own imaginations.
The God which is expressed in her book, God and Anatomy, and of course this documentary,
is the deity as his ancient worshippers saw him, a supersized, muscle-bound, good-looking God with superhuman powers, earthly passions, and a penchant for the fantastic and the monstrous.
Following Dr. Stavrakopoulou's book, I will highlight the strong takeaways from her work in this documentary. However, you must understand that her book is so unbelievably fantastic. You would be committing an unforgivable sin not purchasing a copy. It goes into several sources we won't be able to cover in this video. I will also follow her chapter titles for each section as she performs an examination of God's body and will attempt to follow along with the flow of her book. She doesn't shy away from looking at every part of this male deity, shocking to most. She even reveals God's family jewels, which played a significant part in producing godly offspring. Doesn't this imply God might have a wife or partner? Maybe she will watch this and appreciate MythVision's dedication to stay true to her research and to credit her for her brilliant masterpiece. Thank you, Francesca. Here's to you, my friend. Dissecting the Divine. Spanning back in time, even before written history, humans have made gods into their own images. We all know the famous biblical cliche, "We are all made in the image of God." However, experts in the study of mind and cultures have known for a long time the way people think and the biases they have play a big role in how they imagine and create the idea of gods or a higher power in their societies. More than 2,500 years ago, during the late 500s or 400s BCE, a Greek thinker and explorer named Xenophanes of Colophon already figured this out.
If cattle and horses or lions had hands or were able to draw with their hands and do the works that men can do, horses would draw the forms of the gods like horses and cattle like cattle, and they would make their bodies such as they each had themselves.
Xenophanes saw the problem that each culture had a god in their own image. He saw that these gods from all over acted very much like humans, which he saw as an issue for the divine. Looking at how Homer and Hesiod paint the gods as having committed acts unbefitting for the gods by stealing, committing adultery, and tricking each other. His philosophy led him to denounce gods being human-like by their actions, thoughts, or nature. He was also one of the earlier Greek poets and philosophers who can be credited in nudging things toward monotheism. Later, Greek minds like Plato, 429 to 347 BCE, and Aristotle, 384 to 322 BCE, and schools of thought carrying this torch, taught that the ultimate power that supports and creates everything in the universe doesn't have a physical form. It's an invisible, unseen force or mind that's completely different from the world we can touch and see. Most common folk still held the idea of the gods having bodies like us. These philosophical ideas would eventually have Jewish and Christian thinkers separate their idea of God from the material world, with God dwelling in the spiritual, heavenly realm, completely divorced from the earthly, human one. Thanks to Plato's influence for influencing Western constructions of God, these philosophical notions are not actually compatible with the Bible. God is clearly expressed in anthropomorphic terms, which simply means God has attributes or qualities very human-like, because this is exactly how these ancient authors understood their God.
Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground."
Have you ever noticed the plural description of God creating man and woman? This is clearly the divine entourage with God who participate in creating mankind. But most don't pay attention to the description of making man in God's image. At least most theologically minded believers. That is because man was made to look like the gods. Yes, that's right. According to Genesis, Adam and Eve were made to look just like God, visually, which made humans superior to all other creatures. You might be shocked or skeptical, but a few chapters later, we get a closer description of what is implied by being made in the image of someone.
When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth.
Elsewhere, we see that divine statues are the visual likeness of the gods they represent. Genesis 1 creation was potentially written in the 5th century, drawing on older myths portraying a god named Yahweh who just ruled Jerusalem, but today is seen as the universal God. When this was written, Yahweh was chief deity among many gods similar to the Babylonian Marduk or Zeus from the Greek world. He was still centuries away from being seen as without a body. As Francesca says in the book,
Instead, he was just like any other deity in the ancient world. He had a head, hair, and a face, eyes, ears, a nose, and a mouth. He had arms, hands, legs, and feet, and a chest and a back. He was equipped with a heart, a tongue, teeth, and genitals. He was a god who breathed in and out. This was a deity who not only looked like a human, albeit on a far more impressive, glamorous scale, but who very often behaved like a human. He enjoyed evening strolls and hearty meals. He listened to music, wrote books, and made lists. He was a god who not only spoke, but whistled, laughed, shouted, wept, and talked to himself. He was a god who fell in love and into fights, a god who squabbled with his worshippers and grappled with his enemies, a god who made friends, raised children, took wives, and had sex.
She expresses that this isn't something on some old clay tablets of mythologies about gods. This is the clear language of the Bible. This Bible is made of several books with various genres, with the first parts of the Bible being the Hebrew original called Tanakh by Judaism and Old Testament by Christians. The Tanakh was written between the 8th and 2nd centuries BCE in Judah. Judah was the areas we call today Palestine, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, and western Syria. Judah was conquered by Assyria in the 8th century BCE, again by Babylon in the 6th century BCE, and was part of the Persian Empire in the 5th century BCE. Then they were brought into Alexandria when Alexander the Great brought the empire around 333 BCE. The biblical texts express these changes from political empire to the next, while giving fun stories of very ancient mythical and legendary heroes. It contains oracles claimed to come from various prophets, as well as poetry, ritual songs, prayers, and teachings. Absolutely none of these texts have made it down to us in their original form, with scribes recreating, making additions, revisions, all to reflect the interest of later generations. It's safe to say that the Torah and the remainder of the primary history portray God's special relationship with Israelites. These authors crafted a past for their heritage, giving them a unique identity. Much of the writings that discuss historical events should be taken with a grain of salt. While there is real events described in some of the material, non-biblical material has shown us the Bible's portrayal of past events should not be taken as reliable recorded history. Don't believe me? Well, take the 9th century BCE northern kingdom of Israel ruler named Omri. In the biblical texts, he is demoted and insignificant, with only a mention of founding Samaria. A stone monument set up by Mesha, the king of Moab, a place near ancient Israel, celebrates taking back large areas of land from Omri, king of Israel, and his follower, who had ruled over Moab for a long time. Records from Assyria, a powerful empire during the 9th and 8th centuries BCE, often refer to the kingdom of Israel as Omri land and its kings as sons of Omri, showing that Omri's influence lasted a long time. However, the writer of the books of Kings in the Bible downplayed or even hid how important Omri was. This is hinted at by a brief mention of the rest of the acts of Omri and the power that he showed. It's obvious the biblical authors had Jerusalem as their central focus, with the only legitimate worship of Yahweh. Problem was, there were several Yahweh temples in town, and these authors portrayed Judah's kings who closed them down as righteous. Archaeology has revealed an 8th century BCE southern Judah Yahweh fortress, another in the 5th century Egyptian island of Elephantine, as well as a 5th to 2nd century BCE Mount Gerizim site. Point being, the worship of Yahweh was not as centralized as these elite authors pinned it to be in the Bible. The Hebrew Bible is so driven by ideology that it is often unreliable, living with the trauma of the Babylonian troubles leading into the Persian Empire, potentially starting the literary works we see today. During the Second Temple period, scribes and priests were successful and reworked old texts, creating new ones through the perception of exile, return, and restoration. Of course, the texts exaggerate that all Judahites experienced restoration, but reality shows only the elites and some of the higher classes had even been deported to Babylonia, and the majority remained there in Judah. Many Judahites migrated to various locations like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Levant during these heated political times. Eventually, Greece takes over from Persia, where most Jewish peoples read in Aramaic and Greek. This led the reading of their sacred scriptures in these languages. Among them were the Jewish Jesus movement, which took on a life of its own over a few generations, with all their literature, gospels, epistles written in Greek and their text overshadow the Hebrew scriptures as time goes by. Okay, back to God's body. There isn't a single place anywhere in the Bible denying God's body. In fact, it is only affirmed. Some mortals were lucky enough to see it. After leaving Egypt, a group of Israelite leaders went up to Mount Sinai and saw what they believed were God's feet, and then God himself. Moses was among them, and he said to have had a regular friendly chat with God, as if talking to a friend. But Moses wasn't the only one who reportedly encountered God in person. In the Bible's Genesis, Abraham walks with God, and Jacob wrestles with him. The prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel, in the books named after them, both describe seeing God on his throne, while Amos sees him standing in a temple. In the New Testament, Jesus claims he has seen God and is even described as sitting next to God in heaven. One may point to Adam walking with God in the cool of the day, or Stephen from the book of Acts. Also, John in Revelation on the island of Patmos. During the Second Temple period, circa 515 BCE to 70 CE, when the temple was destroyed, people understood God to hide his body from the world not visible to most humans. Just because a body can't be seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The Ten Commandments hint at a suggestion to the idea of making images of God was a normal practice by those worshiping Yahweh.
You shall not make for yourself a carved image, whether in the likeness of what is in the heavens above, or what is on the earth below, or what is in the waters beneath the earth.
The Israelites were no different than their next-door neighbors. People believed that while gods usually stayed hidden in their heavenly homes, they could choose to show themselves on earth as statues and places of worship. These statues weren't just symbols. People believed that statues were the actual God, not just a representation of them. People today think this is stupid. However, that's misrepresenting these ancient minds. They perceived reality not just to the physical, but from natural to supranatural. They saw these realms to be passable in both directions. These gods could technically be in more than one place in their world. Francesca mentions how ancient Mesopotamian ritual experts comment on the gods.
The divine statue was born in heaven and made on earth.
Technically, these gods weren't limited to one location. They could be invisible in the heavens, at the same time showing up as stars, statues in places of worship, figurines at home, or even natural or even invisible forces on earth. But I can hear the apologists say, the ban on images is evidence that God didn't have a body and shouldn't be portrayed in idols, making this God different. You are wrong, my friends. Several cults from Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, and the Phoenicians practice what's called aniconism. Aniconism is when religions or cultures don't create images or figures to represent things from the natural world, the supernatural, or certain beings. You can find this in Buddhism as well as Islam. Shoot, it even shows up in certain places in Hinduism. And while these earlier cults practiced imageless worship, they were understood to have bodies. Prohibiting divine images in the Ten Commandments points towards God's hiddenness of his body, not that he didn't have one. This idea is a step in the direction of the abstract, incorporeal deity of the post-biblical religions of Judaism and Christianity. The Bible describes God as having a human-like form, a personal name, a history, a family, and even a group of heavenly beings that accompany him. Curriculum Vitae, God's CV. God's real name is Yahu, or even Yah. It's really impossible to know at this point. The ancient Hebrew language, like modern Hebrew and Arabic, only used consonants in writing. So in old writings, God's name appears as, and you see this on the screen, and we're not sure how it was pronounced. The longer version, what looks like Yahweh, is the one most often found in the Bible's ancient Hebrew texts. Add to this difficulty, the name eventually becomes unutterable, though some Greek and Roman scholars pronounced it as Yahweh or Yahweh, which became the known way of saying Yahweh. Yahweh was among many gods in the late Bronze Age to early Iron Age, 1500 BCE to 550 BCE. This polytheistic world portrayed the gods as having families and social structure, mirroring their human worshippers. El was seen as head of pantheon of gods among most societies in the Levant. He was considered the main god in charge of the universe, with other lesser gods beneath him. Each of these lesser gods was responsible for different parts of the universe and life, like storms, the ocean, sunlight, stars, fertility, birth, war, and death. The collection of gods in Ugarit, a region in the Levant, was typically for the religions there around 1000 to 2000 BC, which is when the early worship of Yahweh started. This group of gods was formed based on the very human idea that being a god without any connections to others meant missing out on the advantages of working together, having a status, and having family ties. In other words, a god without these social connections was seen as powerless and, frankly, of no use to humans. To be quite frank, the Bible expresses this god wasn't alone. A piece of old pottery in the book of Deuteronomy in the Bible places Yahweh among a group of gods and even tells us who his father was. It talks about how humans were split into different groups or nations, and each group was given a specific god to look after it. But the god in charge of this arrangement wasn't Yahweh, it was Elyon, a name for El that shows his status as the Most High God in the group.
When Elyon Most High apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the divine sons. For Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob, Israel, his allotted share.
Yep, you heard that right. Yahweh had a dad and divine siblings. But it doesn't end there. The Bible reveals other things about Yahweh's earlier career, which is shocking to some. Some of these mythical elements of Yahweh's past run contrary to the demythologizing efforts of some of the later scribes. Rather than supreme king of the world, Yahweh gets depicted as a badass fierce storm god on the outskirts of the occupied world in ancient places called Sur, Peren, and Temen. This area is depicted as a risky and mountainous wasteland. It seems to be situated south of the Negev desert, past the Dead Sea, in a region that was once known as Edom and is now part of southern Jordan. Yahweh, one of the ancient gods, might have been similar to a wild and rowdy bunch of gods known as the Shaddai or Shaddai gods. These gods were associated with the wilderness and were not the top dogs. That honor went to a god named El. An exciting discovery in Deir Allah, a place in the eastern Jordan Valley, gave us a peek into the world of these wild gods. Here, a building wrecked by an earthquake around 800 BCE held a secret. Archaeologists found broken pieces of a long message that once decorated a wall. When they put the pieces together, they told a story about a guy named Balaam ben Beor, who could see into the future and even shows up in a story in the Bible. The message said that a bunch of gods came to Balaam with a warning. The Shaddai or Shaddai gods were plotting against their boss, El. They planned to cover the sky in thick clouds, leaving the world in darkness. The gods told Balaam, "This will happen and nothing will survive. What you've heard is unlike anything anyone has seen." They left Balaam pretty shaken up. These heavenly rebellions are common in ancient West Asian myths, but showing that El is the chief deity over Shaddai gods finds parallel to the title given El, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as El Shaddai. People have wrongly assumed the name means God Almighty, but it actually means something like God of the wilderness. Academics have known for a long time now that El, not Yahweh, was the original God of Israel from the Bible. His name is not only in the patriarchs, but is also the name of Israel, meaning Israel. Yahweh would eventually kick Daddy off the throne and become the top dog. How this happened exactly isn't clear. We know that El's role in the tradition remained, and it becomes clear later scribes tried rationalizing Yahweh's takeover by suggesting, well, he was actually El all along.
I am Yahweh, the deity says to Moses in Exodus. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name, Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them.
While Yahweh's origins seem shrouded in mystery, by the 9th century, he was the head honcho of both Israel and Palestine, Judah, with Jerusalem, its capital. Yahweh was considered their national god, with a number of other gods worshipped as well. One of the more favored ones was Yahweh's wife Asherah, the goddess. There is no doubt about this, as we have inscriptions from the 8th century BCE from worshippers desiring blessings from Yahweh and his Asherah. In fact, the origins of her name hint at her previous identity. Asherah in Hebrew is derived from Atharat, a title used in the ancient city of Ugarit for the divine matriarch and El's companion. It appears that in assuming the mantle of his legendary predecessor El, Yahweh also contained his spouse, which would be his mom. Later scribes go on the warpath to trash the goddess by demoting her outside of heaven forever. The fall of the Queen of Heaven seems to show a shift away from state-sponsored polytheism set off by the Assyrian destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel and the Babylonians' wrath against Judah. Yahweh, the warrior deity, failed to protect his people, forcing the elite scribes to rationalize Yahweh's absence due to the sins of human devotees. This all may come as a shock for many hearing this for the first time, but the theological baggage people bring to the text of the Bible seriously stops them from seeing these texts as well as the outside archaeological and historical evidence for what it really is. Remember, the texts of the Bible were never intended to be valid accounts of the actual past. These texts do not even agree with themselves on several issues, portraying competing ideologies at times. Dr. Stavrakopoulos says it well.
Despite the theological changes wrought by the emergence of ancient Judaism and early Christianity, the one aspect of this deity that remained unchanged was his corporeality. By virtue of having a body, he endured as a powerful social agent in the lives of his worshippers across the centuries of the Bible's formation. In exploring the body of this ancient deity, as his worshippers imagined him, we can access their world. We can meet the real God of the Bible.
Grounded. Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulos visited a temple in northern Syria around 2010 at Ain Dara, which was remarkable. She describes it as a gateway to heaven, with massive mighty lions with teeth and claws revealed guarding the entrance. This temple is the abode of a forgotten god, which was honored by the Syro-Hittites, who were remarkably similar to the ancient Israelites and Judahites. It looks close to the description of Solomon's temple from the Bible. She describes being barefoot approaching this sacred space and witnessing the massive footprints of this deity. Her book is worth the purchase just for her breathtaking description of her experience here. It becomes clear, while this god has been long forgotten, their bodily presence was not forgotten, evident by those enormous footprints entering its eternal residence inside, with no exiting tracks anywhere. The picture of this landscape helps bring to life what the ancients understood when they thought of the divine. These gods must be present in some tangible form. These footprints of the god express what it means to be human as well as divine. The footprint has lasting impressions in culture as much then as it does today. We take imprints of our newborn baby's feet, or have footprints of celebrities in California's Hollywood Boulevard. The footprints of Australopithecus afarensis, some of our earliest bipedal hominid ancestors captured in volcanic ash over 3 million years ago in Laetoli, northern Tanzania. These prints are more than mere image, but bring to life the presence of the whole body. All around the world, people have been fascinated by stories of gods and magical creatures leaving their footprints on Earth, from ancient rock art in Scandinavia and Britain to the sacred island of the Incas in Lake Titicaca. These footprints footprints are found in many places and hold great significance for different cultures. For instance, in southern Botswana, a giant hunter named Matsing is said to have left his mark near a waterhole. These footprints are not only interesting, but also important in the rituals and traditions of various communities across history. Some of the oldest stories come from the lands around the Mediterranean Sea. The Greek writer Herodotus told of huge footprints left by the hero Heracles, while in Egypt, the goddess Isis supposedly left her footprints all over the place, along with her partner Serapis. One of the most famous footprints is on a mountain in Sri Lanka, where people from different religions see it differently. Hindus see it as a footprint of Shiva, Buddhists as Buddhas, Muslims as Adams, and Christians as St. Thomas's. Even in Jerusalem, there's a rock with a footprint that is claimed by both Muslims and Christians. Muslims believe it belongs to Muhammad, while Christians think it's Jesus's. Whether these footprints are natural, made up, or part of ritual ancient practices, they show how people across the world have always felt a connection between the divine and our earth. The feet of the gods are extremely important. This goes for the biblical portrayal of God as well. Francesca expresses this to be the case for Adam and Eve, hearing Yahweh's steps coming closer in the garden. When Moses first lays eyes on his God, he sees God standing on a magical rock in the wilderness.
Then Moses went up with Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet there appeared to be a pavement of sapphire, as clear as the sky itself. Yet he did not reach out with his hand against the nobles of the sons of Israel, and they saw God, and they ate and drank.
Once the story moves to Jerusalem, God makes sure you know where his feet are at. It's all over the place in the Bible.
The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to both be the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious.
God's feet smash the bodies of his enemies. They make the earth rumble with each step into the desert. His feet cause mountains to split. Humans have lost touch with the ground and our feet through evolution, thanks to the invention of boots, chairs, pavements, and motorized vehicles, which have separated us from the earth. The ancients were far more grounded. Their gods were also very grounded. Their presence was often depicted by standing stones across the Levant. While the exact function of these standing stones is not certain, from around 3100 to 2000 BCE, during the early Bronze Age, by the Middle Bronze Age, standing stones were identified with extraordinary beings, like gods, ancestors who were deified, and other supernatural powers. This continued all the way into the Iron Age. Check out this image of standing stones from ancient Gezer in the foothills of the ancient Judean mountains. In ancient times, standing stones were a common sight in places of worship dedicated to Yahweh, the God of the Israelites. These stones could be found both within city temples and in outdoor holy areas. Archaeologists have unearthed evidence of these stones showing that they were an important part of religious practice. Some of these stones have been around for a very long time. For example, near the modern city of Nablus in the West Bank, there used to be a large religious site in the early Iron Age city of Shechem. This site had 3 big stones that had been there for hundreds of years. Although now broken, the biggest of these stones is thought to have been almost 10 feet tall. Other standing stones were added more recently. There was a temple dedicated to Yahweh inside a fortress in Arad, located in the Negev desert, dating back to the 8th century BCE. This temple had a standing stone about 3 feet tall, which was once colored and it had red paint. Around the same time, up in the northern part of the neighboring kingdom of Israel, the city of Dan had a sanctuary with several groups of these standing stones. These stones were often found with incense burners and animal bones nearby. The standing stone played a significant role even into the 3rd century CE. Look at this coin from Byblos on the left in the image and Tyre on the right. Standing stones, which held significant cultural and religious importance, are depicted on ancient coins from Byblos and Tyre, 2 historic cities. The coin from Byblos features an image of a standing stone located within a temple area that has pillars. On the other hand, the coin from Tyre showcases 2 standing stones stones placed on a raised platform. These stones are depicted alongside a sacred tree and an incense burner. Below the stones, the words ambrosial rocks are inscribed, highlighting their revered status. Dr. Stavrokopoulou expresses that standing stones were common and held great importance in ancient times across the Levant, an area that includes parts of the modern Middle East. These stones and the places they were set up had special names in the Hebrew Bible. A standing stone was called a masabah, which comes from a word that means standing, and the places where these stones were located were known as makom, which means a place where something stands. The Bible tells a special story about a place called Bethel, which is now near Ramallah in the West Bank. This place was very old and important, and its name, Bethel, means house of God, or more exactly, house of El, hinting that it was first a temple dedicated to a God who came before Yahweh. Over time, followers of Yahweh made this place their own and created a story in Genesis about its beginnings. The story goes that Jacob, an important figure in the Bible, was traveling through Canaan looking for a wife. One night, he used a stone as a pillow and had a dream. He saw a stairway, not a ladder, with angels going up and down, showing that this was a place where humans could connect with the divine. Suddenly, Yahweh appeared next to him, introduced himself as the God of Jacob's ancestors, and promised blessings of children and land in return for their loyalty. When Jacob woke up, he realized he had been sleeping at a sacred place. Excited, he declared,
Yahweh is in this standing place, and how awesome is this standing place?
He set up his stone pillow as a masabah, poured sacred oil on it, and promised to give offerings to Yahweh there. Later, Yahweh even told Jacob,
I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the masabah.
This story shows how the ancient people saw these standing stones not just as markers, but as points of connection with the divine, where they believed gods could stand and be present. Underfoot. In ancient times, only special groups like religious leaders and the rich could write. So people often used things like seals and amulets as personal symbols. Rich people had special seals to stamp on wet clay to show something was theirs, like a jar of wine. But everyone, rich or poor, also used personal items like clothes or even body parts to show who they were. We've even discovered late Bronze Age clay tablets from Mesopotamia that show kids' footprints as items of identity and exchange. In one case, a family sold their daughter and 1-year-old twin boys because they were starving and couldn't afford to feed them. The person was a religious guru called Baal Malik, who purchased them for 60 shekels and trained the boys to become diviners. The clay tablets that document the sale are visibly showing the children's feet as receipts and as signs of their new identity as children of a new family. The foot also was used in legal rituals of selling land. One owner lifts their foot off the land, and the new buyer sets their foot on the land as a symbol of ownership. The Bible shows similar customs where people claimed land by walking on it or transferred it by giving a sandal to the buyer. In some cultures, when a man died, his relative could claim his land and even the right to marry his widow by using a ritual involving sandals, showing their right to take over his property. The Bible is full of these body rituals. God promises the Israelites,
Every place you set your foot will be yours. Your border will extend from the desert to Lebanon and from the river, that is the Euphrates, as far as the Mediterranean Sea.
God tells Abraham to walk through Canaan entirely, and he will give it to him. Shoot, even Satan plays a role. This is before he has taken on the evil connotations.
The Lord said to Satan, From where have you come? Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it.
In these texts, the author is engaging in powerful political rhetoric. This idea of lands being taken by conquest, with kings setting his foot or bringing down his sandals on conquered peoples and their land. We literally see this with King Tutankhamun's ceremonial sandals, depicting bodies of foreign enemies upon whom he stepped. Just like this pharaoh, Yahweh uses his sandals in destruction of his enemies.
Moab is my wash basin. On Edom I toss my sandal. Over Philistia I shout in triumph.
These gods and kings back then were not joking with their sandals. One of the most visibly obvious scenes of the foot and its power is seen with the victory stela of a formidable Mesopotamian king, Naram Sin, circa 2254 to 2218 BCE. He was the grandson of the first emperor in the world, Sargon of Akkad. Now displayed in the Louvre Museum, a stone monument from around 2250 BCE tells a story from ancient Iraq. It shows King Naram Sin's victory over the Lullaby people from the Zagros Mountains. In the carving, Naram Sin looks powerful, climbing a mountain towards the gods while stepping over his defeated enemies. He's depicted much larger than his soldiers and foes, showing his godlike status. Naram Sin was one of the first kings to claim he was a god, and this image shows him wearing a god's crown, symbolizing his control over the world, just like a deity. In many ancient religions from Southwest Asia, the idea of gods fighting chaos was common. People believed the world was created after a young god fought a sea monster, often described as having 7 heads. These myths, while different in details, had the same outline. A brave god fought this monster using magic weapons. After a fierce battle, the god won, stepping over the monster's body to show victory. In some stories, the god would then cut up the monster to form the sky and the ground, dividing the heavens, earth, and underworld. By defeating chaos, the god became king of the other gods and got his own temple. The most famous story like this is the Babylonian Enuma Elish, written over 3,000 years ago. In this epic, the god Marduk beats Tiamat, the mother of gods and the symbol of the sea. The story highlights the power of Marduk's feat as he conquers chaos.
He flung down her carcass, he took his stand upon it. The Lord trampled upon the frame of Tiamat. With his merciless mace, he crushed her skull. He cut open the arteries of her blood. He split her in two, like a fish for drying. Half of her he set up and made as a cover, heaven. He stretched out the hide and assigned watchmen and ordered them not to let her waters escape.
As Dr. Stavrakopoulos says so well pertaining to the biblical portrayal of Yahweh.
In the Bible, the battle is fought between Yahweh and the aqueous chaos monster, whose various names attest to its dangerously disordered, unbounded nature. Leviathan, Twisty One, Rahab, Overflow, Yam, Sea, Nahar, River Flood, Tannin, Dragon or Sea Monster, and Tehom, Deep, many of which are the same names given to Baal's watery arch-enemy in the older Ugaritic myths of the battle with disorder. In several biblical texts, Yahweh is praised for driving back Yam, breaking the heads of the sea monsters, piercing Rahab, smashing the heads of Leviathan, dismembering and cutting openings in the corpse of chaos for springs and torrents.
The book of Job describes a huge sea creature that's really fascinating and a bit scary. Imagine a giant water monster with skin like a wall of interlocking armor plates. This creature is so fierce that it can shoot flames from its mouth, and when it sneezes, it looks like lightning. Its breath is so hot, it's like a fiery smoke coming from its nose. When it moves around in the water, it's so powerful that it makes the sea boil, creating foam that looks like white hair. Even the other powerful beings that hang out with the god Yahweh are afraid of this monster. Yahweh himself points out that this creature is so intimidating that none of the gods would dare to mess with it. He asks,
who could ever stand up to it and come out unharmed?
The only one capable of controlling this chaotic beast, it turns out, is Yahweh. He's so strong, he can catch the creature like a fish, cut it up, and stomp it under his feet. Yahweh is depicted elsewhere in the Bible as subduing the monster's watery body beneath his throne.
The Lord sits enthroned over the flood. The Lord is enthroned as king forever.
Yahweh is a royal king in his temple, ruling over the chaos monster and its waters, forced to sing a praise to Yahweh's power.
Yahweh is king. He is robed in majesty. Yahweh is robed, he is girded with strength, he has established the world, it shall never be moved. Your throne is established from of old, you are from everlasting. The river floods have lifted up, O Yahweh. The river floods have lifted up their voice. The river floods lift up their roaring, more majestic than the thunders of mighty waters, more majestic than the waves of the sea. Majestic on high is Yahweh.
This defeat of the chaos waters is found all over the Bible. In Exodus, Yahweh cuts the waters to allow Moses and the Israelites to pass. Jesus walks like a god on stormy seas. Michael the angel fights the seven-headed dragon in the final apocalypse. We also see this with the Greek myth of Bellerophon defeating Chimera. These gods and their feet need to be in high places. This is why the temples were located on hills. Think of Mount Olympus, Mount Sinai, or Horeb, Carmel, Tabor, Ebal, Gerizim, Zion, or Mount of Olives. Here is an example from Amos 4:13.
For look, the one who forms the mountains, creates the wind, reveals his plan to mortals, makes the morning darkness, and treads on the heights of the earth. Yahweh, God of hosts, is his name.
The gods, including Yahweh, were giant. Many gods had massive furniture in their temples, and in the case of Yahweh, the Ark of the Covenant enthroned upon the cherubim where he rests his feet. Footloose. Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou will take us through all of God's body parts, with this section being the final foot section. Men and their gods have fought since before written history. If we look at the Ark of Titus, you can see the Romans taking the holy relics and spoils from the Jerusalem temple on stone reliefs. This symbolizes the defeat of your enemies and their gods in combat. The way they depict sacking the temple is with much disrespect compared to other examples. The way the powerful emperors of Southeast Asia triumphed was just a vicious but more respectful to the other sacred or divine booty. Compare both images. The second one is an Assyrian palace relief from Kalhu, Nimrud, dated to about 730 BCE, showing Levantine gods being conveyed out of their conquered city by victorious Assyrian troops. Notice the feet of the deities on the shoulders of these soldiers are elevated, keeping their divine authority intact. The kings could meet defeat and fall prostrate by removing their footstools, but the divine was usually always exalted, even from your enemies' deities. The biblical God is seen in various texts as a king ruling on a throne, seated where those in attendance are always standing. This was courtroom etiquette for both the gods and humans. Here's a perfect example said well from Francesca's work.
A telling example of gods behaving badly is found in the Mesopotamian myth of Nergal and Ereshkigal, the earliest known version of which is dated to the 15th or 14th centuries BCE. When the goddess Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld, sends her official representative up to the heavenly realm to attend a banquet on her behalf, she is enraged to learn that one of the gods, the ambitious, cocky Nergal, refused to rise to his feet in the presence of her vizier. "Bring him to me, that I may kill him," Ereshkigal commands. In a series of unsettling twists, Nergal descends to the underworld with an army, intending to behead the goddess and seize her throne. But as they grapple in the throne room, Nergal fiercely clutching Feasnals of the queen's hair, she suddenly offers to become his wife and to share with him her underworld kingdom. He relaxes his grip and she weeps. He cries and they kiss. He wipes away her tears, accepts her offer, and is enthroned alongside her. As challenging as this myth is to the gender-alert sensibilities of modern-day readers, it underscores the ancient conviction that a deity's enthroned status was to be preserved at all costs.
This is no different from the biblical portrayal. Francesca brings up that fantastic mythological scene of the somewhat divine enemy named Daystar, son of Dawn, ascending the divine mountain Saphon, attempting to dethrone Elyon, the Most High, saying,
"I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of the divine assembly on the heights of Saphon. I will ascend to the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like Elyon."
Time to send this guy to the underworld, the place of the dead. Christianity also reused this myth in the fallen angel Lucifer, that guy from Isaiah wasn't fit for the throne of El. In fact, no one was bodily fit for the throne of the king of the gods. At Ugarit, Baal's throne was so big, they weren't sure if they could find a successor for him. When they thought they found one, who was named Athar, he sits in Baal's seat, and the other gods scream.
His feet do not reach its footstool. His head does not reach its top.
The feet must be securely fixed to the royal footstool, not hanging above. The oldest god known in the cosmos, named Anu from Mesopotamia and the Hittites, was dragged by his feet for trying to escape a challenge by his son, Kumarbi. Anu tried flying to the top of heaven and was caught by his heels, dragging him down, and Kumarbi bit off his genitals. Gods need to keep their foothold in the divine world. The Greek myth where Zeus takes the throne from his father Kronos is very similar. Remember, Kronos castrated his father Ornos. Zeus had to face Typhon, who cut his tendons on Zeus's feet and hides them. Later, he finds his tendons for his body and officially secures the throne. The back of foot as a weakness is seen in Achilles during the Trojan War. The heel carries power in a real sense to the ancients. Look at the biblical version with Jacob. His name means hill taker or supplanter. As his twin brother Esau exited their mother's womb, Jacob was said to hold his brother's heel, signaling that he would reign over his brother, taking his birthright. Yahweh's Ark of the Covenant was his footstool, where he sat on the cherubim. This is worth remembering when we look at the story in Samuel where Philistines fought and defeated Israel, then took their ark with Yahweh back to their temple of Dagon to show respect to Dagon. Turns out the morning after, the Philistines return and Dagon has fallen face first before Yahweh's ark. They set Dagon back up, and the next day, not only did Dagon fall again, but he was destroyed. His head and hands cut off, sitting on the threshold. The authors portray that Yahweh and the ark were one and the same in a very real way. We even see later scribes try demythologizing this detail. However, when synagogues start showing up in history, we see the Torah texts enshrined in an ark. In fact, we see that many Jews started making the synagogue where God's feet are firmly planted after the temple's demise in 70. Archaeology has found an interesting shrine at a synagogue in Migdal, on the coast of the Sea of Galilee, seemingly drawing some of the temple images from Jerusalem. This looks like the footstool of God at this synagogue. I want you to look at this video for a second. I traveled to Israel and we went to Migdal with Dr. James D. Tabor and Gnostic Informant. We filmed and I caught some footage here at that synagogue. There's also some Jewish bath pools where you can go and ritually cleanse yourself as part of their religious practice. And so I hope you enjoy this clip. The footstool is so remarkably important in various ways. The gods needed to rest their feet on the footstools to maintain stability, keeping everything in order. Dr. Stavrakopoulos shows a fascinating example of this from ancient Ugarit.
When the late Bronze Age goddess Atharat pays a visit to her husband El, he is so delighted to see her that he unfurrowed his brow and laughed. He set his feet on the footstool and wiggled his toes. His footstool is pressed into performative service again when he learns that Baal is dead, having been swallowed into the underworld by Mot, the god of death. El is distraught. He descends from his throne and sits on his footstool, and then lowers himself from his footstool to sit upon the ground to mourn. Baal is dead. What has become of the powerful one? He cries. After Baal, I shall go down into the underworld. Coming down from his throne onto his footstool marks his ritual descent from the heavenly realm into the earthly world, the place of his feet, while his lowering from his footstool onto the ground enacts his descent from the earthly realm into the underworld. With the heavenly gods El and Baal out of place, the universe is catastrophically turned upside down. As Anat exclaims to Shapsh, the sun goddess, "Dried up are the furrows of the fields. O Shapsh, dried up are the furrows of El's fields." Baal is neglecting the furrows of the ploughland. Where is mighty Baal? Where is the prince, master of the earth? Cosmic order is only restored when El foresees the return of Baal and his reigns, and reseats himself on the throne, pointedly seeing his feet on his footstool once again. "At last I can sit and rest," El declares, "for alive is mighty Baal."
When Jerusalem was destroyed by Babylon, many Yahweh worshippers thought he had been dethroned and his feet had fallen off or been taken off his footstool. However, others rationalized that Yahweh, in his gigantic stature, traveled away on the wings of the creatures he rested upon, called cherubim. This is not an absurd notion, since gods utilized creatures for transportation often. Ishtar and Atheret stood on the back of a lion, Adam and Baal a bull. Others stationed themselves on a lion's body, snake-like dragon, such as Marduk and Ashur. They could travel the heavens and cities situated upon their pedestals, as seen in Psalms 18, 9-13.
He parted the heavens and came down. Dark clouds were under his feet. He mounted the cherubim and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind. He made darkness his covering, his canopy around him, the dark rain, clouds of the sky. Out of the brightness of his presence, clouds advanced, with hailstones and bolts of lightning. The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High resounded.
Yahweh may have left his temple, but he wasn't removed from his throne, cried his worshippers. Even Yahweh himself said as much, according to the late author of Isaiah 66, who is downplaying the destruction of the temple.
This is what the Lord says. Heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house you will build for me? Where will my resting place be?
Well, if God is seated in the heavens, and the earth is his footstool, then temple or not, his enthronement hasn't changed. But this is also telling us of his gigantic stature. Francesca says it so well.
In the Greco-Roman world, a certain philosophical distaste for the earthiness of the material world, combined with an increasing spiritual preference for the abstract and the transcendent, had been percolating among the intelligentsia for some time, encouraging a re-evaluation of the nature of the divine. It was against this backdrop that the architects of early Christian doctrine sought to understand their own scriptures, in which God was oven, presented in disturbingly corporeal terms.
Some of these earliest Christians loved making all of the body parts of God metaphorical and allegorical, not to be taken literally. The level at which they would go to get around these clear corporeal passages is absurd. When God was walking in the garden, Christians would say this was actually the sound of Christ as the pre-existent spoken word of God moving towards them. That's just desperate. They really did lose touch with the context of the ancient texts. Briefly, feet also can be used as erotic suggestions of the penis. We see this in the book of Ruth, with Ruth being told to seduce Boaz by putting on perfume, uncovering his feet while he sleeps, and position herself there. Ruth does just that, and guess what? She gets pregnant. Several examples can be shown in Dr. Stavrakopoulou's work. Genitals. If you really want to make people uncomfortable, start talking about sex and our body parts in great detail. If this is bad, it gets worse when we start talking about God having a penis and sexual functions. Remember, we have seen thus far that God has a body. He has feet. And it's extremely important, if we're going to see any other body parts of God, that we need to peel back that magic trick curtain put up by the distaste for sexual behavior with influence by Stoic and Platonic philosophy. We have to cut the anachronisms of interpretation out and see the texts for what they really say. Put down our theology and put the biblical texts in their original ancient context. We've seen what happens when we do this with God's feet. God not only has feet, but his feet function similar to other cultures and their understanding of deity. When we do this, we can unashamedly say the God of the Bible has a penis, children, and a sexual track record. We might change the known saying from being hung like a horse to hung like God. Thanks to the reactions by Counter-Reformation sensitivities, Michelangelo's famous nude Jesus was condemned as something belonging in a brothel. Take a look at the nude Jesus statue. Now take a look at the version with the silly bronze loincloth fixed to it. The unchanging reality of God and Christ played a significant role in the decisions of steering away from genitals being displayed visibly from Jesus or God for that matter. Francesca says it really well.
These values and meanings are closely linked to the generative and changeable physiology of our genitals. After all, they are places of potent physical transformation. Pubic hair grows, grays and fades as we age. Vaginas open, expand and contract during sex and in labor, and are the entry and exit points at which new life is brought into the world. Penises alternate from small and V to large and hard as erections come and go. Scrotums, labia and clitorises similarly enlarge and engorge and shrink and retreat at the stimulus of touch and temperature. Genital skin is recurrently moistened and scented by the body's natural lubricants and the wetness of sexual arousal, or by menstruation, ejaculation, and the expulsion of urine. Our genitals are subject to changes in appearance, touch, smell, function, and form more than any other part of our bodies. They are powerfully transformative, and like other manifestations of power and transformation, they are potentially dangerous unless carefully harnessed or managed by the social and cultural preferences of the communities in which we live.
The idea that sex and genitalia are sinful was influenced heavily by Paul and Augustine, the Reformed womanizer. They interpreted the fall of Genesis with Eve as the temptress, making innocent nudity despicable nakedness. The fall was understood sexually, and only through the virgin Jesus and his virgin mother was to be found the last Adam. Dr. Stavrakopoulou suggests the fall in Genesis had nothing to do with the sin of sexuality. Adam and Eve disobeyed God, and now, sharing godly wisdom, the humans have become like one of us, made like the gods. Their basic clothing is seen as their rising to heightened status, which God affirms by crafting leather outfits from their basic fig leaves. Just like the gods, Francesca says it best.
Humans immediately harness their newfound wisdom to do as the gods have always done. They bear children, cultivate crops, and rear animals. They kill, travel, play music, build cities, forge tools, craft weapons, and perform rituals. In covering their genitals, Adam and Eve reveal not their sexualized self-corruption, but their godlike capacity for the creation of culture.
Thanks to the ongoing philosophical asceticism growing among Christians, they corrupt all original context of interpretations to these ancient texts. It's safe to say that Jesus himself is painted as teaching much of these ideas in the Gospels as well. In ancient Southwest Asia, many terms in literature refer to genitals in forms of colloquialism or slangs, euphemisms or idioms, allusions, and wordplay. Take it from Dr. Stavrakopoulou as she describes this linguistic and cultural understanding.
Common linguistic strategies to describe the sex organs included concrete terms for tools and weapons for male genitals, bow, arrow, staff, rod, plow, and domestic or horticultural language for female genitals, water well, churn, field, garden, fruit. Other body parts frequently served as stand-ins for the genitals, particularly hand, thigh, limb, or flesh for the penis, lips and mouth for the vulva, and feet for the genitals of any type of body. Abstractions, too, were especially common for male sex organs. Nakedness, strength, and virility are frequently acested. These linguistic tics are arguably a reflex of common cultural anxieties surrounding the sexual organs, a reflex similarly pervading modern societies. Both British and North American English, for example, enjoy a rich spread of genital vocabulary, from the formal penis, testicles, vulva, vagina, and the politely veiled private bit John Thomas, Lady Garden, to the childish willy, winky, foo-foo, vajayjay, and the vulgar that I can't say on YouTube.
This makes perfect sense because we still do this today in modern society. The Song of Songs describing sexual desires and union eventually get turned into religious passion. The later scribes clearly wanted penises tightly secured under the tunics and not leaky. Women menstruating were seen as worse, but also needed to go through purification processes during their period. One of the more controversial ideas for most coming across Dr. Stavrakopoulou's work is her description of Ezekiel's description of God and his vision. Ezekiel is very detailed in his description of everything he sees and doesn't see, she says.
As Ezekiel describes God, he knows exactly where to look and what to say, or rather, where to look and what not to say. His gaze sweeps up and down God's body, but he no longer describes precisely what he sees. Instead, he veils the deity in the religious language of glorious, mysterious spectacle. Upward from what looked to be his motnayim, I saw it sparkling like amber. It seemed to be enveloped all around by fire, and from his motnayim downward, I saw something like fire, and brilliance surrounded him, like the bow in a cloud on a rainy day. This was the appearance of the brilliance all around. This enigmatic language is a canny priestly distancing device, designed to reverently conceal the divine body from the eyes of the uninitiated. But Ezekiel leaves exposed one body part, God's motnayim, a Hebrew term traditionally and politely rendered loins or waist, but which more accurately refers to the groin and its genitals. Ezekiel might shy away from describing God's face, his torso, his arms, legs, and feet, but he openly acknowledges God's genitals, navigating his visual journey up and down the divine body by means of the godly groin. It is not only a stunning display of the graphic corporeality of God, but a theological manifestation of the distance and difference between mortals and God. If in Genesis human bodies are made culturally visible by the covering of their genitals, in Ezekiel, God's body is mysteriously, transcendently concealed by the exposure of his.
She describes that Isaiah saw God's genitals as well, describing how God's dangly bits, or private parts, filled the temple. Even the seraphim with their 6 wings made sure to cover their genitals in the presence of Yahweh. The text says they covered their feet, but it is suggested their genitals are euphemistically described as feet. God has really big genitals, according to Isaiah, and just like temple priests are to keep their genitals in check, so did the seraphim. Don't believe us? Well, Yahweh's daddy El was well endowed as well.
In the mythological stories enshrined on the clay tablets of cosmopolitan Ugarit, c. 1350–1200 BCE, El's penis makes several appearances. In one myth, the god sets out along the serpentine seashore at the edge of the world, where he encounters 2 young goddesses. They urge him to get an erection and take them in body and marriage. The response is unambiguous. El's penis grew as long as the sea. El's penis grew as long as the ocean. Having installed them as brides in his home, he grasps his penis in his right hand and shoots it skyward like an arrow to ence his new wives into consummating the marriage. They are suitably impressed with his masturbatory performance. El stoops to kiss them, relishing the pomegranate's sweet taste of their lips, a delicately sensuous double entendre. Penetrative sex quickly follows, and El impregnates the goddesses, who bear him the gracious gods Shahar, dawn, and Shalem, dusk.
Holy smokes, these stories get wild. I noticed the further back in time, these myths are highly sexual in nature. El is seen in the Baal cycle offering his primary wife Athirat sensual or sexual satisfaction. He says,
"Does the penis of El the king excite you? Does the love organ of the bull arouse you?"
El, using the picture of a bull, is well known to carry masculine tendencies. In ancient Sumerian myth, Enki, born from a divine bull, fathered by a wild bull, fertilizes the world by creating irrigation ditches with his penis and making the Mesopotamian rivers by his semen.
After Father Enki had lifted his eyes across the Euphrates, he stood up full of lust like a rampant bull, lifted his penis, ejaculated, and filled the Euphrates with flowing water. By living his penis, he brought a bridal gift. The tigress rejoiced in its heart like a great wild bull when it was born.
Dr. Stavrakopoulos also describes this is what the Egyptians did as well. Take a look at the god Min with his fertile erected pecker. Shoot, I've even recorded several courses as well with Dr. Karakuni, who's an Egyptologist. And she echoes this mythology and its sexuality. In fact, it's honestly difficult to discuss these ancient myths and not come across the sexual imagery in the deity's activities. If one is going to investigate these ancient myths, they must get over our modern sensibilities. Here is an image of Zeus hiding his identity as a bull after sexually abducting Europa. Now that's one cool image. Francesca knows all too well how people can point the finger to other myths and their sexual bull gods, so she makes sure to mention Yahweh as well.
Among these high-status deities, it is no surprise to find that Yahweh too was often understood as the divine bull. Bovine language, the Hebrew term Abir, underlies his biblical designation as the mighty one, Abir, of Jacob, who grants genital fertility to the Israelite tribe of Joseph, and in some biblical text, Yahweh's cult statue is said to take the form of a bull or a bull calf.
You might say, I don't see any sources for these claims. So Dr. Stavrakopoulos made sure to back this up. Take a look at all the sources on the screen right now. All of these sources you can go and check for yourself and help back you up the claims. By the way, in case you're wondering, get her book, because her book endlessly sources in the footnotes where you can go and see all of this for yourself, investigate deeper. She compares Yahweh to Enki, showing he is a fertile creator god in the highest order, taking Israel and his wife, using the euphemism to know, where he impregnates her.
I will take you for my wife in faithfulness, and you will know Yahweh. On that day I will fructify, says Yahweh. I will fructify the heavens, and they will fructify the earth, and the earth will fructify the grain, the wine, and the oil, and they will fructify Jezreel, and I will seed her for myself in the land.
Phallic masculinities. Dr. Stavrakopoulos is hilarious in this book by showing the public manly locker room talk between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un. I'm not talking about the famous meme, grab her by the locker room talk by Trump, but a nuclear-sized penis showdown between two national leaders at the time. Kim Jong-un says,
"Nuclear button is on my desk at all times."
So Trump says,
"Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I too have a nuclear button?" He continued, "But it is a much bigger and more powerful one than his, and my button works."
This is a power of the penis showdown with warfare implications. This hasn't changed with humans, though this is exactly how the ancient gods acted as well. The bow was often a phallic symbol and was the weapon for the ancient Babylonian god Marduk from the Enuma Elish. When he completely destroyed Tiamat, he uses his bow called the Deluge and shoots his great weapon at her, penetrating her throat with her mouth wide open, impelling her heart. The ancient Babylonian scribes would mention how Marduk destroyed Tiamat with his penis, or penis bow, which was forever suspended in the sky as a rainbow. Can anyone say, Noah's flood? Yahweh is known as a man of war and as a war god. He is seen with weapons of thunderbolts, lightning strikes, and rains, which are compared to his mighty bow and speedy arrows. Francesca says it this way.
Like Marduk's bow deluge, Yahweh's bow is identified with his erect penis, albeit in the euphemistic language of bare flesh. You brandish your bow of nakedness, you satisfy the shafts of your bowstring, enthuses the prophet Habakkuk in his gloriously graphic vision of Yahweh as the ultimate phallic warrior. Throughout the Hebrew Bible, this is the God who is said to crush the genitals of his enemies so that they cannot rise up against him. His weapon is so intimidating that when he approaches, his enemies' own bows slacken and droop, their penises sink, and their genitals tremble. More horrifying is the sexualized nature of Yahweh's punishing assault on his own people.
Another fun fact. This is a world where it is condemned for a wife to take the top position during intercourse, going back from Mesopotamian sources down into the Babylonian Talmud, with painting the ancient Mesopotamian baby murderer as Adam's first wife called Lilith. It's also worth noting that these people believed that the man's semen is what formed the child. Men usually beget children, and women, well, they simply bared them. The word of producing a child by the man with his penis is synonymous with his hand, by the work of his yad, hand or penis. His labors in everyday work were also seen in his requirement to reproduce.
Yahweh your God will make you abundantly prosperous in all the work of your hand, penis, in the fruit of your woman's womb, in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your soil.
But when a woman wasn't getting pregnant by her husband, she would be seen as barren, which makes those divine birth narratives in the Hebrew Bible come to life in a whole new way. If men were ever considered to experience inability to produce a child, it was likely demons, evil magic, or spirits of angry young virgins. Damn. Looks like women in ancient society were blamed one way or another in this context. The weird thing about their idea about sperm is that male gods could technically create things like the universe by masturbating it into existence with their own semen. Egyptian high god Atum lets loose in his own mouth and spews out a seed to create a male and female deity. This is established fact, and every Egyptologist worth their salt will tell you this.
I am the one who acted as husband with my fist. I copulated with my hand. I let fall into my own mouth. I sneezed shu and spat tefnut.
These wild stories also show up in a story from Mesopotamia, where Enki is coercive with female deities, including his own daughters, and ends up ingesting his own semen due to the clever machinations of Ninhursag by planting his semen in the earth and causing Enki to eat the plants that were produced. Let's just say Enki impregnates himself, getting morning sickness and all, and reproduces more gods from himself. Freaking wild stuff. Look at what Professor Stavrakopoulos shares about another myth.
Anatolian traditions of the late 2nd millennium BCE, detailing the escapades of the rebellious Kumarbi, last seen pulling down the high god Anu from the heights of heaven and biting off his genitals. Having swallowed the god's penis and testicles, Kumarbi realizes 3 offspring are inside him. Like Egyptian Atum, he spits out 2 new deities, but the third remains within his body, rapidly growing into a formidable rival. Kumarbi understandably worries about how to birth him. It is an anxiety shared by his unborn son, the terrifying warrior god Tahun, who is repulsed at the thought of emerging into the world via his father's rectum. It is only by smashing open his head against the cliffs of Mount Tassa that Kumarbi reluctantly enables the new god to break out of his body, a skull birth Zeus similarly experiences in delivering his warring daughter, Athena.
Okay. We see the ancients painted it as a danger for a deity to produce without the female body involved. Of course, Dr. Stavrakopoulos goes into much greater detail, some of which cannot be mentioned here due to it being so graphic. However, let's look at a biblical portrayal of God in Genesis. Of course, the biblical authors tried stripping the Bible of its mythical elements as much as possible. Much earlier Mesopotamian myths show a group of gods, both male and female, using clay and blood or semen to create man. The biblical account has Yahweh act alone in making a human named Adam from the dust of the ground, which is called Adama, and breathed into his nostrils life, making the human a living being. Gosh, that sounds close to the earlier ideas of gods putting semen into the earth or ground to create life, even if the explicit language of semen is gone. And did you know that Lady Wisdom was also created by God's breath? This goddess, known as Hashmi and Sophia, depending on Hebrew or Greek, was said to accompany God at the creation of the world. Her birth from God gets described in Sirach 24, 2-4.
In the assembly of the Most High, she opens her mouth. In the presence of his hosts, she tells of her glory. I came forth from the mouth of the Most High and covered the earth as a mist. I dwelt in the highest heavens, and my throne was in a pillar of cloud.
Just as the god Atum from Egyptian mythology brought a sacred being into existence that represented the damp air by breathing it out, God also creates a holy figure in a similar way by sending it forth from his mouth. Perfecting the penis. Today we might think this question is silly, but the ancients thought it was serious. Did God create Adam circumcised or not? The answer would tell us as much about God's penis as it would Adam's. I know. You might be saying Abraham was the first guy to snip the old foreskin, but in fact, similar language describing Noah as tamim, which just means he's worthy to walk with God as a whole or unblemished person. So rabbis had clever ways to solve these problems. How about Adam though? They say he was born from the earth in the image of God. So of course he was circumcised. This notion has ancient roots, as Francesca expresses.
God's direct forerunner, the late Bronze Age deity El, appears to have undergone circumcision in a ritual preparing him for marriage and sex with the 2 goddesses he encountered at the seashore. In this Ugaritic myth, El seats enthroned, equipped with phallic symbols of old age and infertility. In his hand, the staff of sterility. In his hand, the staff of widowhood. El's reversal of the lifelessness, held in his hands, is revealed in a ritual assuring his sexual fecundity. His foreskin appears to be removed and the wound wrapped by ritual specialists associated with the careful cultivation of sacred vineyards. Those who prune the vine pruned him. Those who bind the vine bound him. They let his tendril fall like a vine, like a budding vine clipped into fruitfulness. So El's circumcised penis brings forth children in his new marriages, infant deities whose own genitalia, grapes and tendrils, are inspected by a birth goddess to ensure they are in order.
You really gotta love Francesca. She continues, highlighting that strange mention by Eusebius of Caesarea, sourcing Philo of Byblos, about the ancient Phoenician myth where El circumcises him, then sacrifices his only begotten son, Yedod. Yep, God sacrifices his only begotten son in the Bronze Age after snipping off the old skinaroo. This account and the Abraham one have so much in common. At least MythVision and Gnostic Informant are on the right track, vindicated by a brilliant mind like Francesca's. One of the oldest images of circumcision can be found carved into the walls of an old Egyptian burial site at Saqqara, which was the massive cemetery for the city of Memphis. This carving dated back to the time of the 6th dynasty, around 2345 to 2180 BCE. You may ask, why did they circumcise? We can rest assured it wasn't a ritual for hygiene, rather for someone becoming initiated for sacred space. The power of the penis in antiquity was major. This is why God instructs Abraham to do this, to walk with God. This speaks about God's penis as much as it does about the mortals. Circumcision brought life-giving abilities, which adds to the reason God promises Abraham that his seed would be exceedingly fruitful and his seed would be innumerable. You can see why these texts instruct men to only sleep with their own wives, not to do so with their own kin, or men, or spilling seed on the earth. They are to be fruitful by multiplying. This is why they are strict about not entering holy spaces too after sexual activities where leakage can occur. They needed to secure their nuggets, if I can call them that, under their outfits as well. Foreign women are to be avoided as well. These women worshipped other gods, and Yahweh wants all his worshipers to be his children, not another god's children. If you had a problem with your penis, this could exclude you from various sacred activities. Wow, thinking about it, these people were super focused on these areas of the body. You really need to read Francesca's book to see what she says about eunuchs. It should go without explaining that the Jewish Jesus was circumcised. However, we find a cultural shift begin to take place in the Hellenistic period among both Jews and Gentiles. Many Jews tried to reverse their circumcisions. They call that an epispasm, which was a physical surgery of sorts trying to create a foreskin. The Greek culture started rubbing off on the Jewish world. By the New Testament period, Paul the Apostle had to instruct his Gentiles not to worry about circumcising to become children of Abraham or children of God of Israel. They could have spiritual circumcision, which was a brilliant social strategy. I mean, seriously, raise your hand if you're watching this video and as an adult would like to go chop that area up. No thanks. Paul was pretty much saying, stay as you are. This gave both worlds, Greek and Jewish, a way to join the Christ movement without sacrificing too much socially. This issue continued into the early church and wasn't solved by Paul. The foreskin obsession continued for millennia, with Christians claiming to have Jesus's own foreskin, which carried magical powers. Francesca gives a very interesting historical lesson about this in her book. This is downright wild material, but necessary for anyone wanting to peek behind the curtain. Please get her book. Divine Sex. We've talked enough about God's family jewels, but what about his wife? Derek, what wife? God never had a wife. My friends, we need to pay attention to the magic trick being performed in front of our eyes by the long-standing defamation of the wife of God, Queen of Heaven. We have ample amounts of evidence showing El had a wife named Asherah, and we also have ample amounts of evidence for a cover-up by biblical scribes trying to trash her name. This propaganda continues by modern minds as well. Dr. Stavrakopoulos expresses this well in her book.
But in Jerusalem's Israel Museum, her open labia signal that she is little more than a commodified sex object. This figurine may represent Asherah, the sacred prostitute, reads the notice positioned next to her in the display case. It is a shocking and misleading caricature, grounded in a centuries-old, biblically derived hostility towards the goddess once venerated as the traditional consort of Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
The propaganda of painting her worshippers as whoring after other gods or making her a symbol of prostitution and orgies is unfounded, being more of a tactic used to get rid of her, whether they liked it or not. She was Yahweh's consort as expressed by God and anatomy.
As a number of biblical writers inadvertently confess, his temple in Jerusalem housed Asherah's cult statue. Her cult object, a stylized sacred tree, was planted or positioned next to his altars, and kings and queens of Israel and Judah sponsored her worship in their royal sanctuaries. These admissions on the part of the biblical writers are striking. They demonstrate that even their own account of the religious past, as distorted with bias as it is, could not completely ignore so important a goddess.
While the Bible authors couldn't leave her out of the picture, we have really good evidence before the Bible where Asherah's fame is noted in late Bronze Age Ugarit around 1550 to 1200 BCE. Her name is Atheret, and she is the wife of El, mothering 70 gods as sons, showing she was very active with the big guy upstairs. As the companion of the god El, she held significant influence, acting as a mediator who resolved conflicts and arguments among the gods. She would speak to El on behalf of the other gods, much like a powerful advocate. But her role went beyond that of just seeing divine affairs. She wasn't just a high-ranking figure in the realm of the gods. She was also known by grand titles like Lady of the Sea and She Who Steps on the Sea Serpent. These names hint that she once had a hand in bringing order to the universe, possibly by controlling or defeating the sea monster, a creature that would later become an adversary for many other gods. Her prominence wasn't limited to the realm of the divine. It extended into human affairs, particularly in Ugarit, an ancient city where she was revered. There, she was celebrated as a divine caregiver who nourished and supported the royal line of Ugarit, acting like a heavenly nurse to the kings, ensuring the continuity and legitimacy of their rule. As a goddess from the most ancient of times, her part in the religious tales of her followers emphasized the power of the male god she was associated with. In the late Bronze Age city of Ugarit, this was the god El. Later on, during the Iron Age, in the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, she was known as Asherah and associated with Yahweh. You know, they even discovered an ivory relief of a goddess right next to Ugarit from the 1200s BCE, where the goddess scholars say it's Atheret, the pre-biblical Asherah. But you might be asking, Derek, I see El as having a wife, but I need evidence of Yahweh having Asherah as his wife. Well, my friends, you're in luck. Back in the 1960s and 70s, a collection of ancient Hebrew inscriptions were discovered which confirm her role as Yahweh's consort dating from the 8th century BCE. It was located in the West Bank at Khirbet el-Qom. The Khirbet el-Qom, and I hope I'm pronouncing that properly, inscription asks Yahweh and his Asherah to protect their tomb from grave robbers so they have a peaceful existence in the underworld. Around the same time in history, other Hebrew speakers viewed Asherah and his Yahweh in the highest view, asking for their blessings. We found pottery at Kuntilat Adrud from likely travelers requesting blessings from the deities in the region, which included Yahweh and his Asherah. Over time, with the coming demise by Assyria and Babylon, the traditional worship would take a serious hit. Yahweh and his Asherah couldn't keep them protected. Forms of their worship continued, which is why we see condemnation in these biblical texts. But the change was happening by these elite authors. Those elites going back to Jerusalem to rebuild the temple not only rebuilt the temple, they rebuilt the religion entirely. They would reduce the pantheon by reducing and removing Yahweh's wife and demote members of the divine council to minor gods, angels, or elements of the universe. There's an astounding biblical portrayal expressed by Dr. Stavrakopoulos. She says it best.
But a glimpse of the true nature of the divine couple's relationship can be found in an ancient poem in Genesis. It recycles an even older incantation into a ritual song, conveying Yahweh's blessings upon the legendary ancestor Joseph. The incantation invokes a series of deities to bestow sexual masculinity and frenulness upon Joseph's penis, euphemistically described as his taut bow and strong hand. Included in the divine roll call is a goddess bearing the title breasts and womb, a likely epithet of Asherah, given it is used of Atherat, her older incarnation at Ugarit. She is paired in the poem with a deity called Father and Most High, ritual titles of the God of the Bible, inherited from Atherat's husband, El, from the God of your ancestor, who supports you, from Shaddai, who blesses you, the blessings of heaven above, the blessings of deep crouching below, the blessings of breasts and womb, the blessings of your Father, Warrior Most High, the blessings of the everlasting mountains, the blessings of the outlying eternal hills. The coupling of Father, Warrior Most High, and breasts and womb points to the sexualized collaboration of these deities, paralleling the pairing of heaven and deep, the divinized primeval parts of the universe, whose union birthed and built the very cosmos. The poem hints at an ancient pantheon in which the coupling of the high god and high goddess is set within the frame of an ordered, fertile creation.
In the Bible's first book, Genesis, God seems to dislike the idea of gods and humans having relationships. The story quickly goes from humans being created to them breaking rules like eating forbidden fruit and committing the first murder. The worst sin mentioned is when heavenly beings called sons of God find women irresistible and have children with them. These children are known as Nephilim, giant warriors with both divine and human traits. This mixed heritage is viewed as so problematic that God shortens human lifespans and later sends a devastating flood to reset humanity. A more detailed version of these events is an older text, 1 Enoch. Here, 200 watchers or angels fall for human women, share heavenly secrets, and father the Nephilim. The Nephilim consume all food and turn to eating humans. God, urged by angelic appeals, sends the flood to deal with the chaos. This tale worried early Jewish and Christian communities. For example, the Apostle Paul suggested women cover their heads to avoid attracting angels, and later Christian teachings used the story to highlight the consequences of sin. Yet these stories contrast with other texts where God himself is said to have intimate relations with human women, suggesting the issue is not the act itself, but who is permitted to engage in it. Interestingly, sexual desire wasn't always off limits in biblical times. In the Garden of Eden, it was considered a part of God's plan for humans. In the story of Adam and Eve from the Bible, when Eve has her first child, Cain, she says something very interesting. She says,
I have procreated a man with Yahweh.
This isn't the usual way people talk about having a baby, and in some older texts, it looks like she's saying God is the child's father, not Adam. This part of the story isn't often told that way. Usually people say Eve meant that God helped her have a baby, like a blessing. But the words she uses are very direct and might make you think of how gods and goddesses talk about making babies in other old stories. Eve doesn't seem shy about this. She sounds proud and strong, which is different from how Mary, the mother of Jesus, is described later in the Bible. Eve's words make her sound like she had a big role in creating life, almost like she was a goddess herself. In fact, Eve's name and some titles she's given are like those given to goddesses like Atharot in ancient Ugaritic stories, which makes some people think that maybe in older tales she was imagined as a kind of goddess in a heavenly garden, a fitting partner for a god. The Bible also talks about God being in a close and very special relationship, not with a goddess, but with Israel, which is represented as a woman. This idea of turning a place or a group of people into a female character is common in many old stories and writings. In the Bible, this image is used to show how close and important the relationship between God and his worshippers are. This is where things turn a bit dark for most. Dr. Stavrakopoulos brings up Hosea and Ezekiel, where God is painted in a very archaic fashion. Her words explain the matter best, but are seriously way too graphic for YouTube. I wrote a bunch on this, then erased it for the script. Her book is undeniably the best on this topic. Suffice it to say, God forcibly makes Israel his wife and does things that I cannot comment on here to her. Jewish and Christian interpreters always want to downplay the obvious language here and minimize the extremely abusive relationship described between Israel and their God. But it's a perfect example of why this God and his prophets are not worth following morally. We find other gods acting this way, such as Zeus, yet Christian fathers like to act like their God was perfect and moral. They must not be talking about the God of the Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. Welcome to the ancient world, my friends. We should celebrate democratic societies which have removed the shackles of this power dynamic abuse against women. In fact, for those Christians smirking because they want to smugly assume the New Testament doesn't play into these clearly horrific activities as portrayed by Hosea and Ezekiel, they need to heed the words of Francesca.
This is why early Christians could so easily conjure the image of Christ as their heavenly bridegroom. It was deeply embedded in their religious DNA. As early as the mid-1st century CE, Paul was telling Christians in Corinth that they were promised in marriage to one husband as a chaste virgin to Christ. Similarly, in his letter to the Christian community in Rome, Paul cast the intimate relationship between Christ and his church as the fertile, bodily union of a husband and wife, an image later extended in the book of Revelation and the epistle to the Ephesians to describe the church as Christ's bride. Both these texts draw on Ezekiel's portrayal of God dressing up his young wife like a goddess statue to describe the sexual allure of Christ's bride, but in Ephesians, the parallels are disturbingly pronounced. Here, Christ not only cleanses and beautifies his bride to render her more desirable and holy, but the stark power imbalance of divine-human marriage is used as a paradigm for mortal marriages, for the husband is the head of the wife, just as Christ is the head of the church. Just as the church is submissive to Christ, so also wives are to be, in everything, to their husbands. These and other early Christian texts would authoritatively endorse the self-portrayal of the church as the bride of Christ for at least the next 1,000 years. This was a marriage supposedly ordained by Jesus himself, who in the New Testament Gospels refers to himself as the bridegroom of his followers. But in other ancient Christian texts, Mary Magdalene appears to play the bridal role of the church itself. In both the Gospel of Mary, 2nd century CE, and the Gospel of Philip, early 3rd century CE, she is cast as the disciple Jesus loves the most. She is his beloved and his consort, with whom he not only shares his most authoritative, esoteric teachings, but his physical affection in the form of kisses, much to the irritation of the other disciples.
Continuing on Mary Magdalene, she says,
But as the scholar April DeConnick shows, growing anxieties about the religious authority of women, coupled with increasing conflicts between churches in the Roman East and West, led to her marginalization. Eventually, in what would come to be more prominent theological traditions, she would be cast as a prostitute. Like Asherah and Eve before her, Mary Magdalene was overwhelmingly disempowered by her deliberate denigration as the embodiment of sexual deviancy.
The same behavior and tactics of the scribes to denigrate Asherah were also used for Mary. Seems the easiest way to defame a female is call her all sorts of nasty names and make that the narrative. Geez, I just looked back at her chapter and I cannot find the words to express the disturbing material in this section, which comes directly from our Bibles. My apologies for not diving into this, but if I did, this would be a sure way to have this video ruined by YouTube. One thing I must show you before we leave this section, and this section is about the private parts, is the image found, which is most likely of Yahweh and his Asherah, where you get a good look at his junk. Thanks to Dr. Dan McClellan for this artistic rendition, which is in his book, Yahweh's Divine Images. And he shows the actual pottery, makes sure that he colors it in better than what the pottery itself, if we had a picture of it, shows. He makes sure he brings it to life for everybody to be able to see, and it's more visible. So I want you to look at this pottery for 1 second. The guy on the left, that's Yahweh, the king. He's got the horn crowned. That's what a god wears, is horns on their head. If you look down at the bottom between his two legs, he's got testes and Long John Silver down there dangling. He's a well-endowed figure that shows up here on this pottery. Next to him is his Asherah, it seems, either the one seated in the far right or the one next to him. And if you notice, the one next to him, there are nipples, unlike what you see on Yahweh on the far left. That is a female. I do not remember the etchings of the language at the top, but this is stuff that they know, and they're the ones and the academics in the field who say, yes, this is Yahweh and his Asherah. Most likely, this is him. So this is really interesting information. If you're ever curious, well, show me his junk. Well, here it is. Torso, back and beyond. There's a strange story in Exodus where Moses asks God to see his glory in all its splendor. God agrees to show him something, but not everything. And so he places Moses between two rocks. Then, covering his sight with his hand until his back is visible, God removes his hand and boom, God shows his back to Moses. He shows his back, supposedly, because no man can see the face of God and live. Yet we see Moses and God speak face to face without death falling upon Moses.
The Lord would speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. Then Moses would return to the camp, but his young aide, Joshua son of Nun, did not leave the tent.
Strange, but what else is strange is how culturally a god turning their back on his worshippers is not a good thing.
Like the east wind, I will scatter them before the enemy. I will show them my back, not my face, in the day of their calamity. They have turned their backs to me and not their faces. He despairs as he rails against his stiff-necked and stiff-backed people.
Hold up. Is God pissed off at Moses here? Moses asked for God to show him so that he was pleased with him. God decides to show him his back. We all understand this language in our modern society. When someone turns their back on you, this means they betrayed you or may not find you a true friend. Also, turning one's back can leave one vulnerable to all sorts of issues. Our posture and body language play significant roles today, as they did in the ancient Southwest Asia and Egypt. Look at men who lift weights, always chest out, flexing, back straight, with swag, trying to show dominance and intimidation. Well, the same can be said about a straight back with deities back then. When we slump, we show defeat, or often, when people are actually defeated, they slump over. Look at the description of Baal fighting Yam in Ugaritic myth. Baal subdues Yam, the sea god. It says, Yam goes groggy, falls to the ground. His joints go slack. His body slumps. Same shows up with the goddesses Athera and Anat when facing terrifying enemies or devastating news. Her back muscles snap, her vertebrae rattle, her spine goes weak. But Moses was promised by God to see his back parts, or hind quarters, which Francesca expresses is the same term used for an animal's butt, which is to be cleaned before a sacrifice. In simple terms, God protects Moses, where he only catches a glimpse of his butt because he can't see the glory of kabod, which is his very essence, his holy fire, a sign of the divine. Like the kabod in the Bible, we see Asher's malamu, which refers to his luminous, fiery radiance of divinity as seen in this image. This radiance of divinity can be seen with the goddess Ishtar, aka Inanna, when she is seen in ancient art holding her bow standing in triumph. This art spans back into the 1800s BCE. Let's look at an image of King Hammurabi while Dr. Stavrakopoulos explains this in her own words.
The famous Hammurabi stela, now in the Louvre, is better known for its cuneiform law code drawn up by King Hammurabi of Babylon, c. 1792-1750 BCE, but it also offers a striking illustration of divine radiance. In an image carved in relief at the top of the stela, Hammurabi enshrines his self-proclaimed role as the King of Justice in a scene depicting his meeting with Shamash, the Babylonian sun god and divine dispenser of justice. The king stands before the deity, who is seated in splendor on his imposing throne, his feet resting on a footstool of mountains. From Shamash's broad shoulders rise his signature motif of illuminating radiance, thick rays of light, akin to those that would encircle the Assyrian god Ashur's body almost a millennium later. The polished stone of the stela may be cool, black basalt, but the shimmering heat of Shamash's powerful body is almost palpable.
For thousands of years, people have believed that gods had a special glow, like a halo or aura. At first, people thought this glow came from magical items given to the gods, like glowing weapons or cloaks. As time went on, the glow itself became a sign of divine being, just like how skin color can be a strong part of someone's identity today. Take the ancient god Marduk, for example. He was known as the Bright One because he was said to shine with the power of 10 gods and had a special glowing presence. In temples, this glow was shown with statues made of shiny metals like gold and silver, which were considered very holy and connected to the heavens. These metals and precious stones used for making gods' statues were thought to be special gifts from the gods, hidden in the earth for people to find. Kings like Esarhaddon of Assyria believed these materials had a divine source, like gold that had never been used before and special stones from far-off mountains. This divine glow wasn't just for show, it was also of kind of powerful energy. Some gods, like Nergal and Ishtar, were said to wear this glow-like armor. Ishtar even claimed her glow was so strong it could cook fish in the sea. On land, the glow of a god was so overwhelming and overpowering it could make entire lands and people surrender. The gods' fearsome glow could also be seen in their monstrous helpers. In the famous story of Gilgamesh, the hero meets scorpion men, who are bizarre and terrifying creatures that guard the mountains with their scary, glowing presence. In the Bible, God's glow is described with an incredible mix of bright light, fiery brilliance, reflective shine, and a powerful force that is almost like a weapon. God is said to wear light as if it were clothes and to be dressed in majesty and beauty. In English, these descriptions might sound like fancy words used to talk about something amazing, but in the original Hebrew of the Bible, these words are very specific and mean a real shining brightness that comes from God. In the book of Habakkuk, there's a poem that shows just how intense and powerful God's shining presence is, picturing him as a warrior. It says that God's light shines from a sacred mountain in the wilderness, and as he moves towards the world of humans, his light is so bright that it outshines the sun and the moon.
His splendor covers the heavens, and the earth is full of his radiance. He has rays coming out from his hand. The mountains see you and quake. Waters gush torrents. The deep roars aloud, raising its hand aloft. Sun and moon stand still at the light of your arrows speeding by the gleaming splendor of your flashing spear. You stride the earth in fury, crushing naons in rage.
The brightness that comes from God is not just impressive, but it can be dangerous too, just like a sword that can both protect and harm. This is probably why the Bible often warns people about getting too close to God's shining presence. For instance, in the book of Isaiah, people who are impressed by the shining gold and silver of statues from other religions are told they should either follow God's own light or hide from the powerful glow of his anger. It's so intense that they're advised to go into the rocks and cover themselves with dust to escape his majestic and frightening brightness. Moses had to be careful. When he wanted to see God on the sacred mountain, God told him how to stay safe because seeing God directly could be overwhelming. Now it all makes sense. It's also really interesting to see Moses come down from the mountain having transformed with horns or lights coming from his face. This is a fun idea to tackle because it has been debated for ages. It could mean light, as we see the context of brilliance from God reflecting off Moses, but it could also mean horns, which is a sign of divinity. Many gods were horned in antiquity, and either way you slice it, Moses was more divine than human when he left that mountain. Later in Jewish thought, the idea of walking in light was walking in God's favor, and enemies were children of darkness, as seen by the Dead Sea sects and the New Testament. Angels of shining glory in Christ, seen in Revelation with hair white as wool and eye blazed with fire. Need I dwell on the transfiguration scene? The Christian creeds speak of light from light, as the ark continued to reveal halos for saints and of course Jesus himself. This idea of lightness was weaponized to whiteness over time, with racist ideas of European Christians against people not as light as them. Dr. Stavrakopoulos' book spells this out in extensive detail. Inside Out. Long ago in ancient Middle Eastern myths, there was a monster named Huwawa, also known as Humbaba, who was known to be a very scary and powerful being. This monster had a glow about him, with 7 layers of it that made him look very intense. He was massive, like a giant, with strong, bent legs and wild hair. But the most startling thing about him was that his insides were shown on the outside, specifically on his face. Huwawa was famous among those who loved stories because he was the keeper of sacred forest where the gods lived, which we now know as part of Lebanon. The great gods of the time chose him for this job because he looked so fierce, with parts of his body representing the wild and mysterious forces of nature. He was so intimidating that even the hero Gilgamesh and his loyal friend Enkidu were stopped in their tracks when they went into the sacred forest, hoping to find adventure and make a name for themselves that would last forever.
Fear and terror spread through his sinews and feet. He could not move his feet on the ground. The big toenails of his feet stuck to the path.
All sorts of magical divination was done with Huwawa in people's mythology to decipher omens through sheep entrails. He was used as a guardian by some, but Francesca spells out his importance in the ancient world with her book.
As both an agent of divination and the guardian of the divine forest of cedars, Huwawa could guard or give access to the secrets of the gods. His gut-filled face manifested this gatekeeping role in the most visceral way. But the monstrosity of Huwawa's face also embodied the very stuff of fear, a primal emotion, which in ancient Southwest Asia was understood to be located not in the brain, but in the gut. Huwawa was a product of a world in which the internal features of the torso embodied the more subjective aspects of existence. Fear and dread were overwhelmingly sensed in the intestines and most acutely felt in the discomfort and discharge of the bowels, reflecting in part an understanding that emotional upset and physical suffering were barely distinguishable. It is an understanding all too often minimized in the medicalized treatment of the body in the modern world, and yet instinctively reflected in the idioms of our everyday language. We are gutted by disappointment, shit ourselves with fear, and feel sick to our stomachs with worry.
The feeling of despair, lust, excitement, and other intense emotions were both felt by gods and humans in the stomach. To be more precise, they assumed the liver and kidneys. Inside our tummies, particularly in the parts where our digestion and reproduction happen, we often feel strong connections with others. This is where we might feel a tug of sadness or someone else's troubles, the warmth that comes with caring about others, or the deep love a parent has for their child. The feelings that we need to think about more, like when we have regrets, feel spiteful, are pleased with ourselves, happy, sad, annoyed, or driven to achieve something. These seem to swirl around our hearts. We get a peek into this old way of understanding feelings when we look at stories about gods from long ago in southwestern parts of Asia. There was a goddess named Anat who, when she was winning a battle, was so full of glee that it was like her insides were laughing and her heart was dancing with joy. And there was Marduk, a god from a place called Babylon, who would get so mad about people not following the rules or forgetting their religious practices that his whole body would shake with rage and his insides would feel like they were on fire with anger. Sounds like he might, need a little anger management, but I bet Yahweh does as well. These ancient tales tell us that even the God mentioned in the Bible felt his emotions in a deep physical way, right in the middle of his body. I hope you're catching the drift in this documentary. In every way, the other gods from the ancient world behaved, felt, had physical attributes, sexual desire, hate, love, lust, etc. The biblical God is seen to do just as much. It should be said, those who want to run down the anachronistic theological gymnastic allegory poop shoot for the biblical God might as well apply all the same features to the endless deities from antiquity. The next time you run into someone spewing that, tell them to get Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou's work. It can educate those willing to honestly learn, but it can't cure stubbornness. Well, in the 6th century BCE, Jeremiah describes Yahweh's insides.
My innards, I writhe in pain. Oh, the walls of my heart beats wildly. I cannot keep silent. I hear the sound of the trumpet, the alarm of war. Disaster overtakes disaster. The whole land is laid waste. Suddenly my tents are destroyed, my curtains in a moment.
These passages describe a feeling of deep physical pain that is similar to the sorrow felt by gods in old stories from Southwest Asia. In those tales, gods are said to cry, moan, and double over from the emotional pain of seeing their cities destroyed and their temples disrespected. Their hearts would beat quickly with sadness and anger or feel heavy with regret. However, most people who study the Bible and explain its content have traditionally thought that these words were meant to show the feelings of the prophet Jeremiah, not the God he speaks about. It seems more common to hear about God feeling sad or crying out in pain in the Bible, but it's a different thing to imagine him with stomach pains or a racing heart because he's upset. Yet in the Bible, God's inner feelings often show up as physical reactions. When he's filled with sorrow, his heart feels sick. When he sadly lets the destruction of a place called Moab happen, his insides groan and shake. When he feels pity for the people he loves, you can almost hear his insides making noise. Some people who worship God were so used to these vivid descriptions of his physical reactions that when they stopped, they thought it meant God had physically left them. They would ask where his passion and might had gone, the stirring of his inner feelings, his mercy. They felt those had been held back, and they pleaded for him to return and remember his servants and come back to them. Francesca highlights something important.
Regular lamentation was so fundamental to the workings of a temple that in Mesopotamia, the lamenting musician, Gala, was given his own mythological origins. Equipped with a drum in his hand, the Gala was created by the clever god Enki precisely to appease the wrathful heart of the fearsome goddess Inanna. He fashioned for her the Gala, the one whose lament soothes the heart. He arranged his tearful laments of supplication. The sound of these sacred drums not only echoed the lamenters' ritualized beating of their breasts, a widespread mourning action still employed today in grieving for the Jerusalem temple on Yom Kippur, but conceptually and audibly amplified the beating of the deity's heart, gradually bringing the thumping chests of worshippers and the deity into calmer, syncopated harmony.
Yahweh was no different than Enki in encouraging lamenters for soothing his heart and the other gods.
This is what the Lord Almighty says. Consider now, call for the wailing women to come, send for the most skillful of them, let them come quickly and wail over us till our eyes overflow with tears and water streams from our eyelids.
The way the ancient stories talk about gods and the people praying to them shows us that calming and quieting the hearts of the gods was taken quite seriously and wasn't just a fancy way of speaking. Just as the worshipers used their bodies to make their prayers feel more real and intense, the bodies of the gods were thought to react in a deeply physical way too. This wasn't just an idea for the lesser-known deities. The god mentioned in the Bible was seen in much the same way. For instance, when enemy forces threatened the city of Samaria around the late 700s before the Common Era, it wasn't just the loud prayers of people that made God feel merciful. It was as if their cries reached inside him, stirring his very organs to compassion.
How can I give you up? How can I hand you over, O Israel? He asks, as he wonders whether to avert his impending punishment of his people. My heart recoils within me, he continues, while a convulsion of compassion in his belly rises up warm.
God felt just like humans felt, which is exactly how all the other ancient Southwest Asian deities functioned. Most people today miss the corporeal and physical nature of the Bible's language pertaining to God, but might get it when thinking of humans. All this heart talk really brings the hardening of the heart idea to life in a whole new way, or the idea of God, Yahweh, guiding the hearts of the kings, directing the path that they should go. Marduk and Yahweh both are said to search out the hearts of rulers with an interesting twist in history. The Persian king Cyrus had an inscription where he himself claims Marduk analyzes the insides of mortals looking for one that matches his own.
All through the lands together, he searched out, tested, and looked for an upright ruler who matched the urgings of his heart. He called out his name, Cyrus, king of Anshan. He pronounced his name to be king over all the world. And he, Cyrus, shepherded with justice and righteousness all the black-headed people over whom he, Marduk, had given him victory.
Well, we see Yahweh from the book of Isaiah claim that it was actually him who called Cyrus's name and made him king to fulfill God's intentions within his heart, literally naming Cyrus his Messiah. Cyrus gets the last word in 2 Chronicles.
Cyrus declares, Yahweh, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth and has charged me with building him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever is among you of all his people, may Yahweh his God be with him. Let him go up to worship in Jerusalem.
While Yahweh and Marduk may have been enemies in some ways, they shared the same tempo in their hearts towards Cyrus. And just as a side note, I think it's really funny to take the biblical account as if it's more accurate about Cyrus, meaning Cyrus literally says it was Marduk, but some random other writer gets to say which god it was that was the one who sought out his insides to help him win against his enemies. I just find that ridiculous and gullible to believe the Bible over the actual inscription done by King Cyrus about his own experience claiming that the divinity he worshipped was the one who deserved the credit. But I digress. Francesca brings up so many fun facts about the Bible most have never noticed.
It is probably for this reason that in Exodus 28, Yahweh's high priest is commanded to wear a chest covering over his heart, known as the Hoshen Mishpat, breastpiece of decision. Crafted with expensive blue, purple, and crimson fabrics and embellished with gold, the breastpiece is filled or studded with 12 precious stones, each inscribed with the name of one of the tribes of Israel. This chest covering appears to have been a part of the high priest's divinatory toolkit, along with divine lots known as Urim and Thummim, which were kept inside its pocket. The Urim and Thummim were used to divine the will of the deity, a key function of a priest who was appointed by Yahweh to do according to what is in my heart.
Then she goes on to shatter the idea that Yahweh was the first and true God who created all things, etc. One of my favorite quotes from Francesca.
And Heduanna exclaims, in this poem, Inanna not only governs the forms of wisdom graciously bestowed upon mortals, such as expertise in warfare, ritual, economics, sex and medicine, but curates and controls the divine wisdom underpinning the very foundations of the cosmos, to destroy, to create, to cut apart, to establish. Inanna are yours, to turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. Inanna are yours, a large and expansive heart. Inanna are yours. Almost 2,000 years later, another poet was crediting just one deity with the wisdom to create and destroy, and for him, it was Yahweh.
Divine wisdom has always been thought of as something far beyond what humans can understand, something truly set apart from human knowledge. Even the smartest of ancient humans, like the famed King Solomon, who gathered vast amounts of knowledge, didn't come close to the profound understanding attributed to gods. To think a human could match this was seen as a grave mistake. The point is driven home in the Bible during the 6 6th century BCE, when God, known as Yahweh, speaks through the prophet Ezekiel. He delivers a fierce rebuke to an unnamed king who had become so proud of his own wisdom that he considered himself a god and attempted to claim God's authority for himself. Yahweh's response to this king is a sentence of death, a stark warning against human arrogance.
You have said, I am a god, I sit in the seat of the gods. Because you compare your heart with the heart of a god, I will therefore bring strangers against you, the most terrible of the nations. They shall thrust you down to the pit, and you shall die a violent death. Will you still say, I am a god, in the presence of those who kill you?
Ezekiel continues with this myth related to this king who was too proud in his heart.
You were in Eden, the garden of the gods, Yahweh says to him, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty.
The king lets this get to his head. Well, more like his heart. And God continues,
Your heart was proud because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom because of your splendor.
In a more familiar tale, the old stories of a king climbing to heaven are swapped for the story of the first man and woman, Adam and Eve. They lived in a beautiful garden made by God, but there were things they weren't allowed to have. There were 2 special trees in the garden. One had fruit that could make you very wise if you ate it, and the other had fruit that could make you live forever. Both were forbidden. But Adam and Eve didn't listen to this rule. They ate from the first tree. Suddenly they knew a lot, feeling almost like gods themselves. But because they might eat from the second tree and never die, God sent them away from the perfect garden to live normal lives that would one day end. This story is so famous that we sometimes miss a key point. Adam and Eve didn't just break the rule about not eating from the tree. They also ate food that was meant to be only for the gods, which was a big no-no. The punishment they got was cleverly linked to what they did wrong. Adam would have to work really hard on tough land to grow his food instead of enjoying the easy-to-grow crops in the garden. Eve would have to deal with the pain when she had babies and always want her husband. The snake, who had encouraged them, didn't lose his legs. He never had any, but was cursed to slide on his belly eating dust. The story shows that in the ancient Southwest Asia, everyone knew that you shouldn't mess with the gods' food. They were super protective, very picky, and did not easily forgive those who messed with their meals. The God in the Bible felt the same way. From belly to bowel. Francesca gives a very vivid, detailed description of Samaritans, who are the only modern Yahweh-worshipping group of long-standing Israelite pedigree, explaining how they have the advantage of being able to sacrifice on their altar at Mount Gerizim, unlike Jews, who haven't been able to do so since Rome's destruction of the Jewish temple in 70 CE. In the holy books of both the Samaritans and the Jews, there's a special meal called the Passover. This meal involves a sacrifice to God, also known as Yahweh, and is eaten quickly to remember how the Israelites had to leave Egypt in a hurry a long time ago. They put the blood of lambs on the sides of their doors because they believed it would keep their firstborn children safe. That night, a deadly force sent by God called the Destroyer went through Egypt and targeted the firstborn sons of their enemies, but it passed over the houses with the lamb's blood. This scary event made the Pharaoh so upset and frightened that he finally let the Israelites go. Francesca suggests that if we look back in history, we find that the original meaning and way of doing this sacrifice were quite different from what is described here. I believe Dr. Stavrakopoulou is hinting at the firstborn son human sacrifice to God, but that would take us off track going down that path. However, she does go on to mention,
in Samaritanism, Judaism, and Christianity, the Passover meal is the central act of an ancient scriptural story articulating a distinctive community identity, but at its heart is a much older agricultural celebration of firstborn animals in which a community's deities were given their portion of the flocks and herds they had rendered fertile. In a pastoral agrarian economy in which ordinary families depended on domesticated animals primarily for their wool, hides, milk, dung, and traction power, the slaughter of a young animal for meat was infrequent enough as to be rendered sacred. Accordingly, meat was a delicacy for most people and was naturally to be shared with the gods who sustained the flocks and herds. Eating together, worshippers and gods were bound together socially, creating and maintaining ties forged on reciprocal hospitality.
It's worth mentioning that the oldest written myths about the purpose for creating humans describes their purpose to feed the gods with various foods. They would make them meat, beer, bread, honey, wine, grain, oil, etc. The gods could do this without humans, but it was part of the humans' duty to serve the gods to keep the universe in order. This beautiful alabaster bowl shows us a picture of how growing crops, hard work, and religious worship were all connected. Around the bottom of the bowl, there's a carving of water with neat rows of barley growing from it. Above that, there's a picture of sheep and goats walking in line. In the middle part of the bowl, there are carvings of men without clothes, who are priests, carrying baskets and jugs full of harvested food as part of a religious parade. The top part of the bowl shows a special woman who might be a goddess or a woman serving as the goddess's symbol inside the temple of the goddess Inanna. She's surrounded by goats and overflowing jugs and baskets of food, which show how important agriculture and offering these goods were in their worship. The Sumerian myths tell it like this: the high gods had lower gods serving them food and working the fields, irrigation, etc. They start throwing fits and complaining, technically protesting. So the high god Enki summons Namu, an other birth goddess, who make humans from wet clay. These humans now fill the role of the lower deities. Later on, we see Marduk doing something very similar. Much later, we see Yahweh planting a garden called Eden with waterways to irrigate it so food could grow to eat, including the 2 trees that only the gods could eat at its center. Then Yahweh makes man much like the older Mesopotamian myths, so man would work the garden for God. No sacrifice is mentioned by Yahweh, but soon Abel satisfies his taste buds with a burnt offering a few chapters later. Francesca corrects many who suppose it was only meat that God wanted.
God looks with displeasure upon Cain's offering, not because crops were inherently inferior to livestock as sacrifices, but because Cain neglects to offer the distinctively sacred portion conventionally set apart for divine consumption, the first fruits of the harvest. He sacrifices what is described only as the fruit of the ground. By contrast, Abel sacrifices the cream of his crop, the firstlings of his flock, their fatty parts.
God wants the first everything, but not just the first. He wants the best of it as well. This is a godly or divine distinction.
To consume sacred food without divine permission, like Adam and Eve, or to serve the wrong portion of food, like Cain, was to neglect this carefully constructed distinction and throw the world into disarray by dishonoring the divine.
It's clear that food is a big deal to the gods. Francesca reminds me of that saying, "A way to a man's heart is through his stomach," though she was applying this to the gods. The ancient priest understood the connection of the divine and human experience of food as the same. When the god eats or drinks, the human can rest satisfied, being they are connected. These ancient gods, including Yahweh, craved a nice tenderloin steak, just like humans, which connects the two in a feast ritual. In fact, in the ancient Mesopotamian flood stories, the relationship between the divine and mere mortals was shattered, but it was redeemed when the ark hero took his ark animals and made a barbecue offering to the gods. The scent of the meat from the Atrahasis and Gilgamesh epic was intoxicating and addictive to these deities, that they restore the broken relationship with mankind because of the food. We find this exact same idea in Noah's Genesis account when he lands the ark and takes the ark animals, creating an amazing barbecue, which causes God to change his heart towards humanity. It's really interesting to see that food can change God's mind. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord and took some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird and offering burnt offerings on an altar. When the Lord smelled this pleasing aroma, the Lord said in his heart, "I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the intention of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I ever again strike down every living creature as I have done." While it's clear God eats sacrifices, the amount of sacrifices offered in his temple by his worshippers gives hints to Yahweh's massive size. Many of the numbers in the Bible about oxen, sheep, bulls, rams, lambs, etc. for the yearly festival appear to be exaggerated by the scribes. However, the idea of the altar serving as God's dinner table where priests shared the food with him is obvious. Some have tried to suggest God was completely done with burnt offerings and had no interest in the food offered to him. But the context in Isaiah where Yahweh says these things, he is speaking of the unrighteous, or better yet, selfish wealthy who took advantage of the poor. Their offerings were empty gestures to Yahweh. These people needed to start doing right by helping the people they built their riches off of. Meaning, God never stopped wanting burnt offerings. He just wanted them as faithful worshipers who did righteousness. Switching from meat to sacred wine for intoxication, the ancient Sumerian myths have stories of Enki and Ninmah getting drunk and competing with each other as they celebrated the creation of the first mortal. It sounds like people who are born with deformities were possibly crafted by the deity while they were intoxicated. Also, we find in ancient Ugarit a myth of El getting drunk and going into the underworld, which is taboo. But he does it and comes back from this death or drunken slumber. Francesca points out that this exclusive drinking club called Marzea, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, was what it was called in the 14th century BCE Ugarit story. And wouldn't you know, the Bible was well aware of this drinking club called Marzea, which Yahweh's top worshippers were members of. Amos and Jeremiah described this intoxicating ritual while others condemned the practice, which later makes Yahweh condemn this practice. Divine dirt.
I will smear shit on your faces, the shit of your festal animals.
This is Yahweh's response to his worshippers who bring in blemished sacrifices in the book of Malachi. In fact, God talks a lot of shit, but in a real way. He means literal poop. The translations like to call it dung or dirt, but it's fecal matter. Dr. Stavrakopoulos gives extensive background or historical information about the function of dirt or poop in ritual and non-ritual settings. I would just like to show how the Bible reflects Yahweh's attitudes towards things he finds displeasure. Take, for example, in the book of Nahum, how Yahweh takes credit for destroying Nineveh in 612 BCE, which is an Assyrian city, though he had nothing to do with it. This warrior deity jabs at what appears to be the goddess Ishtar, and with violent language about lifting up her skirt for all to see her hidden places, if you know what I mean. Yahweh says,
I will throw shit all over you and disfigure you and make you a spectacle.
Take the battle of the gods scene with Elijah, where Baal battles Yahweh with their worshippers calling upon their gods. The 450 Baal worshippers go first, setting up the altar, trying to have their god light it with fire. They cry out to him all day with nothing but silence in return. Elijah mocks them and their god, suggesting Baal may be on a journey, or he is asleep. Possibly he's pooping. We know how this one ends. Yahweh answers Elijah's call instantly and beats Baal and his worshippers, and they're put to death. The disdain towards other deities by Yahweh's scribes causes them to call these other gods, and forgive my pronunciation, Gilulim, or what we would call shit gods. This is what everyone calls an idol. Francesca comments about what scholars have thought here.
Scholars often suppose this intense attack on cult statues in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE reflects a rejection of the traditional theology of divine bodies in favor of an increasingly immaterial, body-free God, but this was not the case. Shit gods and other divine statues were inferior to Yahweh, not because they had bodies, but because they were dysfunctional and disabled. They were other gods made by human hands, objects of wood and stone that neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell, unlike the able-bodied, responsive God of the Bible, who had seeing eyes, hearing ears, a consuming mouth, and an inhaling nose.
Over time, poop became the absolute unholy and needed to be separated from the divine. Unlike earlier times where Yahweh didn't mind getting his hands and feet dirty, the Jewish group of Essenes wouldn't even poop on the holy day, the Shabbat or Sabbath. However, even when they did go number 2, as we call it, they would cover their butts to keep it out of the sight of God. Jews later wrestled with how to properly poop and what direction to face, all to honor Yahweh. By the time of the 1st century, needing to poop was a sure sign you weren't weren't an angel nor God. This sparked really difficult theological issues for early Christians whose gospels suggest Jesus ate and drank before and after his resurrection. Did he also need to poop? Yahweh has clearly not needed his daily buffet of animals since the temple's demise. What of Jesus' nature if he needed to eat and poop?
But could God as Jesus really have had an ordinary body stuffed with excrement, as the 2nd century Christian thinker Marcion objected? Would digesting corruptible, decaying macaire render Christ a shit-eating God, as the philosopher Celsus scandalously observed? For many, the idea that Christ's body might produce, contain, and excrete faces was either unbearably or nonsensical.
The wild ideas about Jesus using the bathroom have never really gripped my mind as a Christian, but it was clearly troublesome for those early Christians who saw him as divine in some way. Holy smokes, this is a wild thing in her book. You gotta get it. You gotta get Francesca Stavrakopoulou's book. It's that damn good. The image of God talking shit and making people eat it or become it just shows me how man-made these deities are. They function just like us humans in every day, and those who started making God beyond such things have created unfalsifiable claims of this deity, also distancing the worshippers from the corporeal God he always was. Arms and hands, handedness. I'm telling you, this book by Dr. Stavrakopoulou is fabulous, leaving no stone unturned. She highlights the 3rd century CE Jewish synagogue at Dura, which was discovered in 1932, completely shattered scholarly assumptions that Judaism was during the Roman period against creating images of their biblical characters or even the divine in these sacred spaces. The synagogue was filled with colorful art and, shocking to many, even depicts God's outstretched divine arm, hand, and all. You can go search this synagogue and find God's hand shows up in scenes with Moses, Ezekiel, Elijah, and others. 3 centuries later, we even see this hand of God from a 6th century CE Beit Alpha synagogue in Israel. Beit Alpha Synagogue. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Many experts today believe that the hand of God seen in old synagogues was a design borrowed from Greek and Roman art, where it was common to show gods or a heavenly force giving crowns of leaves to emperors as a sign of their authority. So in the synagogues, this hand of God is often thought to just be a symbol of divine power, not actually suggesting that God has a physical form. However, it might be time to look at this differently. The Jewish community in the ancient city of Dura, which was part of the Roman Empire, was known for its mix of different cultures, but the way they painted God's hand in their synagogue wasn't just copying popular art styles. It was actually a very accurate representation of the stories and teachings in the Bible they followed. In those texts, God's hand is often mentioned as a real part of God that shows his involvement in the world. The people of Dura in the 3rd century understood God as being very present and active, like a God who literally reaches out his hand to influence what happens on earth. Just like the most active parts of human bodies are our hands, the same is true of God's. We do so much with our hands that it is more than simply touching. We feel, see, and think with our hands. People without sight or hearing experience things through their hands.
Our handedness not only renders us a species of creative action, doers, but beings of tactile perception, relation and reaction, feelers. I touch, therefore I am. Within the ancient religious imagination, the God of the Bible was no different. He touched, therefore he was. By contrast, a God with unfeeling hands was no God at all. As far as some biblical writers were concerned, any such God could be dismissed as a non-being, an insensate, incomplete, incoherent, unholy idol. In short, a mortal made, hand-craved object devoid of divine essence, like the powerless, incapacitated gods worshipped by foreigners. They have mouths but do not speak. They have eyes but do not see. They have ears but do not hear. They have noses but do not smell. They have hands but do not feel. They have feet but do not walk. It is no wonder God's hands are all over the Bible and the world it presents, and it is usually his right hand that is most active, rendering him a right-handed god, just like most deities of the ancient Levant. These gods tended to exhibit the same body language. Enthroned in their temples, the gods' statues would hold an open-palmed right hand up to their worshippers. It is a pose beautifully illustrated by the god El in one of his cult statues from Ugarit.
This is El, who is holding his right hand up as a sign of blessing and divine love toward his worshippers. However, this is a common symbol found before El in ancient Egypt to images of Jesus holding his right hand up. You'll find this sign everywhere. All sorts of gods, deities, and images. And of course, most popular, we see Jesus holding the same symbol with his right hand up, a sign of peace, a sign of blessing. Social anthropologists, experts who study human societies and their behaviors, have noticed that in many cultures throughout history and even today, the right hand is connected with positive things. It's the hand people use for eating, making friends, celebrating a new birth, showing someone's high social ranking, and even for good luck. On the other hand, no pun intended, the left hand has some negative associations. It's often linked with death, danger, and bad luck. In many of these cultures, both old and new, the left hand is the one used for less pleasant tasks, like cleaning oneself after going to the bathroom. And in Western culture, the word for the left hand comes from the Latin word for left, which is sinister. Over time, this word has come to mean something evil or bad, showing how deep the negative feelings about the left hand go. In fact, we had many people who were trying to be trained left-handed people who were forced to write with their right hand in history. Sticking with this well-known tradition, Yahweh, just like El before him, uses his right hand to save Israel from Egypt. It's how he removes the native people from Canaan to make way for Israel. God is also portrayed as using his hands like a crafter to create the heavens and the earth, as well as mold the first humans using his hands. Dr. Stavrakopoulos says this really well.
These images conjure the delicate craftsmanship of a gentle-handed deity, and yet, within the Bible's mythology of cosmic origins, they are secondary to his first violent act of creation, in which Yahweh uses his hands and arms as powerful weapons to shaka, smite, pierce, strike, smash, crush, crack, sever, or punch the chaos monster into submission before pinning its watery body beneath his feet. The violence of this battle and its creative consequences are vividly attested in a biblical poem of the 6th century BCE. Here, a description of Yahweh's role as the maker of day and night, summer and winter, and the boundaries of the world is naturally prefaced by his fight with chaos and the repurposing of its watery body. You are the one who smashed Yam, sea, with your might, cracked the heads of the dragons in the waters. You are the one who crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the wild beasts. You are the one who cut openings for springs and streams. You are the one who dried up the mighty rivers. The sea dragon was the most prominent of a primordial cohort of rebellious or disruptive divine monsters at once loved and feared by the ancient gods of Southwest Asia, born of the oldest generation of deities long before the earthly, mortal realm had been formed. These monsters embodied all that was uncontrollable, undomesticated, and uncertain in the cosmos. In the world of myth, where the lines of time did not run straight, but looped about in misshapen circles, battling a chaos monster in hand-to-hand or hand-to-head, combat was essential to the story of the universe, in which an ordered world was necessarily built and sustained upon the gods' ongoing management of disruptive disorder. And as we've seen, it was a conflict far older than the biblical God himself.
You can thank the earlier family of myths, with Baal and Anat from Ugarit, for physically defeating the chaos watery dragon to bring order. A brief mention in the myth praises Anat.
Surely I fought Yam, the beloved of El, she boasts. Surely I bound dragon and destroyed him. I fought the twisty serpent, the seven-headed encircler.
But they really praised Baal as their patron god, who completely defeated Yam's wet body, drinking him away and bringing order to the world.
The cosmic dynamics of his victory are celebrated on the Louvre's famous Baal stela, originally located in or near the deity's temple in Ugarit, showing a triumphant Baal striding across the reordered universe. Under his feet are the mountains of the earthly realm, beneath which are locked the subdued, undulating waters of disorder. His right arm is raised above his head, club in hand, ready to strike should the waters rise up again. In his left hand is a downward-pointing, lightning-tipped spear, its wooden staff budding into leafy life as its blade pierces the boundary between the heavenly and earthly realms.
Just like Baal, Ninurta also faced the dangerous, chaotic, watery dragon from a little image around 2500 BCE, where Ninurta kicks chaotic disorder's ass. Later on, around 1100 BCE, Marduk takes the role of Ninurta and gives the chaotic water dragon Tiamat and her lover Kingu a little ass-whooping as well.
He made the bow, appointed it his weapon. He mounted the arrow, set it on the string. He took up the mace, held it in his right hand. Bow and quiver he hung on his arm.
He completely destroys Tiamat in the myth and constructs the universe from her body using his hands. Now comes Yahweh, Johnny come lately, late to the cosmic party of chaos dragon warfare. He uses his strong hand and outstretched arm as a warrior at the Yam Suf, aka Sea of Reeds, where Yahweh is a victorious warrior over watery chaos.
Pharaoh's chariots and his army he cast into the sea Yam. His picked officers were sunk in the Sea of Reeds. Deep Tehom covered them over. Down they went in the depths like a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is glorious in strength. Your right hand, O Yahweh, smashes the enemy. At the snort of your nostrils, the waters piled up. The streams stood up in a heap. You blew with your breath. Sea Yam covered them over. They sank like lead in the mighty waters.
The visuals one can see in their mind is of a warrior god and his body in deep combat.
Yours is an arm with might. Your hand is strong. Your right hand raised.
Check out this visual story at Karnak, celebrating Thutmose III's important victory at Megiddo in what is now Israel in 1457 BCE. This godlike pharaoh celebrated his victory with arms high, destroying his enemies at Megiddo. This is the same Megiddo which is supposed to host the final cosmic battle in the end of time. This image alone shows you how these kings and their gods are imitating each other. These divine weapons and warfare against the chaos get defeated by mortals and gods. Arm's reach. When chaos came by way of Babylon, we find an interesting cry from this author.
Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of Yahweh. Awake, as in the days of old, the generations of long ago. Was it not you who cut Rahab in pieces, who pierced the dragon? Was it not you who dried up the sea, Yam, the waters of great deeps, mighty Tehom? Who made the depths of the sea Yam a way for the redeemed to cross over? So the ransomed of Yahweh shall return and come to Zion with singing.
God's arm isn't broke or weak, but was sleeping. He must have purposefully left his people to be defeated. His arm was sleeping, then so was Yahweh. Just like humans need rest, so did the gods. Ancient Sumer shows this as exactly what Enlil did. He caused famine on his own land, then went into Nippur's temple and pretended to be sleeping. Inanna travels from Uruk to try waking him.
Feigning, my father feigns lying down, she cried. May I soothe his heart? May I pacify his liver? May I direct my words to his distressed heart? Sitting on his lap, she sings him awake with a refrain. Oh, sleeping one, how long will you sleep?
This was such an important lament. Her worshippers would cry it every 7th day of the month in Uruk.
Many centuries later, in the 6th century BCE, Yahweh's worshippers were singing petitions to awaken him to the devastating aftermath of the Babylonian attack. Rouse yourself. Why do you sleep, O Yahweh? Awake, do not cast us off forever.
Yahweh would eventually snap out of it and bring his exiles back to rebuild his temple in Jerusalem. At least this is what the Bible wants to tell it as. The hands of God and the chaotic dragon myth continued all the way down into the New Testament mythology. Divine touch. As usual, Dr. Stavrakopoulou highlights how people really lose their minds trying to get these ancient texts to fit their modern perceptions of God. When I say modern, I mean people after the time of Jesus down into the Middle Ages. But you can bank on people in the 21st century also sharing this problem. What problem is that, you may be saying? Moses clearly dies in Deuteronomy with only being able to see the promised land, but not enter it. The Hebrew in Deuteronomy 34:6 says, God buried Moses. It reads like this.
Moses, the servant of Yahweh, died there in the land of Moab at Yahweh's command, and he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab.
What's the problem, Derek? God buries a corpse, which would render him impure, which is contaminating God. This was such a problem for later generations, they changed the text to where it says he buried him to he was buried, or they buried him. There you have it. Let's change the words so God isn't the one handling a corpse. This literally goes to show you how ideas evolve and the older traditions go out of fashion. They have lost the reality of their God from his earlier setting. Yahweh, like all these ancient deities, was willing to get his hands dirty, whether that was to bury the dead or help with the birthing of a child. From life to death, their God was actively involved, but the distance from the divine and human world continued to get more distant over time. Imagine the continuous gymnastics that have to happen when one has to change the earlier texts and ideas to fit their modern ideas. Yahweh was known to reach into the underworld with the dead.
Though they dig into Sheol, from there my hand shall take them.
We also see the vivid image of the valley of dry bones, all the dead bones in Ezekiel. And we have actual 8th century BCE inscriptions requesting the protection of the dead.
Blessed be Uriyahu by Yahweh. Now from his enemies deliver him by his Asherah. By his Asherah.
You see, this divine hand was a gateway of protection from the God to the dead and the living. We see another example of the divine's gentle touch with Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their daughters. From the sun god Aten's sun rays of touch. Notice carefully, too, the hands, the touch of the rays coming down onto the pharaoh, his wife, the queen, and their daughters. Really, really fascinating how literal they understood the natural world and their deity to have a corporeal essence upon them. The hands in touch was absolutely necessary and part of the worship of ancients. Even Christians today in certain forms of worship raise their hands to the divine as if they are infants wanting to be comfortably picked up by their God and held in the God's warm embrace. The believers today, even with their different understanding of God, want him to actually pick them up with his hands. We see this same idea in the 8th century BCE from the northern Sinai. If you look carefully, you'll notice the worshipers in the middle of this white image are raising their hands up, similar to what we would see in any modern charismatic church today, where they're praising and worshiping their God. This idea of God as a parent loving his children or giving compassion to his lover Israel has biblical roots.
When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. I taught Ephraim to walk. I took him up in my arms.
These ideas are all too common to us as humans. This is exactly how they viewed the divine and how they perceived the divine viewed them.
It is a vivid snapshot of a tender divine love, similarly picked out with a delicate poetic beauty in the book of Isaiah. Vowing never to forget his worshippers, Yahweh asks, can a woman forget her nursing child, or show no compassion for the child of her womb? Speaking the promises whispered by countless generations of parents, he declares, you have been carried by me from birth, lifted from the womb. Even to your old age, I am he. Even when you turn gray, I will carry you.
Because of these tender-sounding passages, many have tried making the divine genderless or even female. However, even if the idea is a nice one, Francesca points out that Yahweh is not a birth mother, nor female, nor womanly in these texts. She gives an example from a Phoenician inscription from around 825 BCE, which has King Kulamua describing his relationship with his people who are called Mushkabim. Abim in a family way.
I was to some a father, and I was to some a mother, and to some I was a brother. I took the mushkabim by the hand, and they showed me affection, like the affection of a fatherless child towards its mother.
There is something very similar happening with Yahweh, but the scribes go further and have Yahweh dominating the roles of the goddesses, divine midwives, and heavenly wet nurses. These roles were usually carried out by women in the households. With the birthing and breastfeeding activities of mortal women, they have deities who oversaw these activities, and Asherah would have been one of those which was ignored and removed. This issue is really felt when God is seen creating mankind, which was an activity done usually by male and female gods. The Sumerian myth of Enki and Ninmah crafted the first humans from clay. Then you have the myth of Mami and Enki making humans from clay. An Ugaritic myth has El creating an exorcism goddess from clay to cure a king named Kurta.
I shall create a remover of sickness, an expeller of disease. He fills his hands with the best of clay. He pinches off that which is used by a potter.
The Egyptians also had a divine potter named Khnum who made man from his potter's will and clay. The act of making a human or a god from clay was a magical performance.
You are the master of the wheel, who is pleased to model on the wheel. You have made humans on the wheel. You have created the gods. You have modeled the small and large cattle. You have formed everything on your wheel each day in your name, Khnum the potter.
The human worshippers who made images of their gods in human form for their rituals or when gods made people, it was a magical thing. As we see in Genesis creation, this was a magical craft summoning new life by the divine with the famous, "Let us make man in our image." We all know these passages all too well. What is shocking for some to find out is that Yahweh is a deity who offers sacrifice as well. Francesca says it best here.
Perhaps most remarkably of all, the God of the Bible is also a deity who offers sacrifice. Like many of their scribal forebears across the Levant, the biblical writers are careful to avoid the impression that a deity might offer up a blood sacrifice to another god. To do so would be to compromise the divine sacrificer's godly status. Instead, when the gods prepare and offer a sacrifice, it is quite literally a self-serving ritual, often set within a context of warfare. Casting the human enemy's destruction as a celebratory ritual slaughter, the gods' butchering of bodies, evisceration of innards, and splattering of blood functions much like an animal sacrifice. The blood purifies and empowers the space of sacrifice, while the innards and fat are divinely devoured. This is graphically illustrated in a description of Yahweh's onslaught against the citizens of Bozrah in Edom. Yahweh has a sword. It is sated with blood. It is gorged with fat, with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of kidneys and rams. For Yahweh has a sacrifice in Bozrah, a great slaughter in the land of Edom. Wild oxen shall fall with them, and young steers with the mighty bulls. Their land shall be soaked with blood, and their soil made rich with fat. In many ways, Yahweh's ritual activities were not so different from those of other deities across the ancient world, who not only swore vows, offered sacrifices, and poured out libations, but purified themselves, experienced visionary dreams, performed exorcism rite, and uttered magical incantations. But as time went on, and as the religious lives of his worshippers were increasingly aligned to the regulations set out in their sacred text, so too God's personal piety fell into line with his worshippers' ritual practices. By the time the highly authoritative Book of Jubilees had been composed in the 2nd century BCE, God himself was keeping Shabbat every week with his angels and his people, as he had always done, apparently.
In Jewish thought, what you start seeing happening over time is God starts to look and act more and more in line with the clever rabbinic interpretations where God wears tefillin. And this seems to be what happens is God adapts and molds to the culture of the human, hinting again at the human origins and perceptions of the deity. And you have this tug of war amongst worshipers who are conservative on an idea that they say, no, we need to hold on to these older ideas. And the new ideas culture is pushing forward. And the deity, depending on who's writing the text, is really the perception of the scribe or the person who's trying to push a particular agenda. Very propagandistic, political, and of course, very human. Holy handbooks. Dr. Stavrakopoulos has a way with her writing that makes you really visualize everything so clear. As she ventures into describing the sacredness of holy literature, she points out a supposed miracle where a church burns and not a single Bible or cross burned in the process. The miraculous nature of the Word of God and how the three Abrahamic faiths venerate their sacred literature on a holy level. While Christianity doesn't do it on the same level as the Quran or the Torah for Muslims and Jews, it still matters and is very important for Christians. The Bible has always held a sacred status, even among the Orthodox churches, which is exactly how Jewish Torah scrolls were seen in synagogues. This revelatory material is seen as powerful objects. Francesca goes into great lengths describing how God wrote his laws with his finger in the stone for Israel with Moses. There are hints of God writing a book himself that he could blot people out of as well. The point is that Francesca is showing the absurdity of not getting the clear corporeal portrayal of God by these ancients, not only from the Bible itself, but the endless examples from its earlier cultural predecessor in Canaan, from Ugarit, with the same named deity, but the broader Southwest Asian world of gods who talk, walk, smell, feel, hate, love, and act exactly the same as Yahweh. These gods and those receiving the revelation were everywhere in this period. She goes into great depths of explaining this with Hammurabi and Shamash, Ea or Enki, and several Assyrian and Babylonian kings. They had books where those gods wrote down things as well, which is exactly what Yahweh does. Daniel mentions God's handwriting on the wall, to Revelation having the Lamb's Book of Life whose names are written in it. By who? By God. Now, if all of this is allegory and all of this is metaphor, then anything goes. We all can just keep on twisting, turning, and not ever know what the original context is. This is why I love her book. She's taken us back to what the earliest people writing and scripting this and helping us to try. And even trying, you're never going to fully get it because we're not them. Their culture is so distant from ours, to try and actually understand exactly in every way that they did, that I doubt is possible. Unless we went back in time and lived amongst them and understood and practiced the things they did. However, we can come much closer to the reality of what was meant and realize what has happened over time if we pay a close attention. This whole Holy Handbook section ultimately also shows you how this progression from the corporeal God ends up becoming the corporeal literature. And God kind of gets replaced by the literature, and he becomes the distant philosophical deity that somehow has escaped any falsification. Face to face. The Jericho skull is an example of people across the Levant creating magical images of extraordinary beings that people experience face to face. Nothing is more social in human society than speaking face to face with somebody. We are built with facial recognition neurologically in the womb, and faces are extremely important for connection. She moves into a section called God gazing, and over in the Bible, the writer expresses people vocalizing they want to meet or see God face to face.
When shall I come and behold the face of God? I shall behold your face. I shall take my fill, wide awake, of your image.
If we look at the countless temples in ancient Southwest Asia, you will find that the people visiting them would see the divine image of their god or gods and come face to face with that deity, which evoked a deeply sincere experience for the devotees. Francesca points out a Babylonian king restored the sun god Shamash's cult statue and depicts coming face to face with God, circa 860 to 850 BCE. As we have pointed out previously, Moses experiences this face-to-face experience with God. Moses literally sees Yahweh and spends 40 days and nights with him on that mountain. This literal corporeal experience transforms Moses' face. Francesca brings this home powerfully.
Other Yahweh worshippers also felt the visceral transformative power of seeing their God. In a psalm, one describes the encounter encounter as the stark difference between famine and feast. My throat thirsts for you, my flesh faints for you, as in a dry and weary land where there is no water, he exclaims. So I looked upon you in the sanctuary, beholding your strength and glory. My throat is sated with fat and fatness. The deity, too, was likely sated by this meeting, for worshippers were not to turn up to temples without gifts of food. 3 times a year, all your males shall see the face of Yahweh, your God, at the cult place that he shall choose. Moses commands the Israelite, they shall not see the face of Yahweh empty-handed. All shall give as they are able. Looking upon the face of God was the very purpose of a temple, as Yahweh makes clear in the ancient Greek translation of the book of Exodus. You shall make me a sanctuary, and I shall be seen among you.
Yahweh desired people to seek his face. All this language of seeking and seeing his face, it's almost as if he wants you to see his face. I mean, seriously, at what point do we stop trying to reinterpret this to mean something other than his actual face, like all the other gods?
Seek my face, he called to his worshippers. Come before his countenance, his ritual singers urged.
Francesca goes on and points out, while this is shocking to most readers, translators are partly to blame when they soften the solid instruction to seek his face, seek his presence. You can also see why when books like Deuteronomy say the Israelites heard God but didn't see his body, or the Gospel of John when it says no one has ever seen God. We see this in 1 Timothy as well.
God dwells in unapproachable light, and no one has ever seen him or can see him.
However contradictory it is, Moses did see God, and so did other biblical characters. These are likely competing traditions battling out their ideas of the divine. These temple priests of Yahweh would have limited the viewing of God's face to face only to special people inside of the temple they approved. Add to that the dangers of seeing the divine, where they needed to properly prepare to visit him face to face. Outside of the temple is rife with deadly hazard, as Moses and Jacob encountered. Moses was saved by Zipporah's fast acting on circumcising their child with the blood ritual of their child. So Yahweh didn't kill Moses. And then there's Jacob wrestling God, eventually letting go, naming the place Peniel, which is face of God.
I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
One note is this. Of course, neither does Francesca or MythVision believe that Moses actually saw God, because we don't think he existed. The author is writing this in a real way, a real corporeal perception of this activity taking place with Jacob, with Moses, the stories of the heroes of the Bible and such. So in a very real sense, the author wants you to see that this is what they're implying, a corporeal experience. And of course, later centuries, they do exactly what we've been discussing on taking God and making him disappear. The fertile god Dagon also has face-to-face encounters with his worshippers, and she goes into that in her book. The next section she gets into is hide and seek. The gods could even hide their face from you. This was also seen as a horrible thing. There are several examples biblically of Yahweh hiding his face from his worshippers, but you also find this with Ugaritic gods of Baal, El, and Atherah, and of course Yahweh and Asherah. The brightness of the gods' shining faces was always longed for by devotees.
May Yahweh bless you and guard you. May Yahweh make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May Yahweh lift up his face upon you and give you peace.
Headstrong beauty. One of my personal favorite sections in her book, God and Anatomy, is this section. Technically, all of the sections are absolutely fantastic, but this section vindicates my endless horned images of gods or divine figures on my YouTube video thumbnails. How pretty good looking the divine really is, and was always mentioned that way. In fact, as far back as the earliest goddess depictions of Inanna, she goes through the underworld, shedding ornaments of her divine image and all its perfections. Francesca says it best.
The uncultured, corporeal completeness of divinity is perhaps nowhere better expressed than in a Sumerian myth about Inanna herself. It tells of her descent to the underworld, the realm ruled by her sister Ereshkigal. It is an aggressively ambitious attempt to claim the underworld for herself, and she confidently plans to defy its nature as the land of no return by leaving again. But when she arrives, she is appalled to learn that she must be ceremonially stripped of her 7 powers of divinity as she passes through the 7 gateways leading to her sister's throne room. At the first gate, her horn turban is removed. At the second, her lapis lazuli necklace. At the third, the string of egg-shaped beads decorating her breast. By the time she has passed through the 6th gate, she has lost her glittering pectoral, her golden finger ring, and her lapis lazuli toolkit, the measuring rod and line with which she apportions justice. Finally, at the 7th gateway, she is deprived of her robe, the garment of ladyship. Crouching and naked, she has been robbed of her upright, forthright divinity, the very essence of her heavenly personhood. She is wholly diminished, but things are about to get worse. Although she seats herself on her sister's throne, she is not there for long. The divine denizens of the underworld assault her body further. They stare at her with the look of death. They speak to her with words of anger, and they bellow at her with the shout of shame. Bludgeoned by these incantations, she is turned into a corpse, and in a nightmarish detail, her corpse is hung on a hook. But all is not lost. The wise god Enki crafts a rescue party from the clay caught under his fingernails, who retrieve Inanna's corpse from its hook and revive her with the balm of Enki's life-giving plant and a sprinkling of his life-giving water. As she leaves, Inanna secures her release with a promise she will be replaced in the land of death by a substitute. She decides it will be her lover, the fertile shepherd god Dumuzi, who had rather foolishly failed to grieve for her sufficiently. He will spend half the year in the underworld in her place, much as Persephone will do in later Greek versions of the myth. Mournful but resolute, Inanna returns from the underworld to ornamented glory in the heavenly realm.
Jeez, that's a wild myth of the corporeal reality of these deities. Crown of horns. Francesca points out the oldest bodily features of God were bull horns upon his head.
God, who brought Israel out of Egypt, has horns like a wild ox. He destroys nations who oppose him. He crushes their bones.
She points out that modern cultures think of horns on beings' heads as evil or gross, with Satan or the devil, to the bull-headed minotaur in Greek mythology. However, in the most ancient world of gods, horns manifested the highest degree of divinity, and most gods had them. They represented order of the universe, often in the shape of a crescent moon. As early as the late 4th millennium BCE, horn caps were a marker of divinity, with this showing upon a cylinder sill. It shows 2 higher status gods with other deities building a temple gate. If these deities have their caps removed, it could mark the death of the deity, just like the removal of Inanna's articles of clothing led to her temporary death.
The horns of the gods were not confined to Sumer, but soon sprouted on the heads, hats, and turbans of deities across Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Syria, and the Levant, passing from one generation of gods to the next, like a genetic carrier of divinity, traveling down the ages. By the middle of the 2nd millennium BCE, the pedigreed horns of heaven were atop the head of the Levantine high god El, the cultural father of the God of the Bible. At Ugarit, El's horns were fashionably changeable, depending on the skills, influences, and location of the artisans crafting his cult images.
Even El from Ugarit is described as wearing bull horns, and his children birthed by the 2 young goddess wives also are birthed with horns of heaven, as El says.
May they have horns like bulls and humps like steers.
And Baal points out that El's older children, including the goddess Anat, have horns as well.
The horns of your power, girl Anat. The horns of your power let Baal anoint.
Baal also had radiant horns like lightning bolts flashing, being he was a storm god. Should it shock anyone that the older traditions in the Bible about God, he is seen as a divine bull with horns and all.
Let them come on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the head of the prince among his brothers, the firstborn of his divine bull. Majesty is his. His horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he gores peoples, driving them to the ends of the earth.
In some ancient places of worship dedicated to the god Yahweh, this god wasn't just pictured with special horns that symbolized power from above, but was also shown as a mighty bull. The historical writings known as the Book of Kings tell us that there were golden bull statues in the temples of Bethel and Dan. Those are temples where their god was. The prophet Hosea also talks about a statue made of gold and silver that people honored in Samaria, the main city of Israel back then. Even though the prophet Hosea was pretty upset about people paying so much attention to this statue, it's pretty clear he's hinting that the statue represented Yahweh, the main god of Samaria. These golden statues might have looked like a small bronze bull found at a religious site from the 1200s BCE in the area where Israel would later be established, or they could have resembled a figure from the 700s BCE that showed a god with a bull head, found in a city not too far away. Yahweh's bull-like features were really important in the art of most important northern temples. When enemies from Assyria came and overpowered Israel in the 700s BCE, these bull images were easy to make fun of. After this disaster happened to the people in the north, writers in Jerusalem, which was in the south, started to describe these bull statues as nothing more than shameful animal images. This is how we got the story of the infamous golden calf that caused so much trouble for the Israelites at Sinai with Moses. Profile. The god El, seen in ancient Ugaritic mythology, was gray, bearded, and wise, which wasn't a sign of his decline towards frailty, rather his shining wiseness. We see this described in the book of Daniel for Yahweh, who usurped El's throne and took on the characteristics of the Ancient of Days, or Father of Years, as seen in El. This white beard on Yahweh puzzled Jewish scholars. Did their ancestors encounter God as a youthful warrior or a wise old man? Rabbis solved this riddle by asserting that God could change forms depending on the revelation he wanted to present. Solving this conundrum prevented the idea that there were two gods, or that time brought age to God. Enoch describes God as the Ancient of Days, who had hair white as wool with garments indescribable. However, these attributes were attributed to Jesus in the book of Revelation, which pointed to the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man, as Daniel and Enoch suggests. For John in Revelation, God and Jesus were identical in looks and equal in power. This is presented in the Philippians hymn for Jesus as well. Though he saw not being equal with God something to grasp, he humbled himself, yet God raises him up, and of course, seats him at the right hand, giving him equal power with the Father. Dr. Stavrakopoulos goes deep into the visual perceptions of Christian art, as well as descriptions of the divine for rabbis. She tackles the difficulties Christians faced with profiling God's face with the fracturing camps which developed over time. Some would portray Christ with white hair as depicted in Revelation, while others painted Jesus younger like other demigods and the Greek world or philosophers. There's so much ground covered here by her. I think this deserves your attention to this section by reading the book for yourself. Sense and sensitivity. The ancients understood the voice of their gods to be a real manifestation of something concrete and physical. Francesca describes how natural phenomena were often understood as the voices of monsters or gods, from which mythical motifs were spun around. Baal's voice could be heard thundering in the heavens.
Kuthar-Wahhasis laughed. He opened his voice and cried, "Did I not say to you, O valiant Baal, that you would return, Baal, to my suggestion? Let a window be opened in the house, a casement in the midst of the palace." Baal opened a rift in the clouds. His holy voice Baal gave forth. Baal repeated the issue of his lips. At his holy voice, the underworld quaked. At the issue of his lips, the mountains were afraid. The ancient mountains were afraid. The hills of the earth tottered.
Just as Baal would give his mighty voice from the mountaintop palace, Yahweh would be seen doing the same thing, which wasn't just audible, but was also physical.
The voice of Yahweh is over the waters. The God of glory thunders. Yahweh is over the mighty waters. The voice of Yahweh in power. The voice of Yahweh in majesty. The voice of Yahweh breaks the cedars. Yahweh breaks the cedars of Lebanon. The voice of Yahweh flashes forth flames of fire.
This is also what we see at Sinai with Yahweh and Moses. Yahweh thundering flashes of lightning and great flames. Babylonian Marduk is said to have kindled fire by the moving of his lips. She moves into a section called selective hearing. I find it really fun reading Francesca's description of how God listened to his worshipers singing praises to him, and sometimes he would want them all to just shut up. He wanted silence. Of course, the writer is trying to suggest he isn't happy with his worshipers for some reason, their wrongdoings, but it's so vivid reading how God's ears could hear, and they were literally annoyed by the noise. Very corporeal.
"Take away from me the noise of your songs. I will not listen to the melody of your harps."
He might even be seen covering his ears and not listening to their their prayers.
Do not shut your ear to my cry for help, but give me relief, pleaded one fretful petitioner. Do not hide your face from me in the day of my distress. Incline your ear to me. Answer me speedily, begged another.
She shows in her book a drawing of ears of Yahweh on a coin from the 4th century BCE. However, getting the attention of God's ear to listen to you is best attested in the well-known psalm.
My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far away from helping me and from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but find no rest.
Francesca is hilarious, pointing out God's selective hearing, where Hagar cried out to God after being banished with her son. God clearly didn't listen or couldn't hear her, but her son Ishmael's cry, well, he could hear that. Interesting note is Ishmael means God hears. Well, isn't that a coinkadink?
What troubles you, Hagar? Says a divine messenger dispatched to her aid. Do not be afraid, for God has heard the voice of the boy.
Maybe God couldn't hear Hagar or didn't want to, and decided to respond to Ishmael. But people who talked crap behind God's back really got his attention.
How long shall this wicked congregation complain against me? He demands of Moses and Aaron. I have heard the complaints of the Israelites, which they complain against me, he says, vowing to kill the naysayers before the journey's end.
She moves to eye of the beholder. The physical touch of the gaze gets described in excellent detail as God's eye, or even the eyes of the divine, are perceived as watching. Women are to wear head coverings to protect them from the gaze of the angels. We don't want them pulling another Genesis 6 now, do we? Remember, the Apostle Paul encouraged that because he thought that the demon angels would come down and possibly take advantage of these girls. Also, the gaze described by Genesis about Ham looking or seeing his father's nakedness. Notice that Ham's brothers turn around to cover their father so they don't see his family jewels. Let's not forget being the apple of God's eye, or his eyes being said to watch his land and observe his worshippers' righteousness.
Under God's unrelenting gaze, Job's skin burns, blisters and peels, his flesh disintegrates, his organs split and leak, his bones threaten to splinter and shatter. He is plagued with terrifying visions and monstrous nightmares. Job decides he has had enough of living, and he has had enough of God's suffocating scrutiny. Will you not look away from me for a while? He begs his divine tormentor. You do not leave me alone while I swallow my spit. What sin have I done to you, you watcher of humanity? Why have you made me your target? As readers, we are in on God's game, a heavenly wager that no marker the injustice and severity of his afflictions. Job will not curse God. We know Job's suffering is a false punishment for a non-existent sin. Like Job himself, we know he is innocent of any wrongdoing, and so does God. And yet still, Job suffers as God's eyes eat into his body, slowly devouring him in a thoroughly corporeal way. He has gnashed his teeth at me. My adversary sharpens his eyes against me. He slashes open my kidneys and shows no mercy. He has poured my gall out on the ground. God had become demonic.
Tons of talk about God watching and seeing just as humans see. However, God's vision can have repercussions. This evil eye was sometimes deviated using an amulet, which people know as the Eye of Horus. You want the watchful eyes of your guardian deity instead of an evil one. Yahweh is often depicted with watching over his worshippers, protecting them. Dr. Stavrakopoulos goes into much more detail and information about the eye and how to see this corporeal understanding in the ancient Near Eastern context. Let's just say he has eyes like humans have eyes, and he sees, much greater of course, but on every single level that the humans experience something in a physical corporeal way, God experiences it on a much grander scale. Gasp and gulp. God has a keen sense of smell, as all gods did. Yahweh clearly had a positive sense of smell for animal sacrifice, and as later rabbis discuss, even enjoyed the rotting foreskins of Abraham's household, which smelled like a sweet incense. Very strange to see God so human. What is interesting is how much about the nose is covered, and its importance not only in the world of gods, but also in the ancient world in general. The nose reflects much about anger, as the expanding and contracting nostrils on a human signify facial features of anger.
Reading across biblical texts, a preliminary sign of his growing annoyance is a blocked nose. His airways grow warm with his thickened, heavy breath as the scent of ritual deviancy reaches his nostrils, kindling what Yahweh describes as a smoke in my nostrils, a fire that burns all day long. A second stage is marked by the deity's rapid, noisy breathing as he threatens to lash out. I will cry out like a woman in labor. I will gasp and pant, he warns, promising promising that his howling, heated breath will scorch across the landscape, drying up its rivers and shriveling its trees and plants. When God finally explodes with rage, his anger pours out like a molten stream of lava, casting his wrath as a nasal mucus, streaming hot and thick with fiery fury, the flames and smoke of his wrathful breath consuming his enemies. If the deity can sniff out deviant worship, he can snuff out the deviant worshipper. As one biblical poet put it, by the breath of God they perish, by the wind of his nose they come to an end. The sources of Si, Yam, were exposed, the foundations of the world laid bare, at the rebuke of Yahweh, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils.
It's also really interesting to see how swallowing played a significant role with the gods. Mot, or death, swallowing Baal in one gulp, but this would be overcome. The earth was described as swallowing people, but even in Isaiah, Yahweh was the great swallower by swallowing death.
He will destroy the shroud that is cast over all peoples. He will swallow up Mot forever. Turning the tables on Mot, Yahweh will defeat death himself in one great gulp.
Later on, the Apostle Paul and the early Christians saw death as something needing to be defeated. It was a bigger enemy than Satan. This terrible being called Thanatos in Greek was who ruled humanity from Adam till Christ's resurrection. Even though the concept of death being conquered is a cornerstone of Christianity, the old stories about the god Mot, who was known for devouring life, lingered on. In the very first Christian artworks, Jesus' triumph over death wasn't shown with scenes of the cross or his return to life. Instead, artists chose to depict the story of the prophet Jonah. This tale doesn't involve a whale as often thought. Jonah was actually gulped down by a huge fish, thought to be related to the legendary sea creatures of old tales, and then miraculously returned to dry land alive. For the early followers of Jesus, Jonah's incredible journey, where he spent 3 days inside the fish, was seen as a sneak preview of Jesus' own 3 days in the grave. So when these artworks showed the fish spitting Jonah back out, it symbolized a dramatic overturning of death's grip. Jonah was presented as a sign pointing forward to Jesus rising from the dead. The gulp of death is contrasted with the breath of life, which God gives humans in the Bible. I urge everyone to get God and Anatomy, as it goes much further on the topics briefly brought up so far. Pertaining to the concept of God, it was the breath of God that would remain, and his body, well, it would gradually dissolve and vanish. An autopsy. Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou has written a masterpiece about God in his original context and beautifully describes him in that corporeal sense. Before diagnosing his death, she says,
"We might find the early blows were struck at the end of the 8th century BCE, when the Assyrians destroyed the northern kingdom of Israel, and at the beginning of the 6th century BCE, when the Babylonians sacked Jerusalem. With the destruction of Yahweh's temples came the loss of its sacred objects, including what were probably statues of Yahweh himself. In Judah, the fall of Jerusalem marked a decisive rupture in traditional religious practice, from which the body of God would never really recover. By the time the Jerusalem temple had been rebuilt in the early 5th century BCE, the city was under the religious control of powerful families newly returned from Babylonia, whose own experience had taught them that Yahweh had no need for a cult statue. To them, he was a deity transcending the bounds of temple and homeland, a hidden but powerful presence among his displaced people. Accordingly, some worshippers would come to see material images of the deity as religiously dangerous. In ritual terms, they were evidently vulnerable to displacement, disabling, or destruction, but in broader theological terms, they constrained an increasingly transcendent deity in ways some now found worryingly immobilizing.
Now, back in Jerusalem, this god was starting to be known as an unseen presence. It was during this period that images of Yahweh or other gods were being added to the 10 Commandments, and the Torah itself would replace cult statues. God's body didn't completely disappear yet. He would die a slow death, which placed him into a heavenly, otherworldly casket away from view. He started to become more and more transcendent, with only seers who visit this far, far away place could come back with revelations. The real death blow in this whole matter was the philosophical ideas about God that truly ended his physical body, even if the death was slow.
And yet the distance between God and humanity is light years from the image of God in the Bible. The Christian concept construct of God as a transcendent, invisible, and incorporeal being is a distorted refraction, not a reflection, of the biblical image of God. The real God of the Bible was an ancient Levantine deity whose footsteps shook the earth, whose voice thundered through the skies, and whose beauty and radiance dazzled his worshippers. This was a deity who crafted God-shaped humans from clay and breathed life into their nostrils. But this was also a God who wept and talked and slept and sulked, a God who felt and fought and loved and lost, a God who sometimes failed and sometimes triumphed. This was a God more like the best of us and the worst of us, a God made in our own image.
Does Yahweh exist? This is a question avoided by many scholars of the Bible. To be precise, this isn't the same thing as asking whether a God exists. But for some, if Yahweh doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist. It's rather obvious why that seems a natural conclusion. There is only one God in many believers' minds. And if that one God isn't real, then what is true anymore? This topic quickly enters the philosophical domain. But what if we can have philosophy and biblical scholarship kiss to help us solve the question of Yahweh's existence? Does this pique your interest? Buckle up, folks, and welcome to the wild ride where we tackle Yahweh's existence. We are asking the heavyweight question: does God really exist? Or is it all just celestial smoke and mirrors? Before we dive in, let's not get ahead of ourselves. What in the world do we mean by God? And hold on, where do we even start with this cosmic conundrum? Now, some folks love to twist this question into a pretzel, making it as complicated as a cat's cradle. But we're cutting through the clutter by zeroing in on a specific divine suspect, Yahweh. Does he have a real estate in reality? Or is he just a figment of ancient imagination? We're not just throwing darts in the dark here. We're diving deep into the murky waters of ontological mysteries and the wild world of religious linguistics in the Old Testament and Hebrew Bible. Enter the ring, Professor Jaco Gericke, straight from Northwest University, South Africa. Picture this: a guy who was knee-deep in theology, Semitic languages, and philosophy at the University of Pretoria from 1994 to 2004. From a die-hard Reformed Christian plotting his missionary path toward ordination to a man who hung his faith hat. Why? Because Jaco started asking the tough questions. Like, if we're supposed to just believe, what on earth are we believing in? Especially when the script seems more fiction than fact. To quote him, quote, "For when looking at the biblical texts that were somehow always in the background, irrespective of whether one was conservative, liberal, or radical in one's Christian views, there was nothing believable there," end quote. After ditching his divine duties in '99, Jaco made a comeback in 2001, diving headfirst into philosophy of religion, with special attention poking holes via contradictions in the Bible, both Old and New Testaments, with a scholarly stick. Fast forward through a master's, a doctorate in Semitic languages, and a PhD in Old Testament. What do you get? A thesis that dared to ask, does Yahweh exist? Spoiler, it's not your Sunday school lesson. The paper is called Does Yahweh Exist? A Philosophical Critical Reconstruction of the Case Against Realism in Old Testament Theology. In this monumental paper, he shows how it became impossible to think of depictions of God in the Bible referring to anything outside of the texts. Jaco didn't just stop there. He evolved, shedding his believer's skin to don the coat of a biblical scholar with a twist. He's an atheist with a philosopher's eye. Being Old Testament scholarship was the only context completely secular in his location. He reinvented himself as a biblical scholar. He wrote several publications which do not involve the exegetical fallacies of the past, such as The Hebrew Bible and Philosophy of Religion, SBL 2012, What is a God? Philosophical Perspectives on Divine Essence in the Hebrew Bible, T&T Clark, 2017. And A Philosophical Theology of the Old Testament, a historical, experimental, comparative, and analytic perspective, Routledge, 2020. Yaakov has also written a chapter on Israel and the Near East for the Cambridge Companion to the History of Atheism, Cambridge 2021. So what's on the docket for today? A blast from the past to 2004, when Yaakov's PhD threw down the gauntlet, challenging the very existence of Yahweh as anything more than an ancient literary character. Before we tackle his 7 reasons why the big guy upstairs might be more myth than manager, let's get our brains in gear for a discussion that's anything but heavenly polite. Strap in. It's going to be a thought-provoking journey through belief, disbelief, and everything in between. Welcome to the Existential Express, where no question is too sacred and no doubt too daring. Let's get this philosophical party started, and please do pay close attention, because before we unload 7 absolute jugular jabbing and thorough arguments against the existence of Yahweh that you will want to keep in your pocket, we must first initiate what kind of arena we are entering. Old Testament scholars and the God debates. The wild, wild west of academia, theology, where the quest for divine truth is more heated than a final round in Jeopardy, and the relevance of studying the heavens is questioned more than your uncle's conspiracy theories at Thanksgiving dinner. It's a place where the very subject that's supposed to be all about higher callings often gets the side eye, like it's trying to sell you a slightly used car. Now, despite the eye rolls and the thanks but no thanks from both the church pew and the science lab, the debates around those holy texts are hotter than a summer's blockbuster. Yep, even the folks who swear the Bible is better used as a coaster are still sneakily thumbing through its pages to win an argument on Twitter. And the believers? They're in there too, swinging their holy swords in the comment sections. But here's the kicker. While God talk is everywhere from TikTok debates to presidential speeches, the rock stars of biblical scholarship are backstage, unknown. Your average Joe is more likely to quote Albert Einstein, Carl Sagan, Stephen Hawking, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan on matters of the divine than someone who actually spent their life deciphering ancient Hebrew. The face of the Old Testament in the public eye is less scholarly sage and more celebrity tweet. On the Christian side, it is often philosophers of religion, apologists, and church pastors whose views are taken as representative of the public face of Yahweh. However, don't lose faith just yet. There's a change in the wind. Biblical scholars are finally getting their 15 minutes of fame, popping up on podcast and YouTube, spicing up the conversation with some long overdue expertise. Scholars like Dan McClellan, Joshua Bowen, Kip Davis, Kenneth Moss, Robin Faith Walsh, James Tabor, Richard Carrier, Richard C. Miller, Bart D. Ehrman, M. David Litwa, Dennis McDonald, and the endless academics brought to the public view by channels like MythVision and History Valley, and many more. But let's face it, the philosophical deep dives and scholarly debates are still flying over most heads like a dense academic drone. For the most part, the public doesn't seem aware of the philosophical implications of biblical scholarship, which we will unravel. Old Testament scholars themselves, it seems, debate the existence of almost everything mentioned in the text, except whether or not Yahweh actually exists. Unlike New Testament scholars, whether something about the character Jesus in the text is historical or not, asking similar questions about the character Yahweh, who is also differently named, as opposed to stories, events, or artifacts, seems a bit odd. One reason pertains to interdisciplinary divisions of labor. Worrying about arguments for or against the existence of a deity is something for philosophy of religion. Old Testament scholars are by profession more interested in linguistic historical, literary, and sociological issues appearing to arise from within the discourses represented by the Old Testament texts. The relationship between philosophical concepts, concerns, and categories and biblical scholarship is more complex and nuanced in practice, so bear with me for a moment. On the one hand, all perspectives on the text involve philosophical presuppositions, problems, and perspective as their conditions of possibility. On the other hand, historical consciousness requires that scholarly discussions of Yahweh aim to avoid imposing anachronistic philosophical presuppositions, problems, and perspectives onto the biblical depictions of deities. Even so, biblical scholars do not simply read the text. To illustrate this, it might be helpful to distinguish between so-called first and second order religious languages in biblical scholarship. First order language refers to the direct original language of the Old Testament, such as the Hebrew and Aramaic names and descriptions of deities. These are the actual words found in the scripture. The second order religious language, on the other hand, includes the English terms used to analyze, interpret, translate, clarify, and critique the biblical text. Words like reality, exists, language, history, and texts are examples of second-order language. These terms come from various scholarly disciplines, such as linguistics, literary criticism, historical analysis, sociology, anthropology, and theology. Scholars use these terms to bring perspectives from their fields to help understand the Bible, but they are not part of the original biblical language. When biblical scholars discuss Yahweh using second-order language, they have to choose specific terms and concepts from these disciplines. This selection process inevitably simplifies the complex nature of the deity as described in the Old Testament, because it imposes a modern framework onto an ancient text. Therefore, any scholarly discussion about Yahweh or any other biblical subject can be reductive. This means it tends to simplify the subject by looking at it from one angle, using the specific language and concepts of that viewpoint. This is a common challenge in biblical scholarship, as it is often difficult to fully capture the multifaceted nature of the biblical text with contemporary terminology and perspectives. Historical perspective. Yahweh is viewed through the lens of historical evolution, with a focus on the deity's origins and development in the ancient religions of Israel and Judah, which is distinct from how Yahweh is represented in texts. Literary perspective. Yahweh becomes a character within the narrative framework of the biblical stories, analyzed as a literary element rather than a religious or historical figure. Sociological perspective. Yahweh is seen as a social symbol, holding varying significances across different communities and social structures, such as clans, villages, or states. Psychological perspective. Yahweh is interpreted as a mental construct, a concept formed in human cognition in relation to other mental constructs within the same theoretical framework. And theological perspective. Yahweh is understood in the context of theological traditions, characterized by divine nature and attributes as seen in later Jewish and Christian traditions. Each of these perspectives, while providing valuable insights, can be seen as reductive, meaning they simplify the complex nature of Yahweh by viewing the deity through a specific academic or disciplinary lens. This reflects a broader understanding that when we discuss Yahweh's existence or any aspect of the deity, we're influenced by the specific academic framework we're using, whether that's history, literature, sociology, psychology, or theology. The final point is that in biblical scholarship, there's no such thing as an entirely neutral, unbiased approach. Every single reading of a biblical text is colored by the particular academic discipline that the reader brings to it. And this is true for scholars and laypersons alike. This means that discussions about biblical figures always carry with them the assumptions and focus of the disciplinary lens through which they are being viewed. The existence of God as a topic in Old Testament scholarship. Philosophy, as an auxiliary discipline, has been gradually reintegrating into biblical scholarship. However, the integration is selective. For instance, While applied ethics, hermeneutics, and social philosophy have become integral to biblical studies and don't face much contention, the philosophy of religion is often kept at arm's length. This is due in part to the sensitive nature of discussions around the existence of deities, which are central to the philosophy of religion, but less so to other philosophical areas that have been more readily adopted into biblical scholarship. Old Testament scholars regularly engage with issues of biblical morality and the conceptualization of divinity, but they typically steer clear of directly tackling the philosophical arguments or against the existence of Yahweh. When philosophy of religion does appear in biblical scholarship, it's often in brief references to continental philosophy or indirectly through disciplines like cognitive linguistics, in discussions about metaphorical language, for example, or through theology. Within biblical scholarship, statements about the existence of Yahweh are often limited to, they reiterate what the Old Testament claims about God or Yahweh as some sort of reality. They clarify the meaning of what this does and doesn't mean in light of later philosophical ideas about divine existence. They discuss the apparent absence of atheism, as we understand it today, in ancient texts which seem to deny the existence of God. They categorize extreme disbelief as practical atheism regarding Yahweh. They analyze polemics against other gods, especially in the context of idolatry critiques. Regarding the ontological status of Yahweh, or what it means to affirm Yahweh's existence, scholars maintain a range of views, often aligned with realist or non-realist interpretations, such as naive realism. This approach treats the text as transparent, suggesting that Yahweh, as described in the Old Testament, is a direct depiction of God. The text is considered synonymous with divine communication. There's critical realism. Here, the representation of Yahweh in the text is seen as a flawed reflection of some reality. The text is an imperfect expression, more akin to a painting than a window of the divine. It's a blend of divine revelation and human articulation. Then there's non-realism. From this perspective, the descriptions of Yahweh in the text are seen as purely human constructs, with no reference to an external deity. The text is a mirror reflecting human experiences and expressions rather than divine realities. It's essential to note that a scholar's stance on the depiction of Yahweh within the text doesn't necessarily reveal their personal beliefs about God's existence outside the text. A scholar may, for instance, approach biblical narratives about Yahweh as non-literal, non-realist, while still maintaining a belief in God, critical realist. While there might be a tendency to associate naive realism with fundamentalist views, the reality is indeed more nuanced. Scholarly positions are varied and often require careful unpacking to understand the implications for both the study and belief in the biblical depiction of the divine, as we will see later on. On philosophical fallacies in exegesis. Despite the Old Testament's implicit assumption of Yahweh's existence without explicit argumentation, it would be incorrect to conclude that scholars of the Old Testament should refrain from engaging with this line of inquiry. The Old Testament, whether presenting the deity in human-like terms or personifying Israel in its narratives, does not explicitly address the existence of other beings or entities within its text. This, however, has not deterred scholars from investigating the historical existence of figures such as Adam or Moses or Abraham. When it comes to philosophical questions, it's important to acknowledge that many of our contemporary concerns might not align directly with the text's original context, leading to potential anachronisms. Yet this mismatch does not inherently distort our understanding. Rather, it highlights the importance of approaching these texts with historical awareness. For instance, the Old Testament does not delve into discussions about Hebrew grammar, narrative structure, poetic devices, the development of Israelite religion, societal organization, or explicit theological discourse. Despite the anachronistic nature of these subjects, meaning they apply our contemporary understanding retrospectively, they do not necessarily lead to a misunderstanding of the text. The absence of explicit discussion on these topics by the text's authors invites modern scholars to explore these areas, aiming to avoid projecting modern interpretations and biases onto ancient writings. Arguing that discussions around the existence of Yahweh or any other biblical figure are more problematic than exploring other textual references overlooks the broad scope of biblical scholarship. Such a stance also imposes unnecessary limitations on scholarly inquiry, not justified by the practices of biblical authors themselves, who did not engage with the text in the way modern readers do. Furthermore, suggesting that Old Testament scholars should exclude philosophical or religious inquiries represents a double standard when compared to other academic disciplines. The relationship between biblical interpretation and philosophy, particularly in the turbulent 20th century, has significantly shaped our current understanding of these texts. Just as Old Testament scholars routinely incorporate historical, sociological, and literary analysis into their work, there's no compelling reason to exclude philosophical reflections from their scope of study. Engaging with these texts through a philosophical lens is not only permissible, but necessary for a comprehensive understanding of their meaning and relevance. The existence of Yahweh versus the existence of God. Philosophers of religion who debate the existence of God typically do not limit their discussions to the portrayal of Yahweh in the Old Testament. Their interest often extends beyond the ancient religious context of Israel and Judah, focusing more on the theological developments within post-biblical Judaism and Christianity. Thus, when these scholars construct arguments about the existence of God, relying solely on the Old Testament could be seen as a misstep. The concerns of biblical scholars regarding the depiction of Yahweh are distinct from the broader philosophical debates about God's existence. In essence, the biblical scholar has the unique privilege, if they choose, to delve into the nuances of how Yahweh is depicted in the Old Testament, without necessarily engaging with later theological arguments. Those arguing against the existence of Yahweh based on the biblical text must navigate the complexities of biblical scholarship, rather than applying atheist critiques developed in the context of Christian philosophy. Such arguments may lack relevance or validity when applied to the ancient religious framework of Old Testament Yahwism. For instance, arguing against Yahweh's existence without addressing the differences between ancient and contemporary conceptions of deity could undermine the argument. Popular atheistic objections, including the problem of evil, may not effectively challenge Yahweh's existence as depicted in the Old Testament, especially if Yahweh is portrayed as having the power to do both good and evil. In this context, the deity's actions, even those considered evil, might be seen as demonstrations of divine power rather than as reasons to doubt its existence. The modern expectation that a deity must be wholly good or not worthy of belief, or that belief in a god's existence is the primary religious concern, does not align with the Old Testament's portrayal of Yahweh. The Old Testament does not mandate a belief in Yahweh's existence as a core religious obligation. Therefore, critics must engage with the text as it is, acknowledging the depiction of a deity that is not exclusively benevolent, and exploring why such depictions might be challenging for contemporary understandings. In sum, when biblical scholars or critics address the portrayal of Yahweh in the Old Testament, they confront a task distinct from the general philosophical debate about God's existence. Their challenge is to explore the implications of these ancient texts for modern readers, recognizing that the issues they uncover may reflect contemporary concerns rather than those of the original authors or audiences. Arguments against the existence of Yahweh. This discussion doesn't suggest ignoring modern interpretations of God or the philosophical debates that come with them when examining the Old Testament. Instead, it proposes that these contemporary concepts and concerns can be cleverly applied and reshaped to challenge the literal interpretation of Yahweh's existence as presented in these ancient texts. The idea is to critically engage with the Old Testament's portrayal of Yahweh and argue that this depiction does not necessarily refer to a real entity beyond the text itself. The connection between this analysis and broader notions of God is complex and intricate. To navigate this complexity, I introduce 7 carefully crafted arguments designed to address the inherent ontological, which means concerning the nature of being, issues found in various scholarly interpretations of Old Testament narratives. The arguments will be listed as such. 1. The argument from theological pluralism. 2. The argument from unorthodox theology. 3. The argument from polymorphic projection. 4. The argument from mythology and syncretism. 5. The argument from fictitious cosmography. 6. The argument from fictitious history. 7. The argument from metatextual history. By these arguments, the following may briefly be said as part of the introduction to the case proper. The argument from intratextual theological pluralism critically examines the diverse and sometimes conflicting portrayals of Yahweh within the Old Testament. This argument is grounded in the observation that the text presents various, often contradictory, descriptions of Yahweh's nature, actions, and moral expectations. These inconsistencies challenge the notion of a single, unified conception of Yahweh, suggesting instead a complex collage of competing views and ideologies. Firstly, the argument highlights direct contradictions in the depiction of Yahweh's characteristics and deeds. For instance, Yahweh is portrayed in some texts as merciful and forgiving, while in others as wrathful and punishing. Similarly, the moral standards Yahweh upholds vary significantly across different books and stories, with some narratives emphasizing strict justice and others championing mercy and compassion. Secondly, the argument draws upon diachronic studies, including tradition and source criticism, to further complicate the picture. These scholarly approaches reveal that the Old Testament is the product of numerous authors, communities, and historical periods, each contributing their own perspectives and theological emphases. This diachronic complexity leads to serious ontological questions about the reality of Yahweh as depicted in these texts. If Yahweh were to exist outside the text, the diverse and contradictory representations within the Old Testament suggest that not all of these portrayals could accurately reflect this external reality. The presence of such mutually exclusive depictions within the Old Testament leads to the conclusion that a realistic interpretation based on any singular Old Testament view of Yahweh is not tenable. Instead of one coherent picture, what emerges is a collection of disparate ideologies, each presenting its own understanding of Yahweh's nature and actions. This plurality indicates that while the Old Testament offers a rich source of theological and moral reflection, it does not provide a consistent or unified portrayal of Yahweh that could serve as the basis for a realistic ontology. The argument from unorthodox theology is presented. Here, the focus will be on how realism in the Old Testament's depictions of Yahweh apparently collapses by Orthodox Christian philosophical theology. The argument is that if there is only one God, and this God conforms to the profile constructed by stereotypical Christian philosophical theology, Yahweh, as depicted in the text, must be a character of fiction. As long as the real God is conceived as being eternal, single, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent, the deity Yahweh, who is often depicted as not exhibiting any of these attributes, obviously has no extra-textual counterpart. The bottom line is that if God exists, Yahweh doesn't. The argument from polymorphic projection explores a significant challenge within Old Testament theology, the portrayal of Yahweh using human-like characteristics, behaviors, and emotions, a concept known as anthropomorphism. Additionally, it addresses sociomorphism, where divine actions and societal structures are mirrored after human societies, and psychomorphism, attributing human psychology or thought processes to the deity. These representations are not just minor issues. They raise profound questions about the authenticity of divine depiction in the scriptures. The core issue, as this argument presents, is not merely about the ancient Israelites' limited understanding of the world, history, and morality. The real challenge to the realism of biblical theism lies in the portrayal of Yahweh himself. The depiction suggests that Yahweh's views and actions do not surpass the cultural and historical biases of the people who wrote the texts. Instead of portraying a deity that transcends human limitations, the scriptures often present Yahweh in ways that reflect the all-too-human perspectives of his narrators. By showing that Yahweh's interactions with the world and his moral judgments are closely aligned with the beliefs and superstitions of the time, this argument points to the possibility that the character of Yahweh is more a construct of human imagination than a depiction of a real transcendent being. This perspective challenges the traditional view of Yahweh as the creator, and instead suggests the deity may be a creation of human cultural and historical context. The argument from mythology and syncretism. Here, the ontological implications of embarrassing elements in the Old Testament text, such as parallels with other ancient mythologies, ample evidence of syncretism, the belief in magic, and traces of superstition will be spelled out. It will be argued that the presence of these elements in Old Testament God talk makes realism in Old Testament theology problematic, as it suggests that the ontological status of the deity is demonstrably not much different from any other god featured in ancient Near Eastern mythology. The argument from fictitious cosmography deals with the ontological implications of the fictitious elements in Old Testament cosmology. It will be demonstrated there are numerous locations in the world in the text, with no counterparts in extra-textual reality. The problem, once again, concerns not merely the fact of Israel's primitive conceptions of the world, but the embarrassing truth that the God Yahweh himself shared its erroneous beliefs, and that his alleged revelation and acts even presuppose the empirical veracity of such conceptions. The main concern of this topic deals with the question of Yahweh's supposed whereabouts in actual reality, as Yahweh is often depicted as literally dwelling up there in the skies, and this is demonstrably not the case in the world outside the text. Realism regarding the ontological status of the deity can actually be falsified by empirical means. The argument from fictitious history. This argument against the existence of Yahweh can be seen as consisting, on the one hand, of various sub-arguments demonstrating why it has become problematic to believe that the scenarios featuring Yahweh as depicted in the biblical texts actually happened as depicted. On the other hand, an attempt is made to explain why the presence of fiction in the texts depicting the acts of Yahweh leads to the radical, albeit often repressed, conclusion that Yahweh as depicted in the text is himself a character of fiction, with no extra-textual counterpart. Since the nature of the texts allows one to demonstrate that the God Yahweh never really appeared, spoke, and acted in the ways depicted, it follows that no sufficient grounds remain to justify realism regarding the ontological status of the deity. In other words, if Yahweh plays a significant role in the fictional historical account, and that account never happened in the real world, then Yahweh cannot be said to have done the things described in that account in the real world, making Yahweh a fictional character in that story. The argument from metatextual history will be concerned with the philosophical dilemmas for realism, as these are implicit in the critical reconstructions of the origin, nature, and developments of both Yahwistic religion and the text that later became the Old Testament. It will be argued that rather than Yahwism being the true religion and the Old Testament being the inerrant, infallible, and inspired Word of God, a combined historical and philosophical approach to the origin and development of both Yahwism and the Old Testament implies otherwise. The history of Old Testament interpretations may even be construed as a history of repressed anti-realism. Finally, one can go so far as to suggest that both contemporary conservative and critical attempts to salvage realism are half-baked and hypocritical. All the anticipated possible objections to the case against realism are demonstrably riddled with informal fallacies. Simplifying the debate around the use of Yahweh and the Old Testament, it's clear that just sticking to these terms misses the broader complexities and nuances of biblical text. Readers might find some arguments too strong or not fully considering other scholarly ideas and developments in theology or philosophy. Despite this, questioning the literal existence of Yahweh doesn't hinge on every point being perfect. The discussion pulls from a wide range of biblical scholarship, aiming to encourage thought rather than claiming to have all the answers. It suggests moving away from a strictly literal interpretation of Yahweh without expecting unanimous agreement. This dialogue is part of a larger debate on whether the biblical depiction of Yahweh can represent a real entity. It's understood that proving such a stance is challenging, given the non-literal nature of many biblical texts and the vast interpretations available. Yet the discussion invites a reconsideration of how we interpret these ancient texts and the divine figures within them, acknowledging that our understanding is always evolving. Furthermore, the conversation acknowledges the diversity of divine names and the layered meanings of terms like God and Old Testament, each with its own set of complexities and historical baggage. It recognizes the ongoing debate and evolution in biblical scholarship without dismissing new insights that have emerged since the early 2000s. In essence, this is an open invitation to explore and question the text more deeply, even if definitive conclusions remain elusive, highlighting the ongoing journey of biblical interpretation and understanding. The argument from theological pluralism. When considering the existence of Yahweh as depicted in the Old Testament, it's essential to start by defining the attributes of this deity. One cannot simply affirm or deny a God's existence without clarity on what characterizes the God in question. Every argument for or against the existence of Yahweh hinges on a precise understanding of the divine nature being discussed. However, the task of defining Yahweh's nature is fraught with challenges. The Old Testament presents a range of portrayals that often seem contradictory, which poses a significant obstacle for those arguing from a realistic standpoint that the depiction of Yahweh in these texts matches an actual being in reality. These varied depictions lead to theological pluralism, not in a harmonious sense, but in a way that introduces conflicting attributes for the deity. So if one were to attempt to prove Yahweh's existence based on scriptural depictions or descriptions, they would face a critical question from skeptics. Which depiction of Yahweh are we considering? Since not all contradictory versions can reflect a singular existing reality, excluding unorthodox experiences of conflicting realities. Establishing Yahweh's existence becomes even more complex. If one portrayal is true, others in direct contradiction must be false. This dilemma underscores the difficulty of arguing for the real existence of a deity like Yahweh, who is represented with such variety and inconsistency in the Old Testament. What kind of being is God? What are God's main qualities according to sacred texts? To understand this, we can look at the different ways God is described in the Old Testament's various books. When we compare these descriptions, we find that they don't always match up. There are many instances where the descriptions of God's nature and characteristics seem to contradict each other. A Yahweh who is the only God. A Yahweh who is not the only God. A Yahweh who is practically omniscient. A Yahweh who is not omniscient. A Yahweh who knows the future. A Yahweh who does not know the future. A Yahweh who changes his mind and repents. A Yahweh who does not change his mind and repent. A Yahweh who is responsible for all evil. A Yahweh who is not responsible for all evil. A Yahweh who frequently appears to people. A Yahweh who seldom or never appears to people. A Yahweh who has human form. A Yahweh who is nothing like humans. A Yahweh who needs to sleep or rest. A Yahweh who never sleeps or rests. A Yahweh who is merely a national deity. A Yahweh who is a universal deity. A Yahweh who is not omnipresent. A Yahweh who is omnipresent. A Yahweh who is sovereign, in control, and fearless. A Yahweh who is unsure of himself and afraid. That these texts can and have been interpreted in ways that would mean there is no contradiction can be granted, as long as it is acknowledged that they are usually understood by critical scholars as incommensurable at some level. Moreover, the reality of such basic contradictions regarding Yahweh's nature inevitably leads the consistent, philosophical critical interpreter to one of either three possible conclusions. 1. Yahweh who is X exists, and the Yahweh who is not X does not. 2. Yahweh who is not X exists, while the Yahweh who is X does not. 3. No Yahweh exists at all. Whichever of the alternatives one opts for, realism with regard at least some of the depictions of Yahweh in the text collapses. Examples of theological contradictions pertaining to Yahweh's actions. The problem of contradictory depictions of Yahweh can also be seen when one attempts to reconstruct a record of the deity's alleged actions in the world. The following are examples of mutually exclusive views pertaining to exactly what it is that Yahweh had done in the past. Contradictory creation accounts. Contradictory accounts of the first revelation of the divine name. Contradictory claims regarding the deity's causal relation and exact actions in certain scenarios. Contradictory claims regarding the ways in which Yahweh relate to and intervene in the human world. Contradictory views of Yahweh regarding the establishment of the cult during the desert wanderings. Contradictory relations between Yahweh and the forces of chaos. Contradictory ipsissima verba, which is Latin for very words, of the dialogues that Yahweh allegedly engaged in, meaning the very words of Yahweh contradict. Contradictory envisioned future actions of Yahweh. Contradictory relations between Yahweh and the dead. These are but a few examples of the discrepant views in the text pertaining to the supposed actions of Yahweh in the world and in the lives of people. The problem here is not whether the texts are historical or not. Neither is there the presumption of a coherent plot. We are merely pointing to the fact that the juxtaposed references, if contradictory, cannot refer to the same entity outside the text. Though some might think such an emphasis on technicalities is pedantic, the law of non-contradiction applies here too. If the Old Testament deity does have an extra-textual counterpart, then either the Yahweh who did X exists, and the version of Yahweh who did not do X does not, or vice versa. Alternatively, Yahweh does not exist at all. Whichever of the depictions one opts for, it spells the end of realism concerning all the other depictions that stand in a mutually exclusive relation to the preferred version of the deity's acts. Examples of theological contradictions pertaining to Yahweh's will. Another variety of theological contradictions pertains to the ethical dimension of the Old Testament's depictions of the deity whose existence it takes for granted. But what exactly is the will of Yahweh? What does he consider to be right and wrong? In an attempt to supply an answer to these questions, the astute reader, not blinded by dogma, will encounter a host of contradictory views that defy harmonization. The following examples of some of the many ethical contradictions should suffice to prove the point. Yahweh considers it right that children should be punished for the sins of parents. Yahweh considers it wrong that children should be punished for the sins of parents. Yahweh demands that worship be centralized and limited to one particular place. Yahweh does not demand centralized worship confined to one particular place. Yahweh will never allow Moabites into his congregation. Yahweh will allow Moabites into the congregation. Yahweh approves of Jehu's killings. Yahweh denounces Jehu's killings. Yahweh commanded the burning of children. Yahweh did not command the burning of children. Yahweh wanted the people to have a king. Yahweh did not want the people to have a king. Yahweh does not want the king of his people to be rich. Yahweh wants his chosen king to be rich. Yahweh forbids eunuchs to ever enter into his congregation. Yahweh does not forbid eunuchs to ever enter into his congregation. It is forbidden to marry a sister or brother who had a different mother. It is not forbidden to marry a sister or brother who had a different mother. Yahweh specifically tells Moses he wants a bullock to be offered for the sins of the congregation. Yahweh specifically tells Moses it is a he-goat that must be offered for the sins of congregation. Yahweh specifies that Levites can begin to serve in the temple at age 25. Yahweh specifies that Levites can begin to serve in the temple at age 30. Yahweh is extremely concerned with moral virtue and piety. Yahweh is not extremely concerned with moral virtue and piety. Given the reality of these discrepancies, one may consider realism in Old Testament ethics to be unjustified and its ontological perspective collapses. Either Yahweh who is for X is real, or Yahweh who is against X is real. Both cannot be true. But both can be false if Yahweh himself does not exist. For the present, however, if one does not wish to accept the latter conclusion, then the only option is to pick and choose between the mutually exclusive views. Whichever of these depictions of Yahweh one opts for, if consistency means anything, one must conclude that the opposing depiction is not true, and therefore Yahweh as depicted therein is not true. Now I know, from my own experience, Derek Lambert, and I'm sure Yaakov has experienced this as well, that gymnastics will take place on every pericope, every example, typically by Christians, fundamentalists online, to rectify, to try and reinterpret, to try and find ways to get around every single one of these examples. But by the end of this documentary, There is so many and so much overwhelming evidence and scholarship that backs what Yaakow's saying in this documentary that nothing but special pleading seems to be the kind of identification I would give to someone who is doing these kind of behaviors with these texts. An honest, real student who's researching and looking into these will have to wrestle with this reality on Yahweh. The ontological implications of tradition criticism. Another way to provide a perspective on the collapse of realism via theological contradictions involves something other than synchronically pitting selected texts against each other. In other words, in order to criticize realism, one may also approach the issue diachronically and consider the ontological implications of the way the traditions about the nature, acts, and will of the deity, Yahweh, developed in the history of what is often called Israelite religions, among others. In other words, one may be able to demonstrate that realism regarding the ontological status of Yahweh is problematic by spelling out the ontological implications of what the interpretive approach, known as tradition criticism, has discovered concerning the development of Old Testament traditions. Though the approach is nowadays less popular and some theoretical aspects thereof dated, the problems in relation to which the ideas developed remain in the text regardless of whether one speaks of traditions or use newer interpretive frames of reference. For example, composition, redaction, editing, cultural memory, scribal ideology, rewriting, interbiblical interpretation, or dialogue, intertextuality, etc. Many of the stories constituting the tradition were at first or later on transmitted orally and during other stages scripturally. The process of transmission did not simply involve a mindless copying and reproduction of what was perceived to be unalterable details of inerrant discourse concerning Yahweh. To be sure, the traditions were handed down in dynamic fashion, marked by interactive and creative reinterpretation, recontextualization, recasting, and reconstructing, which means they were changing this and the tradition of Yahweh over time. Nothing was ever set in stone. The depiction of the deity Yahweh appears to have been continually reshaped and reinterpreted to meet contemporary theological and psychological needs and to bring it into conformity with present social and political matrices. Whether one is thinking of the stories about creation, the patriarchs, the Exodus, the wanderings in the wilderness, the conquest of Canaan, the period of the monarchy, the exile, or the post-exilic period, etc., matters little. Tradition criticism has demonstrated that what we have in the Old Testament are not the unmodified and original versions of these stories. In other words, old scenarios featuring Yahweh were often reinterpreted and reconstructed, the outcome of which has Yahweh being a different sort of deity, saying different things and doing different deeds. Consequently, when a depiction of Yahweh in any of the traditions is compared with earlier or later versions of itself, the result is not a coherent and harmonizable account of the nature, words, and acts of the deity. The end result of this transmission process was therefore not one static and monolithic tradition, but a plethora of often mutually exclusive traditions resulting from different adaptations and alterations within the different religious communities. Whatever the earliest tradition's relation to reality, the amount of adaptation these underwent implies that whatever the truth of the discourse, the scenarios featuring Yahweh never actually happened according to the details to be found in the final forms of contemporary canonical Old Testament texts. For those who fail to appreciate the ontological ramifications of these discoveries, I would like to spell out what it appears to translate to in layman's terms. When the text depicts Yahweh as speaking to and interacting with people like Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Moses, Solomon, David, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and others, it is not providing us with a factual report of actual events. What we encounter in the Old Testament concerning the details of the speeches and acts of Yahweh are, technically speaking, no more than fictitious literary constructs. As such, it represents the ideology of particular religious traditions at a particular point in time. The biblical discourse, therefore, do not feature what was known to be true, but rather what some people considered to be true, and what they would like others to believe to be true. Now, if one were then to insist that Yahweh as depicted in the text actually does exist, the philosophically minded tradition critic might once again respond with the question, which version again? Even should one make the choice for only a single depiction of Yahweh in the text and ignore all others that contradict it, the problems with realism do not go away, because the depictions of Yahweh currently featured in the texts are often at odds with themselves as they were articulated during an earlier phase of the transmission process. Realism remains problematic. When the history of religion is no longer bracketed by the philosophy of religion, anti-realism seems to be the inevitable result. Ontological implications of source criticism. A second means of criticizing realism from a diachronic point over time of view involves spelling out the ontological implications of a source-critical explanation for the theological pluralism in the Old Testament. In fact, source-critical analyses has not only uncovered a plethora of sources in the text, but has also demonstrated that the various sources often contain conflicting, if not contradictory, views about Yahweh. Source-critical hypotheses have been modified and, in some cases, abandoned in recent times. However, the religious language associated with the hypothetical sources and the contradictions within them remain, even if one rejects source criticism altogether. For this reason, what follows, though dependent on the stereotyped version familiar to most, to the extent that people are familiar therewith, has implications which are not dependent on whether one agrees with the source identification, name, dating, or division, even if they are identified with a line of multiple anonymous scribal redactors over time. There may be other reasons for the differences involved, but the problem remains. Hence the references to J, Yahwist, E, Elohist, D, Deuteronomist, P, Priestly, which is neither the earliest nor the latest mainstream format, still serve to highlight incongruent conceptual complexes, even if no longer a source as such. One could, in theory, believe in Mosaic, David, or other forms of authorship, and it would still not make the discrepancies and problems go away in virtue thereof. Just as discovering certain theories in astronomy were incorrect does not warrant a return to astrology, so even if source criticism becomes totally dated, reverting to reading without reference to sources does not salvage realism, and still fails to take the text seriously, because it takes the dogma about the text very seriously. The justification for such an anti-realist perspective on the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the source materials can be found by comparing the theologies of J and E. As Friedman, 1987, observed, when the deities of J and E are compared, the God of J and the God of E believed different things regarding what happened in the past. J's Yahweh has a different biography than Yahweh in E. Although Yahweh is usually associated with the name Elohim in this, now least popular of sources in scholarship. Moreover, the god of J relates differently to the world and people than the god of E. There are also serious and substantial discrepancies between the nature of the two deities. They even have different ideas regarding what constitutes normative morality and cultic laws. Logically, then, the deity depicted in J cannot have the same supposed extra-textual counterpart as the deity depicted in E. In fact, it has been suggested that the reason later redactors combined J and E the way that they did was because were the two sources left independent of each other, yet side by side, the discrepancies would become too apparent. Friedman, 1987. This would be intolerable, since having texts that contradict each other pertaining to the nature, acts, and will of Yahweh would surely discredit the whole business of legitimizing later social, political, and religious institutions. Ultimately, however, as Friedman recognizes, the combination of P with J, E and D was even more problematic for realism than the combination of J and E with each other, because P was intentionally polemical, whereas Yahweh as depicted in J-E would denigrate Aaron and favor Moses. Yahweh as depicted in P denigrated Moses and favored Aaron. While Yahweh in J-E held that anyone could be a priest, P's Yahweh insisted that only descendants of Aaron could hold that office, whereas the Yahweh in J-E had angels, made animals talk, had human habits, and could be seen by humans. Yahweh as depicted in P would have none of that. D, meanwhile, came from a circle of people who were as hostile to P as the P circle were to J-E. These two priestly groups had struggled over centuries for priestly prerogatives, authority, income, and legitimacy. Although suspicious, it is therefore hardly surprising that when the depictions of Yahweh in D and P are compared with each other, one gets the feeling that whatever extra-textual god there may be, these two sources cannot be talking about the same deity. The Yahweh of D endorses the Deuteronomistic beliefs, while the Yahweh of P favors those of the priestly circle. This is problematic for realism, for it suggests that there was never any real Yahweh who did what either P or D claims he did. Rather, the contradicting depictions of the deity suggest that both the Yahweh of D and the Yahweh of P are fictitious literary constructs created by humans for ideological purposes. Now, someone has put all these sources together. Henceforth, one finds that realism is collapsing by the fact. By the fact that the Yahweh of J is not the Yahweh of E, both of whom cannot be the Yahweh of D, who is certainly not the same deity as the Yahweh of P. The combining of Yahweh's JEDP in R resulted not only in an Old Testament depiction of Yahweh, which is problematic for systematic theological or philosophical perspectives itself, because of the irreconcilable internal contradictions. As Friedman realizes, another outcome of the JEDP hybrid deity of R is that, as a whole, the depiction of Yahweh is now one that neither J, nor E, nor D, nor P ever intended. In addition, it is doubtful that R, which is the final redactor in case you've been lost when I mentioned the letter R, was cognizant of the chimerical nature of the deity he constructed. It's a mythical version. The final product is therefore a god who was created by all the authors, but who would be unreal to all of them, even if not from an insider's perspective, where there was a lack of historical consciousness and awareness of theological differences. It makes no difference to the discrepant criteria of identity involved. Think of the Gospels. Many critical scholars recognize that each Gospel needs to be isolated in understanding the content of each. If you try to mesh them together, you have destroyed the message of Mark. You've destroyed the message of Matthew. You've destroyed the message of Luke. And you've destroyed the message of John. That's the analogy I would paint for combining the sources and the various contradictory natures of Yahweh. Technically, the redactor has destroyed any one of those particular concepts. In conclusion, the argument from theological pluralism is the first argument in the case against realism, since the case itself constitutes a cumulative argument against the existence of Yahweh. The particular argument reconstructed here should not be appropriated in isolation. Taken by itself, it does not yet justify thoroughgoing anti-realism. All that has thus far been established is that given the presence of contradictions in the depictions of Yahweh in the text, at least some of the representations have no bearing on supposed extra-textual reality. One of the Yahwehs can't exist. The argument from unorthodox theology. According to what many consider philosophically orthodox Christian views of God, the real God is the only God, 1. The real God can do anything, omnipotence. The real God knows everything, omniscience. The real God is everywhere, omnipresence. The real God is only good, omnibenevolence. In philosophy of religion, these attributes are often disputed as to what they mean and whether they are conceptually coherent. Without digressing into those debates, while acknowledging a need for nuance in other contexts, if God is hypothetically assumed to exist and is as described above, it follows that any instance of Yahweh depicted in ways contradicting the profile of the entity supposed to be the real and only God has no counterpart in the world outside the text. As the previous argument implies, however, the texts listed below are not proof text to justify a certain view of Yahweh as the only, quote, biblical, end quote, view. Alternative perspectives are already acknowledged, and the focus here is simply on the texts, the condition of possibility for the meaningfulness of their religious language, includes unorthodox theological assumptions. Text implying that Yahweh is not the only God. The texts in question are but some of the many examples that seem to allude to an underlying form of theism that cannot be equated with philosophical monotheism.
I shall go through Egypt in this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt of humans, as well as of the animals. And I shall enact punishment over all the gods of Egypt. Exodus 12, verse 12. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all the gods. Exodus 18, verse 11. You may serve no other gods. Exodus 20, verse 2. You may not curse the gods. Exodus 22, verse 28. When Elyon gave an inheritance to the nations, when he parted the sons of humans from one another, he determined the borders of the peoples, according to the number of the sons of El. But Yahweh's portion is his people. Jacob is his measured out inheritance. Deuteronomy 32, verse 8. Thus Yahweh, the God of Israel, drove away the Amorites before his people. Israel, and you want to take it in possession. Will you not take into possession what your God Chemosh gave you as possession? While we take into possession all that Yahweh our God drives out before us. Judges 11 verses 23 to 24. And David said, they have driven me out so that I may not join the inheritance of Yahweh when they say, go away, serve other gods. Now, let my blood not fall onto the earth far away from the face of Yahweh. Psalm 26, 17 to 20. And when the king of Moab saw that the battle got too intense, he took his firstborn son and sacrificed him as burnt offering on the wall. Then a great wrath came down upon Israel, so that they left him and went back to their land. 2 Kings 3 verse 27. God stands up in the assembly of the gods. He judges in the midst of the gods. I have said myself, you are all gods, and you are all sons of the Most High. Psalms 82 verses 1 and 6. For who is like Yahweh among the sons of the gods? Psalms 89 verse 7. All the gods bow down before him. You are exalted over all the gods. Psalms 97 verses 7 and 9. Thus he will act with the help of a foreign god. Daniel 11 verse 39.
From the perspective of popular orthodoxy, there are no other gods. From this, it follows that the depiction of the deity Yahweh, who believes in other gods and operates in relation to their actions, must be fictitious. Yahweh, as depicted in those texts, at least according to a consistent Orthodox perspective, does not exist. Texts implying that Yahweh is not omnipotent. Consider the following scenarios, all of which can be interpreted as alluding to a kind of power, in no way indicative of divine omnipotence in any meaningful sense of the word. Yahweh needs to travel to obtain information. Yahweh is afraid of human potential and shows fear. There are some inevitable future destinies of people that even Yahweh seems powerless to change. Yahweh, after barely overcoming Jacob in a wrestling match, cannot reveal his name and needs to depart from the scene before the light of dawn. Yahweh cannot lead the people by way of the Philistines, as he fears they will want to turn back. Yahweh cannot allow Israel to drive out the Canaanites too quickly for the fear that the wild animals might become too many. Yahweh did not completely destroy all forces of chaos, Leviathan, Yam. Yahweh's people cannot defeat their enemies because they have iron chariots, despite the fact that he was with them. Yahweh is said to need help in some matters and cursed the people who did not come to his aid. Yahweh looks around for assistance. The dead are beyond Yahweh's sphere of control. A closer look at each of these statements shows that, though it is not explicitly and unequivocally noted, there are definite physical and metaphysical limits to Yahweh's power beyond what is logically possible. In other texts, the deity has no problem when faced with similar obstacles. Should one therefore assume that the real God is actually omnipotent, or at least more powerful than Yahweh as depicted in some of the scenarios in the Old Testament? The ontological implications are, once again, all too clear. If the true God is omnipotent, then Yahweh as depicted in the text implying the opposite must be a character of fiction with no extra textual counterpart. If the other is assumed, then vice versa. Text implying that Yahweh is not omniscient. Consider the following examples from the text implying that Yahweh is less cognizant than popular Orthodox conceptions would have us believe.
Then Yahweh said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am going to do, while Abraham will surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth will be blessed in him?" Furthermore, Yahweh said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is truly great, and their sin is very heavy. I want to go down in order to see whether they have actually acted according to the outcry over them which has come to me. And if not, I want to know it." Genesis 18 verse 17. But the angel of Yahweh called to him from the heavens and said, "Do not lift your hand against the boy, because now I know that you fear God, and did not hold back your only son from me." Genesis 22 verse 12. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not let them travel along the road which led to the land of the Philistines, even though it would have been shorter, for God said, "What if the people become fearful when they see war and decide to go back to Egypt?" Exodus 13 verse 17. Yahweh looked down from the heavens upon the sons of man, in order to see if there were any who understand and seek God. Psalms 14 verse 2. And I thought, after she has done all this, she will return to me. But she did not return. I thought how I would set you among my sons, and give you a pleasant land, a heritage most beauteous of all nations. And I thought you would call me my father, and would not turn from following me. Surely, as a faithless wife leaves her husband, so you have been faithless to me, O house of Israel. Jeremiah 3 verses 7 and 19.
If there is a God who knows all there is to know, even what the future holds, then depictions of the God Yahweh, who does not have such knowledge, are implied to have no extra-textual counterpart. They don't exist in reality. Texts implying that Yahweh is not omnipresent. In traditional Orthodox philosophical theology, it is also commonly believed that the real God is omnipresent. Consider then the following passages, all of which seem to imply that Yahweh is, let's just say, not so in any of the different ways in which it is conceptualized in philosophy of religion.
And they heard the voice of Yahweh the God, while he was walking in the garden during the wind of the day. And Yahweh the God called to the human and said to him, Where are you? Genesis 3 verse 9. And Cain went away from the face of Yahweh and went to live in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Genesis 4 verse 16. Then Yahweh went down to look at the city and the tower that the sons of man had built. And Yahweh said, Come, let us go down and confuse their language so that the one does not understand the other. Genesis 11 verses 4 to 9. And after he had finished speaking with him, God went upwards from Abraham. Genesis 17 verse 22. And he dreamed, and there was a ladder placed on the earth of which the top reached to the heavens, while the angels of God went up and came down from it. And behold, Yahweh stood at its top. Genesis 28 verses 11 through 12. While Yahweh descended onto the mountain Sinai, from its top Yahweh called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses climbed up. And Yahweh said to Moses, Climb down and warn the people that they must not attempt to break through to Yahweh to see. Exodus 19 verses 20 to 21. And Yahweh came down in a cloud and went to and stood by the entrance to the tent. Then he called Aaron and Miriam, and they came out. Numbers 12 verse 5. And David said, They have driven me out, so that I may not join the inheritance of Yahweh when they say, Go away, serve other gods. Now, let my blood not fall onto the earth far away from the face of Yahweh. 1 Samuel 26 verses 17 to 20. And he said, Go out and stand on the mountain before the face of Yahweh. And look, Yahweh went past, while a strong wind tore the mountains and broke the rocks from before Yahweh. But in the wind, Yahweh was not. And after the wind there was an earthquake. But in the earthquake, Yahweh was not. And after the earthquake there was a fire. But in the fire, Yahweh was not. 1 Kings 19 verse 11. Behold, Yahweh comes out of his dwelling. He comes down and treads on the heights of the earth. Micah 1 verse 3.
These are but a few examples of texts that would be meaningless on the assumption that Yahweh is present everywhere. If one assumes the real God is omnipresent, then Yahweh, when depicted as not such, has no extra textual counterpart for the depiction in question. Unorthodox elements in the relation between Yahweh and evil in the Old Testament. Consider the following texts, all of which seem wittingly or unwittingly to implicate Yahweh in the actualization of evil in a most general sense.
And Yahweh answered him, Who makes the mouth for the man? Or who makes dumb or deaf and seeing or blind? Is it not me, Yahweh? Exodus 4 verse 11. Behold, it is I, and there is no other God apart from me. I kill and I make alive, I destroy and I heal, and there is no one who can save from my hand. Deuteronomy 32 verse 39. But he answered her, "The good we would accept from God, and not the evil." Job 2, verse 10. "I am Yahweh. Apart from me, there is no other. I form the light and create the darkness. I actualize salvation and create evil. It is I, Yahweh, who does all these things." Isaiah 45, verses 5 to 7. "Who speaks and causes it to happen? Did Yahweh not command it? Does not both evil and good proceed from the mouth of the Most High?" Lamentations 3, verses 37 to 38. "Will evil befall a city unless Yahweh has done it?" Amos 3, verse 6b. "Behold, does it not come from Yahweh of hosts, that people toil for fire, and that nations tire themselves out for nothing?" Habakkuk 2, verse 13.
If one assumes that the real God is not in such a manner responsible for evil in general, there is only one consistent conclusion possible. Yahweh as thus, depicted in these texts, as interpreted and taken seriously without imposing what one would like to be the case, must be a character of fiction and does not exist outside the text. In sum, then, the argument from orthodoxy as reconstructed is ambiguous with regard to its value for the case against realism. It works only on the assumption that if there is a God, then this God has the attributes associated. From this, it follows that the unorthodox depictions of Yahweh never had any relation to extra-textual reality. The argument from polymorphic projection. In this section, I reconstructed several arguments to justify the claim that Yahweh is indeed a product of polymorphic projection. What I mean by this will be clarified as the argument unfolds. In brief, it may be said that based on taking the biblical texts seriously, as well as discussions of God in philosophy and religion, any depiction of Yahweh that is clearly the invention of a culturally conditioned and historically determined human imagination cannot exist in the world outside the text. Yahweh's errant beliefs about extra-textual reality. When Yahweh speaks in the first person in the Old Testament, he often makes statements that include references to alleged actual historical, cosmographical, geographical, biological, and other types of phenomena. However, the knowledge Yahweh exhibits about these phenomena often contain elements of error and superstition. If taken seriously, it would seem that the God Yahweh knew about as much about the world as the people who worshipped him, and no more. Consider the following examples. Yahweh himself believes that the universe was created over a period of 6 days. Yahweh himself believes there is an ocean above stars in the skies from where rainwater falls to the earth. Yahweh himself believes that the landmass of the earth floats on water. Yahweh himself believes that thunder is literally his own voice. Yahweh himself believes that the clouds were forms of transport for deities in the sky. Yahweh himself believes that there is literally a place underground where the dead live as shades. Yahweh himself believes in the existence of other gods and the existence of fictitious locations like the mountain of the gods in the north and the garden of the gods. Yahweh himself believes in the historicity of characters like Noah, Job, and Daniel, not the biblical character. Yahweh himself believes in the existence of the mythical creatures like the Leviathan, Rahab, Behemoth, sea monsters, flying dragons, demons of the field, malevolent spirits of the night, etc., etc., etc. Yahweh himself believes that the force of life is in the blood and that the wind equals spirit equals breath animates human and divine bodies. Yahweh himself actually believes that, apart from the wayward people of Israel, all the peoples of the earth worship him and burn incense in his honor. In other words, Yahweh's own knowledge of astronomy, cosmography, physics, meteorology, zoology, biology, and history is but a replica of the primitive, historically and culturally relative superstitions held by the Old Testament peoples themselves. If the realities in question do not exist in the world outside the text, neither does Yahweh, who believes in them. Yahweh's all-too-human divine socio-political setup. Another disconcerting element in the depictions of Yahweh in the Old Testament concerns the way the deity's heavenly socio-political setup is constructed. Consider the following example of what amounts to obvious examples of sociomorphic projection, as opposed to intentionally metaphorical depictions of a supposed transcendental reality or factual representations of an actual state of affairs. Yahweh has a kingdom whose political constitution resembles an first millennium BCE monarchy. Yahweh's abode is a palace where he sits on a throne. A favorite form of transportation in the heavens is horse-drawn chariots. Yahweh has an army of sword-bearing warriors. Yahweh makes use of counselors. Yahweh's abode has first millennium BCE music. Yahweh has sons who, amongst other things, marry, have intercourse, eat bread, sing together, and dress in linen. Yahweh writes on scrolls. See the Book of Life in Exodus 32 and all the sources. The fact that Yahweh's eternal heavenly socio-political scene, and even Sheol, just happens to correspond in detail to an all too particular, all too contingent, and all too human historical and cultural setup gives the game away. It would be absurd to think, for example, that something like a sword or a monarchy is something that exists in eternity and on a cosmic scale, or that a particular dialect of Hebrew is the eternal language of a real God outside the text. If the first millennium BCE ancient Near Eastern socio-cultural contexts do not correspond to how things always were and will be in reality outside the world of the text, then neither do depictions of Yahweh, inextricably linked thereto. Ecological anthropology, environmental psychology, and the ontological status of the nature and acts of Yahweh. A particular people's deities often bears an uncanny resemblance to their immediate environment. The gods of people who live in the ice wastes of the polar regions are different from the gods of the people living in rainforest near the equator. In turn, both of these are different from the gods of subtropical locales or the deities of people living on the grassland plains. In short, the nature, attributes, acts, and the particular modes of revelation and intervention of a region's deities are almost always inextricably bound up with the features and processes of the immediate environment. How this claim might be substantiated can be ascertained from the ways in which the person, nature, acts, interventions, attributes, divine abode, divine servants, etc. of Yahweh are all bound up and dependent on all too local environmental phenomena. Thunderstorms occur in Palestine, and thunder is the voice of Yahweh. Lightning and hail is weapons, and the clouds a means of transport for the deity. Volcanoes occur in the region, and the appearance of Yahweh on many occasions has volcanic activity as part of the theophany. Earthquakes occur in the region and were often perceived to be part of Yahweh's theophany, or a mode of wrath when he was angered and ready to judge the people. Droughts occur in the region, and these are interpreted as being a result of the sins of the people, while good harvests resulting from sufficient rainfall are associated with Yahweh's blessing. The country is flanked by the sea in the west, and so there are stories about the way Yahweh keeps this force of chaos within its preordained limits. To the south, and east, there are the desert regions where howling winds blow and wild animals sojourn. Not surprisingly, both the people and Yahweh thinks of these locales as the haunts of demons. Much of the area is dry land, and oases in the deserts are conceived of as being gardens of the gods. Certain types of animals live in the region, and the cherubim and the seraphim of Yahweh bear a striking resemblance to these animals, or hybrid versions, mixomorphs, derived from them. The region is at the center of international economical and political developments, and therefore most of the time merely a vassal to one of the superpowers in the southwest, Egypt, or northeast, Babylonia and Assyria, Persia. The socio-political developments of the region are interpreted as being a result of divine judgments on either Israel and Judah or on its enemies. In the same way, one might wonder if Baal could have been conceived of by people living in the polar regions or in the Amazon. One might also wonder whether Yahweh can exist outside his natural habitat in Palestine. For instance, if the Israelites were suddenly transported to a certain polar region where there were no mountains, no thunderstorms, or earthquakes, no rough seas, and very different fauna, what would happen to Yahweh, his acts, and his world? Would he be served not by hybrid beings that are part lion, part eagle, and part bull, example cherubim and seraphim, but maybe by sentinels that are a combination of polar bear, seal, and penguin? If there are no seasonal droughts and no other hostile enemy people wanting control of their territory, how can Yahweh judge his people and become active in their socio-political life? What would happen to the sacrifices to Yahweh in a place where the specific animals and ingredients for the particular offerings are not available? Just as Yahweh's socio-political world is clearly a projection of humans from a certain historical and cultural world onto the cosmos, so too is Yahweh and his relations in the context of the natural environment in which he was worshipped. The all-too-human divine taboos and motivations. Another element of the Old Testament discourse about Yahweh that might lead to the conclusion that it is all too human is the deity's taboos and motivations for action. Example of these as problematic can be had by asking certain questions, which have to be read while bracketing dogmatic assumptions as to the usual answers familiar to us. Why does Yahweh want to create humans to till the soil? Why does Yahweh want to be worshipped? Why does Yahweh want to be feared? Why does Yahweh want sacrifices? Why does Yahweh not want images of himself? Why is Yahweh jealous of other gods? Why does Yahweh need to make a covenant with people? Why does Yahweh want to tell people how to live? Why would Yahweh create animals he considers abominations? Why would Yahweh endow humans with physiological processes he finds offensive or unclean? Why are ambiguous and tedious ways of divination, lots, ephod, the Urim and Thummim, dream incubation, etc., needed when Yahweh could just tell people directly, plainly, and quickly what is the case in any given situation? Why are both Yahweh and his heavenly court all of the male gender? Why is it usually the case that when the people mix with foreigners, they begin to serve the other gods and forsake Yahweh? Why is the reverse not similarly a concern? Of course, answers to these questions are readily available for certain biblical and dogmatic theological perspectives. Yet if we ask these questions and think about them with such apologetic or historical responses, would the answers be in favor of realism? Many far more specific questions like these could be asked regarding certain details in the Old Testament text, associated with etiological and post-exilic concerns of the authors. For example, why does Yahweh speak a particular dialect of period Hebrew when he creates the universe, especially since this language and the particular dialect in which he spoke would only develop in a particular religious community during the first millennium BCE? Why did Yahweh make Adam from dust and create Eve from his rib, rather than in another fashion? For example, creation by word, thought, etc. Why did Yahweh destroy the people via a flood rather than by some other means, like make them all disappear, cause the earth to swallow them, etc.? Why did Moses want Jethro to show them where all the good camping places in the desert were located if the pillar of cloud and fire already indicated this to them? Why did Yahweh want Moses to count the people when surely he could just tell him how many there were? Why would a God feel the need to specify such precise, elaborate, and peculiar prescriptions for the service in his sanctuary? Why should the leaders of a city have to vow that they did not kill someone found mysteriously murdered in a nearby field when Yahweh could simply show them who committed the crime? Why does Yahweh fear that if the people take the route of the Philistines, they will be too scared to fight and want to go back to Egypt, especially since this happens anyway on the route Yahweh himself had chosen? Of course, there are good literary, critical, and religious historical answers to these questions related to the history and composition of the texts. Even so, asking why questions suggest the possibility that the obvious answer to such interrogations may indeed be what not everyone wants to hear, that Yahweh as depicted is the creation of the authors and does not exist outside the text. In sum of the argument from polymorphic projection, what Yahweh knows, believes, and does seems suspiciously similar to the views and ways of humans from the ancient Near East during the first millennium BCE. It seems clear that this gives the game away and unmasks the origin of associated imagery of Yahweh as the product of the first millennium BCE ancient Near Eastern peoples' anthropomorphic, psychomorphic, and sociomorphic projections. If this is the case, then Yahweh as depicted is a character of fiction and does not really exist outside the text. The argument from mythology and syncretism. Whenever there are traces of mythological motifs, syncretism, and superstition in the Old Testament with parallels to non-biblical religions, there are ontological implications. One cannot deny the existence of other gods and affirm that of Yahweh when the latter and the former overlap in identity or in profile. On a literary level, in terms of form, there are many examples related to textual genres such as the covenant, prayers, blessings, stories, psalms, and prophecies, which all have counterparts in ancient Near Eastern religions. More specifically related to the concept of God, consider the following ways in which the character of Yahweh appears to be nothing more than a watered-down version of his predecessors in the Promised Land. Parallels between Yahweh and the Canaanite deity El. There is no explicit and direct polemic in the Old Testament against the god El. The patriarchs are depicted as familiar with a Canaanite deity called El. The divinity referred to in the theophoric suffix in the name Israel, Yahweh is often referred to as El, with or without qualification. Yahweh, like El, is called the bull, not mighty one, of Jacob. Like El, Yahweh is described as being a creator, a shepherd, and a kind and merciful father. Like El, Yahweh is depicted as an aged anthropomorphic deity. Like El, Yahweh has a divine council that surrounds his throne. Yahweh, like El, is called the father of humanity. Yahweh, like El, lives at the source of the rivers amid the cosmic flood. Yahweh, like El, is often depicted as dwelling in a tent. In actual historical pre-exilic Israelite religion, Yahweh, like El, was often worshipped as the head of a pantheon with Asherah as his consort. B. Now let's cover parallels between the depictions of Yahweh and Baal. Yahweh, like Baal, is depicted as a storm deity. Yahweh, like Baal, has thunder as his voice. Yahweh, like Baal, hurls the lightning as like a spear or shoots it like an arrow. Yahweh, like Baal, is designated as a rider of the clouds. Yahweh, like Baal, is depicted as a son of El. Yahweh, like Baal, defeated the serpent Leviathan, or Lotan. Yahweh, like Baal, had a conflict with Yam, the sea. Yahweh, like Baal, is sometimes depicted in the form of a bull or calf. Yahweh, like Baal, is often referred to as Elyon, Most High. Yahweh, like Baal, has a divine cosmic mountain in the far north, Zaphon. Yahweh, like Baal, is depicted as victorious over Mot, death, and is designated the living God. Yahweh, like Baal, is called Lord, Baal, Adon. These parallels do not exhaust the affinities between Yahweh and other gods, yet there are several dilemmas for realism given the existence of such marked syncretism. The syncretistic features in the depiction of Yahweh are older than Yahwism. These pagan depictions are not believed to be the result of actual divine revelation. The pagan deities to whom the particular features were ascribed are considered to be non-existent. The character of Yahweh in the Old Testament is often constructed from the building blocks of such mythological discourse. If this is true, then Yahweh as thus depicted has the same ontological status of the discourse in which he is depicted. Yahweh as thus depicted is therefore himself a character of mythology. Yahweh as depicted has the same ontological status as other mythological gods. Miscellaneous syncretistic features in the cult of Yahweh. The basic structures and operations, the cult of Yahweh is not at all very different from the cults of any other ancient deity. This begs the question, why would the real and only God, assumed to be Yahweh, would want to model his worship on those typically associated with idols? Consider, if you will, Exhibit A, the Solomonic Temple, the construction of which was allegedly commanded by Yahweh himself. Numerous studies have confirmed the suspicion that the architecture of this temple resembles that of Phoenician temples dedicated to pagan deities. Many of the furnishings of the Temple of Yahweh even appear to allude to mythological motifs in ancient Near Eastern mythology. For example, the 12 bulls and the Sea of Bronze are strangely reminiscent of pagan symbolism depicting the deities El, Baal, and Yam. The cherubim resemble the mythical mixomorphs of Syro-Phoenician and Babylonian iconography. The fact that the temple was also called a palace or house of Yahweh and was situated on a holy hill alludes to the myths about the abode of the gods on the cosmic mountain at the source of the rivers. The division of the sanctuary into 3 courts, like Ulam, Hekal, and Dabir, also presumes the factuality of mythical symbolism and was very common in pre-Israelite temples. Given these parallels between Yahweh's temple and that of allegedly non-existing pagan deities, the question arises as to why Yahweh, if he actually existed and hated pagan religious phenomena, as the Old Testament texts insist, would command Solomon to let pagans build his temple according to their mythical conceptions of the cosmos. If Yahweh is assumed to have commanded the building of a mythical microcosm modeled on pagan superstitions, then he is no different from any other ancient deity and therefore does not exist. Alternatively, even if there is a real God called Yahweh, if this God did not literally command the building of his mythical abode, then the deity Yahweh depicted as commanding the building of his mythical abode is a character of fiction and does not exist. In sum then, this section articulates yet another argument in the case against realism in Old Testament theology. There are parallels between the Old Testament and the text of other religions, while the latter predates the biblical discourse. The deities in the parallel mythological motifs and/or legends and/or superstitious representations are now considered not to exist. Yahweh's nature, attributes, and relations were sometimes from motifs derived from representations of those gods. Therefore, Yahweh in these depictions, with reference to those aspects, has the same ontological status as the deities featured in the parallel mythologies, superstitious representations. Therefore, Yahweh, like the other mythical deities, can now be assumed not to exist. The argument from fictitious cosmography. A substantial quantity of research on Old Testament cosmology is currently available. In the present section, however, this very same issue will constitute the focal point of the discussion. After the introductory discussion of some obviously fictitious elements of Old Testament cosmography attempted to address the issue of the God Yahweh's alleged and actual whereabouts in the world, both within and outside the texts, the solid firmament. In the first creation account, God said,
"Let there be a firmament between the waters, and let it separate waters from waters."
God then made the firmament and separated the waters beneath the firmament from the waters above it. And it was so. And God called the firmament heavens. The Hebrew word for firmament, rakia, also appears 5 times in Ezekiel, 4 times in Ezekiel 1:22-26, and once in Ezekiel 10:1. In each case, the context makes it clear that what is being referred to is literally a solid vault or dome. The description of the firmament in Ezekiel 1:22 also appears to allude to the scenario depicted in Exodus 24:10. In the latter text, Moses and the elders are depicted as dining face to face with their God Yahweh. They also see a pavement of sapphire underneath his feet. In Job 37:18, the question put to Job by Elihu reads,
"Can you spread out, Rakah, the sky, and make it as strong or hard as a molten cast metal mirror?"
The ontological problem for realism here is that, in the real world, this solid firmament in the skies does not exist in the world outside the text. Moreover, and perhaps more important, not only the people of the Old Testament, but also their God Yahweh believed in and acted as if there really is a solid dome in the sky. But if the firmament does not exist, how can the character Yahweh, depicted as the one who dwells above it, who himself created it, and who genuinely believes in its existence, be considered as anything other than character of fiction? The ocean of rainwater on the other side of the stars above the firmament. Parenthetically, it would be prudent to add a few words about the water that the Old Testament and Yahweh claimed could be found above the firmament. In the Old Testament texts, this body of water was conceived of as being the same as the sea, i.e., it is an ocean. The deep, Tehom, of Genesis 1:2, is divided in Genesis 1:6-7 into 2 bodies of water. The body of water below forms the earthly sea. The water above, since it is the other half of the Tehom, forms an ocean in the skies on the other side of the stars. The presence of the ocean in the skies can be ascertained from the fact that the sky above is blue by day and black by night, like the sea itself. Moreover, when it rains, the opening of the windows in the solid firmament allows a great deal of water to be poured out onto the earth below. It is extremely important to notice the fact that, according to the Old Testament and Yahweh, this body of water is depicted as being above the firmament. From the ancient point of view, this is a logical deduction from the fact that the blue and black heaven appear to be behind the sun, moon, and stars. Moreover, the sun, moon, and stars are depicted as being part of and inside the solid firmament in which they are fixed so as not to fall to the earth. This body of water from whence rains come, as far as the Old Testament texts and Yahweh are concerned, is on the other side of the solid firmament. In the world of the text, it is further from the earth than the sun, moon, and stars. The latter is inside the firmament, whilst the waters are behind it. Apparently, our rainwater comes from the other side of the cosmos. Such an extra-textual scenario does not exist. But what is its implication for the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the Old Testament? Either Yahweh believes in this fictitious phenomenon, or he does not. If he does, as the Old Testament texts suggest, then he is ignorant. Since this is inconceivable on the part of the creator of the universe, an arrogant and ignorant Yahweh cannot exist. If, however, Yahweh does not believe in the waters above the firmament, it follows that the deity by the same name depicted in the Old Testament text as having created this non-existent state of affairs and as believing in its reality obviously has no extra textual counterpart. Sheol, the subterranean land of the dead. In the Old Testament's vague and unsystematic cosmography, there is literally a land of the dead underground. While it is mostly assumed and implicit, at some points it is made explicit. For example, consider the plain sense of the text of Numbers 16:20-35.
And Yahweh spoke with Moses and said, "Speak with the congregation and say, be sure that you get away from the dwellings of Korah, Datan, and Abiram." But Korah, Datan, and Abiram came out and stood by the door of their tents with their wives and sons and little children. Then Moses said, "In this you will know that Yahweh has sent me to do all these works, that they are not from my own heart. If these people die like all people and are visited with the visitation common to all people, then Yahweh did not send me. But if Yahweh creates something new, and the ground opens her mouth and eats them with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you will know that Yahweh abhorred these men." And when Moses finished speaking, the ground that was underneath them was torn, and the earth opened her mouth and ate them with their households, and all the people who belonged to Korah, including all their possessions. In this manner, with all that was in their possession, these people went down alive to Sheol. The earth then covered them, and they perished from the congregation. All the people of Israel that were present then fled from their cries, because they said, "Maybe the earth will eat us too." Numbers 16, verses 20-35.
In this passage, the literal earth literally opens up, and Korah and company go down alive into a very literal underworld called Sheol. Not just the men, but their goods as well, dropped down into the subterranean place, which is clearly not a spiritual dimension in another reality. In texts like these, Sheol is not merely a figurative concept used to denote the state of the dead or simply the grave. As an aside, it may be jokingly noted that the rare incident involving Korah had one upside, contrary to the view of the author of Psalm 49 and many a preacher. Apparently, you can take it with you. If it isn't one thing, it's another. The scenario depicted in Numbers 16:20-35, though rare as far as human descents go, is not an isolated instance in the cosmographical sense. In Isaiah 14:9, Yahweh speaks to the king of Babylon, saying,
"Sheol beneath is moved to meet you when you come. It stirs up the shades for you, even all the chief ones of the earth."
This text points the picture once again of a subterranean realm of the dead along the same line in Amos 9:2. Yahweh himself contrasts digging down into Sheol with climbing up into the skies. As the sky is literally up there, the only reasonable opposition is that it's an antipode. Sheol was conceived of and as being literally down under. Of course, the fact that in all three of the texts noted above, it is Yahweh himself speaking and acting as though Sheol is literally underground. Since there is no Sheol inside or under the earth, which is, of course, in all these texts presumed to be flat, it follows that the God who believes in the reality of the state of affairs must himself be a creation of the people who held such beliefs. In other words, Yahweh as thus depicted is a character of fiction and, along with his subterranean netherworld, does not really exist. Examples of other fictitious cosmographical features. Apart from the aforementioned fictitious phenomena and locations, the following list gives an indication of some additional non-existent alleged realities, contrary to the claims of the Old Testament authors and the God they worshipped, and despite the different perspectives involved regarding each location or event, the places and spaces in view have no extra textual counterparts. The young earth, we know Genesis, we also have 1 Chronicles 1-10, that when scrutinized with regard to the dating of creation, leaves us with a 6,000-year-old universe. The order of creation, Genesis 1 with the creation of the sun and the moon, after the creation of the earth and its vegetation, and Genesis 2 with the creation of plants and animals after the creation of male human. The duration of creation, Genesis 1 for 6 24-hour days, and Exodus 31:17 for an endorsement of this belief by Yahweh himself. Also Genesis 2 for a total duration of 1 whole day for the creation of earth and heavens. The eternal earth, However, this contradicts the view of Isaiah 34:4 and 51:6. The corners of the earth, the pillars of the earth, and the mountain supporting the vault of the skies, the flat disk earth, the ocean on which the land floats, the storehouses and chambers in the sky for the hail, rain, snow, etc., the low starry heavens, the objective reality of constellations in the sky, the moving celestial bodies, the unmoving earth, the subterranean chamber of the sun, the personified sea with its dragons, the stars as living entities, the desert wastes that are the haunts of demons, the ends of the earth just beyond Armenia, north, Iran, east, Spain, west, and Ethiopia, south. The sun, moon, and stars as small lights beneath the waters above the firmament. The center or navel of the world at Jerusalem. Jerusalem in the far north at the source of the waters. The Garden of Eden at the source of 4 rivers. The mountain of the gods in the north. The garden of the gods. The multiple levels of the underworld. The mountains at the entrance to the underworld. The river of the underworld. Contrary to discussions of whether the existence of God can be scientifically verified or not, the existence of locations in which Yahweh is depicted or not, once the locations and scenarios are evaluated for verification or falsification in the extra-textual realm, modern astronomy, geography, meteorology, and geology may not be able to disprove the existence of God per se, but they can disprove the existence of extra-textual counterparts in which Yahweh exists in the world of the text, that what appears on the list have no counterpart in the world outside the text. Where is Yahweh? Suppose Yahweh does exist in the world outside the text. Where would he be? More specifically, where, according to the text of the Old Testament, does Yahweh himself locate his own abode in the world also alleged to exist outside the text? In response to this question, it is well known in biblical scholarship that there are different views in the text, representative of diversity over time and at any one time. Contemporary readers are, however, so used to a reinterpreted or trivialized biblical cosmology that they do not realize that Yahweh being in heaven, for example, meant being literally located up there. This is evident from what is implicit in related references to divine movement from and to his abode, aside from the temple.
And they said, "Let us build for ourselves a city and a tower, with a top that reaches into the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves so that we do not spread across the earth." Then Yahweh went down to look at the city and the tower that the sons of man had built. Then Yahweh said, "There they are now, one people and one language. And this is just the beginning of their undertaking. Now nothing that they plan will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so that the one does not understand the other." Thus Yahweh scattered them from there over the whole earth, and they stopped building the city. Genesis 11 verses 4 to 9. And after he had finished speaking with him, God went upwards from Abraham. Genesis 17 verse 22. Then God ascended from the place where he spoke to him. Genesis 35 verses 9 to 13. And Yahweh spoke to Moses and said, "Look, I shall come to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak to you, and so that they will always believe in you." Furthermore, Yahweh said to Moses, "Go to the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes and keep themselves ready by the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, Yahweh will come down on the mountain of Sinai before the eyes of all the people." Exodus 19 verses 9 to 13. "Look down from your holy dwelling in the heavens." Deuteronomy 26 verse 15. "Yahweh threw great big hailstones from the heavens on them." Joshua 10 verses 10 to 11. "Cords of Sheol surrounded me, and the cords of death came upon me. When I was anxious, I called to Yahweh. I called out to my God. Out of his palace he heard me. My cries were in his ears. Then the earth trembled and shook, and the foundations of the heavens shook and trembled, for he was angry. Smoke went up in his nose, and a fire proceeded from his mouth. Coals from within him burned. And he bent the heavens and came down, and dark clouds were underneath his feet. He rode on a cherub and flew. Yes, he appeared on the wings of the wind. He put darkness around him as huts, the collection of waters, thickness of clouds. Out of the shining before him, coals burned. Out of the skies, Yahweh thundered, and the Most High made his voice heard. He sent out arrows and scattered them, lightning and confused them. The bottom of the oceans became visible. The foundations of the world were revealed by the threat of Yahweh and by the blow of his nose. Out of the heights, he stretched out his hand. He grabbed me, pulled me out of the great waters. 2 Samuel, the 22, verses 5 to 17. Also see Psalms 18, verses 5 to 18. And while they were walking and talking, there suddenly came a chariot of fire, with horses of fire that parted them. And Elijah ascended to the heavens in the storm. So Kings 2, verse 11.
If one takes these texts seriously, Yahweh in the world of the text and heaven is not another dimension or spiritual realm. It is just higher up within what we call the natural world. Readers who think they believe in the biblical God and also that God is not literally up there and do not experience some sense of culture shock when reading these texts have not understood it or its ontological implications. Centuries of reinterpretation have dulled us to the obvious fact that Yahweh in the world of these texts, at least, is located in a domain with no extra-textual counterpart. The argument from fictitious cosmography can be summed up along the following lines with regard to its implications for realism pertaining to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the text. Since the cosmography of the Old Testament that even Yahweh himself believes in is fictitious, it follows that the abode, acts, and person of Yahweh depicted in relation to those features must all likewise not exist in the world outside the text. The argument from fictitious history. In this section, I'm not going to attempt to prove in a positivist fashion what supposedly and actually really did happen, or to deny historicity based on naturalist or other assumptions. Rather, we are simply going to try to take the Old Testament as a whole seriously and run into a few problems for realism regarding the ontological status of Yahweh as a result. The argument from intratextual contradictions. If it could be shown that there exist within the discourse of the Old Testament 2 or more contradictory accounts of an event in which Yahweh was either directly involved or indirectly related to, the following theoretical possibilities arise. One of the accounts is fictitious, and therefore Yahweh as described in relation to the particular discourse is a character of fiction, and technically speaking does not exist. Both accounts may be fictitious, and though there might have been an extra-textual reality that the text allude to, Yahweh as depicted in these texts does not actually exist. Here then are but a few of the many historical contradictions that may have anti-realist implications pertaining to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the texts. Yahweh created plants, then animals, then humans, male and female together. Yahweh created a male human first, then plants, then animals, then the female human. People already worshipped Yahweh by name before the flood. People only started to worship Yahweh by name after he revealed it to Moses. Human lifespan is limited to 120 years. Many humans after that exceed this limit. The duration of the flood was 40 days. The duration of the flood was 150 days. The animals on the ark were 2 of each type. They were only 2 in terms of the unclean animals, but 7 pairs were to be taken from the clean animals. The people of the earth had their own languages before the Tower of Babylon incident. The people all spoke one language until after the Tower of Babylon incident, when Yahweh confused their speech. Abram was 70 years old when his Terah died. Abram was 135 years old when Terah died. Ishmael was an infant when Hagar carried him into the desert. Ishmael was already 16 years old at the time. When Jacob fled from his home, he was 40 years old. When Jacob fled from his home, he was 77 years old. Jacob was renamed as Israel by God east of the Jordan at Peniel. Jacob was renamed as Israel by God west of the Jordan at Bethel. The number and chronology of the plagues. The number and chronology of the plagues. The number and chronology of the plagues. The Exodus occurred after a stay of 60 to 120 years in Egypt. The Exodus occurred after a stay of 400 to 430 years in Egypt. The sea was crossed after Yahweh caused a strong east wind to blow. The sea was crossed after Moses parted the water to form two walls. The names and numbers of the tribes. A contradictory list of the names, numbers of the tribes. A contradictory list of the names, numbers of the tribes again. Another contradictory list of the names, numbers of the tribes. And another contradictory list of the names and numbers of the tribes. Again, another contradictory list of the names, numbers of the tribes. The routes taken and the itineraries of the Exodus in the Sinai Peninsula. Alternative and contradictory construals of the desert wanderings. The wording of the Ten Commandments, a contradictory version, and another contradictory version. Yahweh himself wrote down the law. It was not Yahweh, but Moses who wrote it down. The name of the mountain of God where the law was given was Sinai. The name of the mountain of God where the law was given was Horeb. During the Exodus and the wandering in the wilderness, Israel was commanded to sacrifice to Yahweh. Yahweh never asked the Israelites to sacrifice to him when they left Egypt and were living in the desert. The time when the Ark of the Covenant was constructed, a contradictory account. One version of the Sinai theophany, a contradictory version of the same incident. One version of the manna and quails incident, a contradictory version of the same incident. One version of the water from the rock incident, a contradictory version of the same incident. One version of the golden calf incident, a contradictory version of the same incident. Itineraries in the desert, a contradictory list. The sacrificial animals were slaughtered at the entrance to the tabernacle. The sacrificial animals were slaughtered elsewhere. The Levites were first sanctified at Sinai. The Levites were first sanctified at a later period. Yahweh expressly commanded the Israelites to restrict their worship in the Promised Land to one centralized cultic place. Apparently, Yahweh never required this. The Canaanites were completely annihilated. They were only oppressed. Yahweh did not destroy all the pagan people of the land because he didn't want the wild animals to become too many. Yahweh did not destroy the pagan people of the land in order to see whether the Israelites would be faithful. The process of settlement was quick. The process of the settlement was slow. David killed Goliath. Elkanah killed Goliath. One account of Saul's death, a contradictory version, and another contradictory version. Saul's family died with him. Apparently they did not. Yahweh incited David to host a census. It was Satan who incited David. One version of Yahweh's sundial miracle for Hezekiah. A contradictory version. As can be seen in the textual references of the contradictions presented above, historical contradictions are present both between different books relating the same incident or scenario, as well as within the same book where two or more sources with contradictory data have been juxtaposed. They feature throughout Old Testament history and in every major epoch from creation to the post-exilic period. Moreover, Yahweh could not be involved in two contradictory accounts of the same event if any of those events had an extra-textual historical counterpart. In the case of at least one fictitious account, the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the particular text is ipso facto of the same fictitious nature. The argument from cosmographical fiction. In the previous argument, the ontological problems pertaining to fictitious cosmography and its implications for the ontological status of the character Yahweh were discussed in detail. For present purposes, it should suffice to note that certain events depicted in the Old Testament, intended as historical accounts about a past event, cannot be such based on the fact that they feature spatial locations which never existed in extra-textual reality. If it is true that the scenarios depicted in the text involve fictitious spatial locations, then ipso facto, the events occurring therein that are inextricably intertwined with a particular cosmography obviously did not actually happen. Moreover, the God Yahweh, depicted as a character in those stories, therefore never really acted and or spoke in the way described in the world outside the text. Therefore, Yahweh as depicted in text where historical realism is dependent on fictitious cosmography as part of allegedly historical scenarios must be a character of fiction. The argument from the impossible narrator's perspective. Unless one can validly justify a belief in the mechanical inspiration of the Old Testament text, it would seem unavoidable to concede that the perspective of the narrator in certain passages must be judged as impossible. In this regard, the following scenarios apply. When the narrator gives a very detailed account of the private dialogue of the antagonists featured in the narrative, while the text simultaneously implies that no one who could have had anything to do with the writing of the text could in any way have known what it recounts. When a narrator gives a detailed account of what the characters are thinking in secret, when an account is given of acts and dialogue while all present are subsequently killed or related in such as manner as to make any direct or indirect contact with the later author impossible.
And Yahweh the God said, Behold, the human has now become like one of us in knowing good and evil. Now, in order to prevent him from sending his hand and take from the tree of the life and living forever. And Yahweh the God sent him from Eden to toil the ground from which he was taken. Genesis 3 verses 22 to 24. Then Yahweh said, Shall I hide from Abraham what I am going to do? While Abraham will surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth will be blessed in him. After all, I have chosen him, so that he will command his children and his house after him, that they must keep the way of Yahweh and do what is just and right, so that Yahweh can bring upon Abraham what he spoke to him. Genesis 18 verses 17 to 19. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them on the way to the land of the Philistines, even though it was closer, because God said, the people may repent if they see war and want to return to Egypt. Exodus 13 verse 17. Thereupon Balaam said to Balak, Stay with your burnt offering and I will go away. Maybe Yahweh will meet me, and whatever he lets me see, I will tell you. Numbers 23 verse 3. And they waited until they were embarrassed. But he did not open the doors of the upper room. And when they went to fetch the key and open the door, their Lord was lying on the floor. But while they tarried, Ehud had fled. Judges 3 verses 25 to 26. Then Samson called to Yahweh and said, Lord Yahweh, think about me and strengthen me just this one time, O God, that I may wreak myself over one of my two eyes on the Philistines. And Samson put his arms around the two central pillars on which the house rested. And Samson said, Let me die with the Philistines. And he bowed himself with all his might, so that the house fell in on the rulers and on all the people who were inside. Thus were the dead whom he killed in his death more than those whom he killed during his life. Judges 16 verses 23 to 30. And the Philistines heard the sound of the rejoicing and said, What sort of noise like a great war cry is in the camp of the Hebrew? And the Philistines became scared and said, God has come into the camp. And they said, Woe to us, because such a thing did not happen yesterday or the day before. Woe to us! Who will save us from the hand of these awesome gods? It is the same gods who smote the Egyptians with all sorts of plagues in the desert. Have courage and act like men, Philistines. Then you will not serve the Hebrews as they have served you. Act like men and fight. 1 Samuel 4 verses 6 to 9. And Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw your sword and kill me with it. Otherwise, these uncircumcised will come and kill me and mock me. But his armor-bearer did not want to do this, for he was very afraid. Then Saul took the sword and fell into it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he himself fell into his sword and died. 1 Samuel 31 verses 4 to 5. But when Hadad heard in Egypt that David has slept with his fathers, Hadad sighed the Pharaoh, Let me go, that I may go to my land. Then the Pharaoh said to him, But what do you lack with me, that suddenly you desire to go back to your land? And he answered, Nothing, but please allow me to go. 1 Kings 11 verses 21 to 22. And Jeroboam said in his heart, Now the kingship will return to the house of David. If these people go up to sacrifice in the house of Yahweh in Jerusalem, then the heart of these people will return to their Lord, to Rehoboam the king of Judah, and they will kill me and go back to Rehoboam the king of Judah. 1 Kings 12 verses 26 to 27. Ben-Hadad, who also went into the city, fled from room to room. Then his servants said to him, Look, we have heard that the kings from the house of Israel is merciful. 1 Kings 20 verses 30 to 31. While they prepared themselves early in the morning and the sun went up over the waters, the Moabites saw at a distance the water red as blood. And they said, It is blood. The kings must surely have attacked each other, and the one defeated the other. Now, to the booty, Moabites. But when they came to the camp of the Israelites prepared themselves and defeated the Moabites. 2 Kings 3 verses 22 to 24. And one day, when the sons of God came to set themselves before Yahweh, the Satan also came among them. Then Yahweh asked the Satan, "Where did you come from?" And the Satan answered Yahweh and said, "From journey across the earth which I have crossed." And Yahweh asked the Satan, "Did you see my servant Job?" Job 1 verse 6.
It is not difficult to infer from the wording of these texts that the writers knew they were being creative and not merely report something that actually happened. Throughout the Old Testament, there are so many mundane and in the heat of the action scenes in the text where the possibility and likelihood of any record or detailed memory handed down seems to be ruled out by the text itself. For this reason, theories of revelation and inspiration were required later. However, this is not assumed in the texts themselves. In addition, since the character Yahweh features in many such texts, or is in some way implied to be related to the events depicted therein, realism with regard to the deity as thus depicted must be considered as being problematic. Yahweh as thus depicted related, his dialogue, actions, and relation being the imaginative and ideological construction of the narrator must himself be considered as a character of fiction. The argument from numerical absurdities. Hardly anyone has utilized the argument from numerical absurdities in the text against realism in Old Testament theology as thoroughly as the 19th century Bishop of Natal, South Africa. Namely, John Colenso attempted to establish the total number of Israelites. If there were 603,500 warriors were above 20 years of age, when women and children were included, the total number of Israelites who left Egypt must therefore have amounted to at least 2 million. Yet Moses is presented as speaking to an entire crowd. According to Exodus 13:18, the Israelites went out of Egypt armed for battle, which begs the question why the Pharaoh would let the slaves possess arms to be able to form an army overnight. If they had marched out of Egypt 5 in a rank, allowing 1 yard between the ranks, the troops would have formed a line 68 miles stretching from Egypt to the Promised Land. Upon leaving Egypt, they were also issued with tents. That would mean over 200,000 tents would have to have been obtained from somewhere if one assumes that 10 people on average occupied each tent. If each Israelite had 36 square feet or 4 square yards available for living space, the camp referred to would have to be 8 million square yards or 1,652 acres. Yet each day, wood and water were said to be obtained from outside the camp in the wilderness. Human excrement also had to be taken outside the camp for the Israelites.
Must be holy, so that he, Yahweh, will not see among you anything indecent and turn away from you.
The feast related to the Exodus, namely the Passover, also led to numerical absurdities, especially with reference to the time needed for instructing the people, and the amount of male sheep required to be slaughtered also presents difficulties. All of this suggested that from a numerical point of view, the story of the Exodus featuring these details cannot be historically true. It was, however, not the only narrative where apparent numerological problems have led scholars to consider the particular story fictitious. For this example, and with reference to similar scenarios elsewhere, we may conclude that if this is the case, then there is a problem with realism regarding the ontological status of the character of Yahweh, whose words and actions are inextricably bound up with the details of the text. The argument from chronological schematization. The biblical chronology has very little in common with actual historical chronology, and is an ideological, mythical, and fictitious construct presented for the purpose of propagating the belief history is somehow divinely ordered. Hughes, in 1990, provided many tables of chronological data to justify these claims. For example, consider the following instances of obviously mythical and contradictory chronology discussed by the author. Obviously artificial mythical chronological constructs. Creation, 7 days. The age of the world, 4,000 years equals 100 times 40. Pre-Abrahamic period, 1,600 years. Abraham in Mesopotamia, 75 years. Patriarchs in Canaan, 215 years. Post-Abrahamic period, 2,400 years. Time in Egypt, 430 years. Time between Exodus and foundation of temple, 480 years. First temple period, 480 years. Pre-exilic period, 430 years. Exilic period, 50 years. Second temple period, 720 years. In addition, certain other periods seem similarly artificial, schematic, and contrived. Age of Enoch, 365 years. Age of Lamech, 777 years. Jacob flees from his home at age 40. Moses flees Egypt, 40 years old, comes back 80 years old, and dies 120 years old, 40 plus 40 plus 40. Moses on the mountain, 40 days, 2 or 3 times. Duration of desert wanderings, 40 years. Duration of David's rule, 40 years. Duration of Solomon's rule, 40 years. Age of Job before the crisis, 70. And after 140 years, 70 plus 70. Seen from this perspective, what may, from one point of view, be of merely historical or literary interest can have devastating ontological implications for theological realism. If the chronological scheme of the Old Testament narratives of the creation to the post-exilic period is mythical, and therefore fictitious, then so is the deity Yahweh, whose acts are inextricably bound up with and located on that particular time frame. The argument from mythological motifs. In a previous argument, the implications of the presence of myth in the text for the ontological status of Yahweh were discussed. For the purposes of the present discussion, however, it's important to note how mythological motifs, in supposed historical accounts, tend to complicate realism with regard to the historicity of those accounts. If a story purporting to be history did not happen as depicted, given the presence of a mythological motif, it follows that irrespective of whatever truth the story intends to communicate, Yahweh, as depicted in such a text, is a character of fiction. The argument from alleged archaeological falsification. Based on arguments from silence, the nature of biblical sources, the material culture of the periods in question, comparisons between biblical and extra-biblical historical data, and through other methods of biblical criticism, critical historiography, and archaeology, the following textual scenarios, amongst others, are demonstrably fictitious. A worldwide flood in the 3rd millennium BCE, the life and times of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Joseph as a Hebrew second in command in Egypt, Moses as a son of the Pharaoh, the 2 million strong exodus of Israelites from Egypt, the route of the exodus in the Sinai Peninsula, the conquest of Canaan by Joshua, i.e. Jericho, the situation in Palestine during the period of the Judges, David and Solomon as major role players in the ancient Near East, the repentance of Nineveh as a result of a Hebrew prophet named Jonah, Daniel as a prophet and advisor to the monarchs in Babylon. Suffice to say, if it is true that the historicity of the scenarios noted above have been falsified by archaeology, then whatever god or gods there may be, the god Yahweh depicted as being involved in those scenarios must himself be a character of fiction, and therefore does not really exist outside the text. The argument from anachronisms in the text. One of the strongest indicators that the events depicted in the Old Testament text are not historically factual seems to be the presence of a myriad of anachronisms in the discourse. What is supposed to have been eyewitness accounts, or at least reliable tradition, contains reference to people, places, events, beliefs, and customs that were demonstrably not part of the historical context in which the biblical authors placed them. Popular examples of such anachronisms include the references in Genesis 2:10-12 to Asher, Cush, and the economic importance of gold allegedly prevalent during the time of Adam in 4000 BCE. These references correspond with the scenario in the 1st millennium BCE and not with anything before the Bronze Age. The reference to the name Yahweh in Genesis and the theophoric elements of the personal names prior to the revelation to Moses. The reference to domesticated animals, camels, as well as names of places, Dan, Beersheba, etc. And people, Philistines, Chaldeans, Edomite kings, in the patriarchal narratives, early 2nd millennium BCE, all of which can only be dated to the later part of the 2nd millennium BCE, or seen more reflective of scenarios in the 1st millennium BCE during the exile. The references to the Philistines, Edomites, and Moabites in the story of the desert wanderings 1500 BCE or so, people whose existence as such are only attested from the 12th century BCE onwards. The references to places and religious cultic rites and ideas in Deuteronomy by Moses, which are unknown in Samuel Kings and or not attested before the late monarchic period. The references to peoples and places in the account of Joshua's conquest that did not exist in the time frame projected for the Israelite invasion of Canaan. The reference in the stories of Solomon to the kingdom of Sheba, whose existence is not attested before the 7th century BCE. The numerous projections and chronicles regarding certain elements in the cult of Yahweh in the pre-exilic period, which in fact only originated in the time after the exile. These are but some of the anachronisms scholars have claimed existed in the Old Testament text. If this is true, not only realism pertaining to historicity is at stake, but also with regard to the ontological status of Yahweh, who is depicted as being part of the details of those particular contrived and superficial scenarios. As such, the deity that interacts in these contexts is a character of fiction and did not exist. The argument from intrusive literary constructs. According to literary critical analyses, most of the plot in the Old Testament is of such a nature as to discredit its implicit claims of being historically factual. Aesthetic considerations, literary strategies, poetic agendas, and many other types of rhetorical maneuvers suggest that the authors were more concerned with writing an artistic and entertaining story than bothering with what actually happened in empirical past reality. This is all very well, but from a certain philosophical critical perspective, concerned with the ontological status of Yahweh, this argument against historicity is also implicitly part of the argument of historical fiction against the existence of Yahweh as depicted. For if there never really was a Joseph who dreamt and went to Egypt and landed in jail and became second in command to Pharaoh, what are we to make of all the references to Yahweh in that story? A second peculiar feature of many Old Testament texts that were traditionally read as history is the ways in which certain sections of the discourse appear quite contrived, detailed, poetic, or symbolical. Examples of seemingly constructive and contrived text include songs in the narrative. Did actual historical characters sing, pray, or spoke like this? And who wrote down the exact words? Long and intricate blessings of a dying leader. Various types of prophecies that were obviously vaticinea ex eventu. Extremely detailed speeches in a context bereft of modern recording facilities. Long prayers of individuals. The contrived and fictitious nature of biblical genealogies. The obviously story-like nature of the tales of people like Joseph, Jonah, Job, Daniel, and Esther. Numerical symbolism involving the numbers 3, 4, 7, 10, 12, 40, and multiples thereof. See like 70 nations, 7 3-year famines, 3 days cleansing, 7 days creation, 7 years famine, 7 major judges, each fighting a different one of the 7 Canaanite nations, 7 times around Jericho, 10 plagues, 12 tribes, 40 years wilderness, 40 years reign of Moses, David and Solomon, 40 days without food, 40 days journey, 70 years in exile, 480 years in slavery, 4,000-year history, etc. Not only some part of narrative seemed contrived, sometimes there seemed to be something suspiciously constructivist about the names of the characters. Consider the names of people like Abel, vapor breath, David, meaning beloved, Nabal, meaning fool, Job, meaning enemy, Machlon, sickness, Chilion, vanishing, Orpah, she who turns her back, Ruth, the companion. All of these seem to encompass the essence of the particular character's role in the particular stories. Abel's life is but a mere breath. Jacob betrays people. Nabal was a fool. Job, or God, was some sort of enemy, and so on. Are we really to believe that actual people got such names at birth and then inexorably lived out the destiny alluded to therein? Or could the presence of such names, and therefore characters, all be part of a literary construct that attempts to communicate elements of irony, tragedy, and the popular ancient motif of destiny and fate? Indeed, the correspondence between the names of the characters and their life stories seem to give away the game and unmasks the fact that one is either dealing with magical fate or otherwise with what is apparently not history. If this is the case, and the names, and therefore also the stories, are merely literary creations with little relation to any historical extra-textual counterpart, then it follows that the character Yahweh, who is active in those stories, must also be fictitious. There is a third important way in which artificiality in the discourse unmasks the fictitious nature of the alleged historical incidents in the text. Yahweh speaking in the first person through the mouths of his servants, the prophets. The first reason why one cannot take the prophetic oracles seriously as being the literal words of Yahweh concerns the history of the text itself. Whatever originally happened that led to the composition of an oracle where Yahweh speaks in the first person, the fact of the matter is that the oracle as it now features in its particular context is a product of the disciples of the prophets from later periods. For this reason, the situation that Yahweh seems to be addressing in a particular text was not the supposed original situation, but one in which the later compilers and collectors of the oracles considered the words to be fitting. Thus, even if Yahweh literally spoke the words ascribed to him, as these now stand, they feature in a context for which humans decided they were relevant and are therefore, in the technical sense, indeed fiction. Words taken out of context and applied to a new scenario, whatever their truth value, are technically not literally the words of Yahweh as the authors or redactors pretend it to be. Second, the currently available words of Yahweh speaking in the first person does not even have the same context as when they were when first written down by the original authors, whoever that may have been. Textual criticism, redaction criticism, tradition criticism, and even source criticism have demonstrated the presence of numerous alterations, adaptations, reinterpretations, emendations, interpolations, and various other types of creative rewriting and editing of the particular oracles. Seen from this perspective, what Yahweh says in the first person is technically not the actual word of a deity spoken long ago. Rather, it is technically the words put into his mouth by subsequent writers, editors, copyists, and other scribes. In the third instance, another indicator of the fictitiousness and artificiality of the prophetic oracles where Yahweh speaks in the first person is, as was noted in the all-too-human knowledge of Yahweh, where the supposed very words of Yahweh are found in the prophetic oracles, the deity's knowledge of the world, of history, as well as his views on morality, and a host of other issues never transcend the superstitions of his speech writers. When Yahweh refers to fictitious entities like Leviathan, fictitious locations like Sheol, or fictitious history, references to fictitious scenarios from the stories of Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Moses, David, and others, it gives the game away. The presence of such elements in Yahweh's speeches unmasks the fact that the particular discourse was not uttered by an actual and therefore knowledgeable deity. They are speeches constructed by humans who believed in the reality of these things. Fourth, the fact that many things Yahweh predicted would happen did not occur does little encourage to realism regarding the ontology involved. Consider the following examples of what critical scholarship has alleged as being clear examples of unfulfilled prophecies and predictions by Yahweh as depicted in the text. Yahweh said the promised land would extend all the way to the Euphrates River, but it never did. In Leviticus 27 and Deuteronomy 28, Yahweh promised prosperity if Israel was to be faithful to the covenant, but there were times of trouble despite their obedience. In Joshua 8:28, Yahweh said Ai would be destroyed and would never be rebuilt, yet this city was still occupied after the exile. Yahweh believed that the Davidic monarchy's dynasty would never end, but that prophecy was nullified by the exile, after which there never again was a Davidic monarchy. According to Yahweh in 2 Kings 22, Josiah would die in peace, but according to 2 Kings 23, he died in battle. Yahweh believed that the Israelites taken by the Assyrians into exile would return led by a descendant of David's father, Jesse, but this never happened. In Isaiah 17, Yahweh claims that Damascus would soon be destroyed forever long ago, yet it remains inhabited even today. According to Yahweh in Isaiah 19:24-25, also the nations of Egypt and Assyria will become his people, as was the case with Israel. This never happened, and can no longer happen, since the nation called Assyria no longer exists. According to Yahweh in Isaiah 34:17, the region of Edom would forever remain desolate, but this never happened, and it is still inhabited. Yahweh believed in an eschatological scenario, the details of which can no longer be realized because of historical and cultural change. According to the text in Jeremiah 22:18-19 and 36:29-31, Yahweh predicted that King Jehoiakim would be given the burial of an ass, but according to 2 Kings 24:6, the death of this king involved no such event. According to Yahweh in Jeremiah 29:10 and Daniel 9:2, the exile would lasted 70 years, when, in fact, it lasted only 48. Yahweh predicted that after the exile, Assyria would make a comeback and overthrow the Babylonian Empire, but once again, he was wrong. According to Yahweh in Jeremiah 50, the end of the Babylonian Empire would spell the end for the city of Babylon. However, when the empire fell, Babylon continued to be inhabited by many peoples, including Jews, for a long time. According to Yahweh in Ezekiel 26, Tyre would be destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, but according to Ezekiel 32, this did not happen. According to Yahweh in Ezekiel 29, Egypt would lie desolate for 40 years, but throughout history this has never happened. According to Yahweh, a new temple would be built with a new united and enlarged Israelite state with water flowing to the Dead Sea, causing it to diminish its salt content and harbor many species of fish. This never happened. Yahweh believed that Zerubbabel would re-establish the Davidic monarchy, but once again, this did not happen. The eschatological scenarios in Zechariah 12-14 can no longer be realized. This is so not only because it has not yet come to pass, but also due to the fact that many of the particular role players involved, House of David, Canaanites, and particular landmarks, locations referred to in the text no longer exist. Yahweh believed that the world would end after the Greek Empire's domination, but it did not. These are but a few of the many examples of what alleged to be Yahweh's own predictions, but which never materialized. Presumably, no real God outside the text would have erred in this way, and consequently, the character of Yahweh issuing these prophecies must be a character of fiction. Finally, a seriously devastating issue for realism with regard to the text pretending to give a verbatim report of the words of Yahweh can be found in the results of rhetorical criticism and literary criticism, poetry analysis. We may marvel at the poetic quality of the composition of the oracles and point out poetic devices such as alliteration, assonance, various sorts of parallelism, wordplay, structural repetitions, inclusios, meter, and a variety variety of other poetic structures in the text. Curiously enough, however, for some reason, most readers do not even think to consider how the presence of these features is a dead giveaway of its artificiality. That is, in the writings found in prophetic books such as Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Amos, and the others, we are dealing not with the report of an actual dialogue by the deity himself, but with poetry. See, like a literary construct. Nobody speaks spontaneously in poetry. The fact that the words of Yahweh, speaking in the first person, are poetry gives the game away. It shows that what the text present as the words of Yahweh to the people via the prophet were not literally a recording of an actual oracle of the deity. Based on these observations of the history, composition, and poetic quality of the text, it was possible to establish that what is presented as the literal words of Yahweh and the deity who uttered them have no extra-textual counterpart. The argument from metatextual history. This argument focuses on the ontological dilemmas for realism, as these are implicit in some of the critical reconstructions of the origin, nature, and developments of both Yahwism as religion and the texts that would later come to constitute the Old Testament. It will be argued that rather than Yahwism being the one and only true religion, and the Old Testament being the inspired word of God, a combined historical and philosophical approach to their origins and development shows that this is not the case at all. An all too human metatextual history. The problem of all too recent origins. From this perspective, having a deity Yahweh arriving at the very earliest sometime during the late in the 2nd millennium BCE appears very suspicious indeed, especially given the fact that according to many Old Testament texts, this deity claims to be the first and the last, meaning the only God who actually really ever existed. Combine this with what has already been pointed out regarding Yahweh's own knowledge, morality, and divine socio-political setup, etc., as being identical to that of the 1st millennium BCE, humans, and the Pharisees exposed. Yahweh stands unmasked as a human creation who has no idea of history before the 2nd millennium BCE. He is blissfully unaware of just how late in arrival his alleged revelations actually are. As such, he is exposed as the belated creation of 1st millennium BCE humans who created him in their own image and not vice versa. He is a character of fiction and therefore does not exist. The problem of all too local origins. It is not only Yahweh's all too recent arrival on the religious scene that gives the game away. There is also the matter of Yahwism's all too local origins. Like the argument from all too recent origins, the argument from all too local origins, irrespective of the theory one endorses in relation to this problem, exposes the cult of Yahweh as another demonstrably human creation with no extra-textual divine reality to back it up. The scandal of particularity is indeed scandalous in as much as it yields another piece of evidence in support of the main thesis. The ontological status of Yahweh is probably not very different from other local divinities like Baal, Marduk, Zeus, Jupiter, Sis, Quetzalcoatl, Modimo, or whoever else one may wish to name. In short, like these local deities' mythology, Yahweh as depicted in the Old Testament text does not have a reality outside the context of those who worship and write about him. The ontological problem posed the revision of religious beliefs. One will often hear someone referring to the Old Testament view regarding a certain topic, whether it concerns God, ethics, creation, death, eschatology, the spirit, or whatever else. It is not uncommon to hear people claiming that such and so is what the text coherently and systematically has to say about the particular matter. The fact that there are paradigmatic developments to be found in the character of Yahweh's own religious beliefs pertaining to issues of theology, ethics, thanatology, eschatology, and a host of other loci is devastating for realism in Old Testament theology. The people and their gods' beliefs did not simply develop as a result of supplementary or complementary progressive revelation. Beliefs changed via competition between mutually exclusive ideologies and contradictory perceptions of what is what. The change of beliefs, not only among the people, but also concerning what Yahweh himself thinks about a given issue, gives the game away. It unmasks Yahweh as a historically and culturally relative human construct. It shows that there is not really a God who believes those things and actually revealed what he knew to the people. Instead, what we have here are the views of people who in every subsequent period of their history created a God called Yahweh in their image. Their problem with referring to God in the Old Testament. One reason critical scholars are not bothered by theological pluralism and an all too human origin of the depictions of Yahweh in the text is because they consider the discourse to provide a historically and culturally relative view of God. With such a designation, it is insinuated and assumed that there is a God and that the Old Testament merely provides us with some particularly Israelite views of him. The reality of a divine nature is taken for granted, and so is the belief that the Old Testament witnesses to that particular reality. However, the substitution of God or Yahweh may be presumptuous given the lack of correlation and associative meaning supplied by some of the readers when they read what they believe about God into each reference to Yahweh. The distortive influence and inconsistency involved in speaking of God rather than the God Yahweh can also be seen in the way Old Testament scholars speak about other deities. For example, these scholars will usually not say that the Iliad and the Odyssey present the Greek view about God, nor will they think of suggesting that the texts from Ugarit give us the Canaanite view of God. The texts of Babylonia and Assyria are not considered to provide us with the Babylonian and Assyrian views of God. To be sure, one suspects that such scholars will, in their treatment of pagan mythologies, not speak of God anymore, but that they will instead refer to the specific deities in question. Apparently, only the Old Testament speaks of God. The other texts speak of mythical entities like Re, Ammon, Marduk, Shamash, El, Baal, Zeus, or Apollo. If these scholars were a little more consistent and objective, they would not speak of the Old Testament's view of God. Instead, they would aim to be more precise by assuming that all the Old Testament provides us with is a people's view of its own God called Yahweh. Like the Greek, Canaanite, and other religious texts, the Old Testament discourse is concerned with a specific deity. Since the texts pretend to express the views of Yahweh himself in actual and normative fashion, follows that if the deity Yahweh as depicted is not real, realism cannot be salvaged by relativizing the discourse and seeing Yahweh as a primitive version of God. As is the case with pagan mythologies, if the deity depicted in the ancient discourse is unreal, realism cannot be maintained by relativizing the theology of the text and suggesting that the God in question still somehow exists, but we have to think about him in new ways. One might as well try to update Zeus or Baal. One might as well claim that even though such deities are obviously fictitious entities, Baal, or Zeus per se, still exists. The texts merely present us with the Greek and Canaanite views of God. Analogously, trying to equate Yahweh with God, despite the collapse of realism with regard to the depiction of the particular deity in the Old Testament, is equally impossible. If Yahweh as depicted is not real, then the God Yahweh does not exist, not even as God. History of repressed anti-realism. On one way of looking at it, the entire history of Old Testament interpretation and its various cultural contexts can be reconstructed from an anti-realist perspective. Such a viewpoint reveals that the collapse of realism with regard to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the text is not a phenomenon restricted to the post-Enlightenment period. To be sure, throughout the history of interpretation, those who have read the text have experienced some sort of tension between their own views of divinity and the presentation of Yahweh in the Old Testament text. Reconstructing the entire history of interpretation in detail is beyond the scope of this study. However, as a preview of what such a history might involve and how its broad and general outlines may be constituted, I decided to the case by reading the history of interpretation as a history of repressed Yahwistic atheism, repressed anti-realist tendencies in the Old Testament. As noted in the second argument, already within the Hebrew Bible itself, the collapse of realism becomes apparent. This can be seen in the ways in which the authors and redactors of the texts related to their sources and the received traditions. Through reinterpretation, modification, censoring, editing, redaction, recasting, recontextualization, and rearticulation, many of the writers tried to represent their audience with a contemporary, orthodox, relevant, and updated depiction of Yahweh. This intratextual collapse of realism has been amply demonstrated by the disciplines of source, tradition, redaction, and ideological criticism, as well as through the history of religion and Old Testament theology. Critical Old Testament theology acknowledges the fact of intracanonical diversity that is not constituted by mere supplementary and complementary perspectives on one central element, but by extreme tension, deliberate reinterpretation, and intentional polemical and apologetical agendas. The dilemma posed for realism by the intratextual pluralism within the Old Testament cannot be alleviated by recourse to theories of supposed progressive revelation or theological perspectivism. The Old Testament text shows a marked tendency for intra-religious critique and the collapse of established theological dogma. While some Old Testament scholars might euphemistically refer to this as interbiblical exegesis or theological dialogue, it is actually problematic ontologically. Some authors, redactors, and editors apparently did not think too much of the depiction of Yahweh in other sources, traditions, books, etc. Comparisons between texts like Genesis 1 through 11 versus Isaiah 40 to 55, Exodus versus Jeremiah, Proverbs versus Ecclesiastes, Deuteronomy, Ezra, Nehemiah versus Ruth, Nahum versus Jonah, Samuel through Kings versus Chronicles, etc., etc. All reveal that, for certain authors, realism pertaining to earlier depictions of Yahweh was no longer tenable. As a result, when it comes to the issue of whether realism pertaining to the depiction of Yahweh in the Old Testament as a whole is valid, the implied answer must be in the form of a question. Which Yahweh? Which depiction? Which book's ideology? Which source's ideology? Which stage of transmission? In short, the pluralism in the Old Testament texts themselves witnesses to the fact that technically Yahwistic atheism is already present within the earliest stages of interpretive history. It is not correct to say that the biblical writers were not bothered by contradictions, for they were, and sometimes they were not aware of these, reading the texts ahistorically. Even if they were not, it does not remove the ontological problem. Repressed anti-realist tendencies, the textual variants, Septuagint Targums. Though variable between editions and books, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible in the Septuagint shows a marked tendency to counter what the translators consider to be unorthodox and unbelievable elements in the traditional depictions of the Israelite deity. On a substantial number of occasions, there is a tendency to recast the discourse in a form that is more orthodox or related to contemporary beliefs. There are small but marked differences in matters of historical data, and frequent attempts at harmonization occur. Many obviously unfulfilled prophetic predictions were rewritten to lessen cognitive dissonance and salvage realism. The connotative and denotative senses of words were altered. The depictions of the deity himself in the Greek translations reveal an aversion to anthropomorphism and to monism in the actualization of evil. In short, many elements of the Hebrew text were unacceptable and an embarrassment to later theological sensitivities. Moreover, the translators of the Septuagint held views of history, God, morality, cosmology, and other issues that were typically that of post-exilic form of Judaism. These views have developed to such an extent from pre-exilic ideology that there was an urgent need for the creative and deliberate recasting of much of the discourse. The changing hermeneutics of both reality and scripture can be seen as having been influenced substantially by the larger Hellenistic cultural context. The discourse of the Aramaic Targums, with all its extensions and explanations, also manifest a tendency to read later theology into the Textus Receptus. This strategy is also indicative of a repression of the collapse of realism, inasmuch as it was felt that the text needed to be explained whilst at the same time creating a different depiction of the divine character altogether. As was the case with the Septuagint, the Targumists often deliberately altered the discourse of the Hebrew text. Thus, there are numerous reinterpretations, modifications, and distortions in the Targums pertaining to the historical, prophetic, ethical, and theological discourse of its Hebrew sources. The ways in which the Targumist altered the received tradition to update its theology and render it more orthodox by contemporary standards reveal the fact that for these authors, Yahweh as depicted in many ancient Hebrew texts was no longer a believable entity, but an embarrassment. Repressed anti-realist tendencies in the Apocrypha and pseudepigraphic literature. In the apocryphal and pseudepigraphical text of the Old Testament, there are numerous allusions to the books that now constitute the Hebrew canon. These allusions often contain additional information and legendary embellishments to the extent that it creates, in a subtle manner, a rather different theology of the original story. There is also a marked tendency to rewrite history and to qualify and recast many of these less acceptable depictions of the God Yahweh. Many attempts were made to remove embarrassing anthropomorphisms in the texts. Repressive reconstructions were necessary to absolve Yahweh of a causative role in the actualization of evil through the creation of a more complex demonology. Too much divine eminence and direct revelation in the older sources were equally unacceptable. Such ideas were considered to be too crude to be real and had to be done away with by creating a host of intermediary beings, angels, to avoid direct contact between humans and Yahweh. Moreover, since many of the heroes of faith had questionable profiles, there was a need to romanticize and idealize the moral character of many an Old Testament character. Miscellaneously, room was also created for the insertion of additional explanatory details to Old Testament narratives, to prevent the offensive elements from being taken as such and to guide the reader in finding a more congenial ideology in the text. In short, through such strategies of rearticulation, the authors of the Apocrypha made it more than apparent for them too realism with regard to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted was problematic and had, in fact, already collapsed. Repressed anti-realist tendencies in the New Testament. The prevailing interpretation suggests that the authors of the New Testament, whether drawing on the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, or other sources, similarly found it untenable to maintain a realistic portrayal of many descriptions of Yahweh in the scriptures. When it comes to the actual details of history, ethics, messianic prophecy, demonology, cosmology, thanatology, and eschatology, there are numerous and substantial contradictions between the New Testament texts and that of the Old. Though this can partly be explained by the fact that the authors often utilized the Septuagint and intertestamentary traditions, it changes nothing about the reality of the contradictions in question. The way particular New Testament writers handled the text of the Old Testament shows that these are people who by implication would not have consented to believing in certain depictions of Yahweh as reconstructed from contemporary historically conscious interpretations thereof. Manifestations of anti-realism in contemporary scholarly ideology. It would be naive to think that all readers of this study would be blown away and become instant atheists. The history and philosophy of religion provide ample evidence of the uncanny ability people have for dealing with data that contradict what they want to believe. In this section, I will provide an anticipatory perspective of what can be expected should the case against realism be encountered by scholars with deeply held, sincere religious beliefs. The viewpoint to follow is still part of the anti-realist argument and admittedly contains a substantial amount of stereotyping and generalization. Be that as it may, for present and practical purposes, it aims to provide a useful, albeit rough, guide to the anti-realist tendencies even in those contemporary scholars who would otherwise profess to be realist. Anti-realist tendencies in conservatism. In referring to conservatism, I have in mind the type of scholarly communities who believe that 1. God exists. 2. This God is the God of the Bible. 3. This God is also the God of perfect being theology and classical theism. And 4. The Bible is inerrant and inspired divine revelation. As numerous critical studies have demonstrated, however, the realism these fundamentalists actually fight for has little to do with the biblical text and everything to do with their theological traditions, dogma about the supposed nature of Scripture. Moreover, instead of seeing biblical Christians as believers, from our perspective, to the extent that they would deny the problems discussed, actually do not believe in Yahweh as depicted in the world of the text. More specifically, conservatives exhibit anti-realist tendencies when they argue for theological unity and coherency of the text by claiming that the only problems argue for theological unity and coherency of the text by claiming that the only problem is hermeneutical and that any remnants of imperfect discourse about God or morality can be seen as relativized by the supposed progressive nature of revelation. They argue cannot bring themselves to believe in Yahweh as depicted in the text, but constantly have to mold him into the image of their own theological dogma by endless reinterpretation, selectivity, and repression. They anachronistically and apologetically attempt to play down, rationalize, and reinterpret the anthropomorphisms, psychomorphisms, and sociomorphisms in the text. They piously attempt to rationalize and explain away the apparent presence of mythological parallels, traces of syncretism, and elements of superstition in the text. They argue for the scientific inerrancy of the text with an infinite number of creative reinterpretations of both the ancient discourse and that of modern science. They argue for the historicity of biblical stories with an infinite number of ad hoc rationalizations, conjectures, harmonizations, and appeals to authority rather than accepting the text on its own terms. They also argue bracket ontological problems generated by the history and philosophy of religion by downplaying the all-too-human origin, nature, and development of Yahwism, the Old Testament as sacred scripture, and their own fundamentalist religious ideology. I reckon that, contrary to both their own claims and popular beliefs, conservatives are therefore, in a very real sense, also Yahwistic atheists, in as much as they refuse to believe in most of the versions of Yahweh as depicted in the text of the Old Testament. Unacceptable elements are continually repressed, reinterpreted, decontextualized, bracketed, or evaded, and always harmonized with a view of God derived not from the Old Testament, but from their conservative Christian doctrinal theology. Since they believe that the real God is a Trinity who is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and wholly good, Conservatives have to repress the fact that they cannot come to bring themselves to believe in those depictions of Yahweh in the text that contradict these theological reconstructions. Of course, conservatives will deny that the case against realism should be taken seriously as a proof that Yahweh does not exist. In an attempt to refute the case, they will probably quote a plethora of their favorite carefully selected and dogmatically reinterpreted proof texts to prove the inerrancy and inspiration of Scripture, whilst asserting that God cannot lie, that Jesus himself believed the Old Testament was the holy word of God, and that the Holy Spirit assures them of this fact through internal testimony. They will appeal to the work of popular conservative apologists, historians, archaeologists, creation scientists, theologians, philosophers, self-acclaimed pseudo-intellectuals, etc., to ensure their followers that all the problems with realism highlighted have been dealt with. They will provide examples of what they are desperate to believe were successful attempts at solving particular problems, or at providing proof and verification of the historical or scientific veracity of the text. It is supernatural inspiration, its unity and coherency, and its uniqueness in its cultural context. They will focus entirely on one or two of the more questionable claims made, take it out of context, refute it, and then generalize that the whole case is unconvincing and hopelessly flawed and need not be taken seriously. They will stereotype this case as liberal, secular, or atheist nonsense and claim that it is nothing novel, but merely the product of modernist or postmodernist, secular, philosophical ideas resulting from biased anti-supernaturalist assumptions. They will claim that the interpretations of some of the passages quoted in the case against realism are completely incorrect and suggest alternatives to prove inerrancy, orthodoxy, and the text's harmony with conservative dogma. They will attempt to deal with some of the problems presented in the case through certain apologetic strategies involving any of the following fallacies: stereotyping, appeals to authority, circular reasoning, begging the question, unwarranted assumptions, economy with the truth, ad hoc hypotheses, ad hominem critique, changing the subject, appeals to pity, speculations with no basis in the text, distortion of the issues, etc. Conservatives will always be more than ready with answers to the problems presented. They will not come to the case with the intention of learning the truth, whatever that may be. Instead, they have already made up their minds that whatever contradicts what they believe cannot possibly be true, even if it is in the Bible itself. Hence, the need for dogmatic eisegesis, reinterpretation, and forced harmonization. Moreover, the fundamentalist laity, desperate enough to believe anything as long as it salvages conservative dogma, will usually accept everything the conservative scholars say, no matter how far-fetched. Few lay people of the conservative mindset can remain objective enough in reading the literature of their scholars. They have a notorious inability to ask themselves whether the problems their conservative scholars dealt with were really solved, or whether one of the informal fallacies noted above may be present in the apologetic discourse. In sum, then, though conservatives will generally claim to be realist, the realism they actually fight for has little to do with that of the biblical text and everything to do with their theological tradition's dogma about the supposed nature and expected contents of Scripture. Conservatives are blind to the fact that the God they believe in is the God of the early Christian philosophers, aka the Lord rather than Yahweh, as depicted in the text. Anti-realist tendencies in critical scholarship. Under the designation critical scholarship, I refer to the discourse of those who believe the following. 1. God exists, however they may define God and exist. 2. The God of the Bible and Christian philosophical theism is different, but historically related and ultimately identical. 3. The Bible contains unorthodox elements, errors, fiction, and myth. It should be clear that though they appear to be critical realist, liberals are anti-realist when they, without thinking about the ontological implications of their views, admit that the Old Testament contains contradictory perspectives on Yahweh, admit that there are unorthodox elements in the depiction of Yahweh which are not true as a depiction about the nature of the real God, insist that the depictions of Yahweh in the Old Testament are merely Israel's historically and culturally relative human perspective on divine reality, admit that there are traces of myth, superstition, and syncretism in Old Testament Yahwism, admit that the Old Testament cosmology is a fictitious construct, insinuate that Yahweh never really appeared, talked, and acted precisely as depicted in the texts, admit that the history of the formation of Yahwism and the Old Testament can be presented secularly and sociologically as expressive of the all-too-human will to power of culturally contingent ideologies. Of course, many liberals will dismiss the case against realism as misguided because they will claim that its critique of the Old Testament God talk is based on a serious misunderstanding about the purpose of the Old Testament as religious discourse. They will argue that the kind of philosophical analyses prevalent in the case against realism, attempting to prove that Yahweh is not real, is based on a misconception of the nature of truth and the symbolic and metaphorical, pre-philosophical and pre-scientific language of the Bible. They will dismiss it as resultant from rationalist and positivist assumptions and form a modernist. They will dismiss it as a resultant from rationalist and positivist assumptions and from a modernistic hermeneutic with a view of history and epistemology that is alien to the culture of the Old Testament peoples and ignorant of the latest developments in philosophy. They will convince themselves that one need not pay any attention to this illegitimate enterprise of reading the Old Testament from viewpoint of philosophy of religion, which they may feel puts unfair and hermeneutically illegitimate demands on the texts. They will rationalize their evasion of ontological problems by claiming that the Old Testament is not intended as a textbook for philosophy, history, science, or theology. They will agree with some of the claims, but will not be bothered by this as they view the erroneous views pertaining to matters of history, science, and theology as simply Israel's limited perceptions, thus repressing the fact that Yahweh as depicted shared the people's superstitions and that no other Yahweh has thus far revealed himself. They will argue that the presence of myth and fiction is no problem, and that these genres can equally well serve as a vehicle to communicate profound religious truth. They will claim that most of the God talk in the text were in fact contrary to appearances never intended literally, but always metaphorically and symbolically, so that pluralism and anthropomorphism is no problem. They will argue that problems with realism are nothing novel and have been dealt with in the last 2 centuries of German biblical criticism, dialectical and postmodern theology and philosophy. They will claim that it is impossible to prove that Yahweh does not exist, and that any attempt to do so is naive, pointless, ridiculous, or theologically immature. According to the case against realism, all such objections are either invalid, irrelevant, or both. As such, they amount to little more than a masked apologetic attempt to repress the devastating and far-reaching ontological implications of admitting to the all-too-human nature of Old Testament religious language. In some of the argument from metatextual history, no one can or has ever believed in Yahweh as depicted, despite the conceptual historical links between Old Testament and later biblically related forms of theism. The domino effect of the collapse of realism in Old Testament theology. With the 7 arguments in this case, I am claiming that anti-realism is the only possibility left in Old Testament theology. Moreover, the implications of the collapse of realism with regard to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the text may be more far-reaching than many in the know would like others to believe. If realism has collapsed with regard to the ontological status of Yahweh as depicted in the text, there may be a domino effect. The result of this may be devastating for any other theology, somehow related or dependent on realism in Old Testament theology. In other words, the collapse of realism in Old Testament theology can lead to the justification of full-blown atheism, despite the problems attached to speaking of the God of X, where X is the Old Testament, the New Testament, Christianity, or philosophy. Additional nuance is assumed in the following line of reasoning that refuses to bracket biblical theology with the either history or philosophy of religion. Yahweh as depicted does not exist. It has been shown via the reconstructed case against realism that Yahweh as he is depicted in many Old Testament texts is demonstrably a character of fiction. Therefore, one may conclude that Yahweh as depicted in these texts does not exist. Therefore, Yahweh per se does not exist. Some may wonder whether it might not be possible to claim that the God Yahweh as such could still exist, because technically, all that the arguments in the case against realism have proved is that certain, but not all of the depictions of Yahweh in the text may be fictitious. Moreover, the reader might recall that it was admitted that I was only able to concern myself with the collapse of realism concerning most but not every single one of the depictions of Yahweh in the text. It is practically impossible to discuss all the issues and invalidate every form of realism with regard to every single verse in the Old Testament. However, things are not that simple, and realism cannot hope to remain immune on such a technicality. In fact, it was neither necessary nor possible to refute realism with regard to every single verse in the Old Testament before it could be confidently claimed that realism pertaining to the whole has collapsed. When realism collapses in so many foundational depictions and in so many ways, whatever texts were not explicitly referred to can hardly be considered as remaining untouched, given the collapse of realism with regard to all the surrounding discourse. Therefore, the God of the Old Testament does not exist. The body of text that was the object of scrutiny for the case was the discourse in the biblical literature that Christians refer to as the Old Testament. This is an ideological designation, not derived from the texts themselves, and assumes the New Testament juxtaposed to the Old. But if Yahweh as depicted, and also Yahweh per se, does not exist, then ipso facto the God of the Old Testament is obviously a character of fiction. If Yahweh does not exist, then the God of the Old Testament cannot be real either. Therefore, the God of the New Testament does not exist. As was noted in the previous paragraph, the Old Testament forms part of the Christian canon that includes the New Testament. Moreover, a lot of research exists by which all of the arguments in the case against realism in Old Testament theology can be constructed to show what is problematic with realism in New Testament theology as well. Theological pluralism, unorthodox theology, polymorphic projection, mythology and syncretism, fictitious cosmography, fictitious history, metatextual history. Though possible, such a collapse of realism in New Testament theology is not necessary to prove that the collapse of realism in Old Testament theology may have pan-atheist implications. In all their attempts to show that the Jewish scriptures support their interpretation of messianic prophecy and theological argumentation, the New Testament authors frequently quoted or alluded to the Old Testament text. From the way the Old Testament is utilized in the New, hermeneutically questionable though it may be, it is clear that the God they claim to believe in was the same God witnessed to in the Hebrew Scriptures and the Septuagint. It is a relatively unproblematic assumption that the God of Jesus, Paul, and all other New Testament believers was believed to be none other than Yahweh himself, even if Yahweh as depicted were by implication no longer believable. The devastating and far-reaching implications of the case against realism in Old Testament theology for realism in the New should therefore be very clear. If Yahweh as depicted in the Old Testament does not exist, and Yahweh per se, and therefore the God of the Old Testament, is not real, it follows logically that the God of the New Testament, which is presumed to be the same God, must himself be a character of fiction. Therefore, the God of the Bible does not exist. If the God of the Old Testament, and therefore the God of the New Testament, does not exist, it follows that the God of the Bible cannot be real. Even though throughout this study, it has been implied that popular concepts like the God of the Bible or the biblical view of God are endlessly problematic. This only confirms the pan-atheist consequences of the case against realism. If Yahweh as depicted does not exist, and therefore both the God of the Old and New Testaments are fictitious entities, realism in a pan-biblical theology is also invalidated. Therefore, the God of Christian systematic theology does not exist. Christian theology can hardly be considered as being Christian in any meaningful sense if there are no allusions whatsoever to or dependence on any of the biblical materials, motifs, and imagery. Though there are a myriad of different Christian conceptions of God, few, if any of them, would deny that the God they worship is none other than the God Yahweh. Whatever critical theologians may claim about how Christian theology can survive without the veracity of the Bible, it should now be clear that this way of looking at things involves strategies of evasion and repression. If realism in the primary epistemological sources, the Old and New Testaments, collapses, what justification remains for believing that a God identified with the God of the Bible exists at all? Isn't it a bit like claiming that Homeric mythology does not need Homer's myths, and that one can still believe in the existence of the Homeric Zeus, even if the deity as depicted in the sacred text is obviously a human literary construct with no extra textual counterpart? You can if you want, but personally for me, it's not quite the same. Since Christian theology assumes the reality of the God whom the Bible supposedly witnessed to, if realism in the biblical theology collapses, so does realism in any other theology in any way rooted in, related to, or dependent on it. If realism pertaining to the biblical theology collapses and Yahweh does not exist, all the versions of a God constructed by theologians throughout the history of dogmatic or systematic theology are themselves fictitious and must be considered as being products of creative and reconstructive mythology. Again, there is nothing stopping scholars from doing this, especially seeing as we have been making it up over centuries anyway. But knowing one is doing it makes it difficult to take oneself quite as serious as was possible when others were doing it and one was not aware of how the trick was done. Therefore, the God of Christian philosophy of religion does not exist. As noted before, if Yahweh does not exist, then any sort of theism that is any way whatsoever linked to, rooted in, derived from, and dependent on realism of any part of the Old Testament text whatsoever is repressing its anti-realist status. That is why the collapse of realism in biblical theism leads inevitably to the collapse of realism in philosophical theism, since the latter is indisputably in many ways rooted in and related to the depictions of Yahweh in the biblical discourse. The problem here is twofold. Philosophers of the Christian religion either tend to bracket the history of religion and the problems of biblical theology. Alternatively, even when taking notice of the collapse of realism with regard to the Old Testament's depiction of Yahweh, they fail to understand its ontological implications. This allows them to repress the fact that the God they are reconstructing and whose existence they attempt to prove is supposed to be none other than the unreal Yahweh himself. If Yahweh does not exist, how can any updating of his alleged profile make the deity any more real? Even should philosophers of the Christian religion succeed in proving that some God might exist, what use would it be if the deity couldn't be equated with Yahweh of old? Is not proving the existence of a deity with a nature and attributes different from that of Yahweh as depicted in the text tantamount to an indirect disproof and veiled admission that Yahweh as depicted must himself be unreal? Why bother retaining the concept God or the label Christian for one's theology if the new view of ultimate reality is not derived from traditional sources, and has little, if anything, in common with earlier ideologies of biblical theology. Whether it concerns the ontological argument, the cosmological argument, the argument from design, the teleological argument, the argument from morality, the argument from religious experience, Pascal's wager, or whatever other theistic argument constructed to prove that God exists, since the profiles of the deity assumed by those who put forward these arguments are usually at odds with many of the depictions of Yahweh in the text, claiming that God exists seems indeed to be tantamount to insinuating that Yahweh does not. But if Yahweh does not exist, how can God, who from a Christian perspective is supposed to be none other than Yahweh himself? All the popular philosophical theistic arguments, if they pertain to the Christian God, must repress the problems noted in the 7 arguments reconstructed in the case against realism. The individual arguments in the case against realism undercut all the traditional theistic proofs, since the arguments destroy the foundations, the roots, and heart of all biblically based or derived forms of theism. They are much more effective than any other popular contemporary arguments against the existence of God. Thus, as Nietzsche wrote in another context on historical refutation as the definitive refutation, in former times, one sought to prove that there is no God. Today, one indicates how the belief that there is a God could arise and how this belief acquired its weight and importance. A counter-proof that there is no God thereby becomes superfluous. When in former times one had refuted the proofs of the existence of God put forward, there always remained the doubt whether better proofs might not be adduced than those just refuted. In those days, atheists did not know how to make a clean sweep. Friedrich Nietzsche, Daybreak, Book 1, Aphorism 95. Verdict. If you've made it this far, you're a serious trooper, and I hope you can understand the complexity and how much more could be drawn out by examining these all too human aspects and the mirroring of the human author of the deity at the time they wrote just so happens to look just like their ideas, God's knowledge, his courtroom, everything he did in so many ways is only pertinent to their understanding of the day, meaning there's an expiration date, a timestamp on that deity. Very interesting observations by Dr. Jaco Garika, and you can go read the paper for a more exhaustive takedown, but pretty much this documentary covered the gist of what he is arguing. Look up all the sources for yourself. I ask, as an ex-Christian who's clearly persuaded that the arguments he made here are solid, and so many critical scholars recognize what he's saying, just not drawing openly or publicly those ontological conclusions that Yahweh, therefore God, as understood as Yahweh, does not exist. I want to make one point. In my observation is, even though Yahweh does not exist, I'm not, or I don't think Jaco is suggesting that the authors did not believe that some superstitious being called Yahweh exists in their minds. It is a figment of imagination and therefore fictitious, but in the literary sense, it's clearly fictitious. So just like they had superstitions about death and Leviathan and Yahweh and other such things, they're fictional elements that show up in iconography we can discover through archaeology in the textual data and such of these beliefs. This God is a literary work that is only the imagination of its authors and those who may believe like the authors. Very, very important documentary taking down and what are the implications for the Christian religion when Jesus is technically the continuity and fulfillment of all of this stuff that we read in the Old Testament when the God itself doesn't exist. What do we make of resurrection? What do we make about raising the dead or walking on water and all the miraculous and apocalyptic claims? What do we do? If we applied the same exhaustive method he did here with all the New Testament scholars we have brought on MythVision, showing the apocalyptic failure of Jesus, the discontinuity between authors and continuity, how they used earlier books Gospels and then reconstructed narratives. They took liberty on recrafting the stories of the resurrection with Jesus, or making claims that Jesus said different things that oppose the other Gospels. There's so many elements we can highlight to show why this did not happen, and it's far from believable to think this is true and that we should believe these things that the apologists want to sell us. The whole package is a very, very used car. A very, very used car that is built of so many different components that really don't fit. And that image of that car would be a very ugly car if you really take it in. Instead, they want to paint this picture that is so foreign from the text itself. We want to get back to what the original said. And while we are showing that Yahweh doesn't exist, I still find interest in learning about these ancient religions in an anthropological, almost like an artistic way of looking at what they believed and why. I haven't lost interest in that, and I hope you haven't either.
I have literally called this my new Bible. I reference this book all the time as far as educating people to understand what the God of the Bible really is, who the God of the Bible really is, or gods, especially if you take Yahweh usurping El. You're going to want to check out this episode. I'm going to take a little different approach than the other interviews you've heard with Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou, and let's have some fun. Let our intro begin. We are MythVision. Welcome back to MythVision Podcast. I am hot. I'm out in my garage. My AC unit isn't working, and it is blistering hot out here in North Carolina. But it's okay. I'm willing to suffer for you, my friends. So with that being said, welcome to the channel again, Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou.
Hi. It's nice to be back.
Thank you so much for joining me. You have such, well, I was on your Wikipedia page just showing people, I don't even know where to begin on how to present your background. You've been part of documentaries and shows, The Bible's Buried Secrets. You have an extensive CV, if you will, with a lot of credentials. If you don't mind, tell us what your book is about and, if you will, some of your background as we're diving in.
Yeah. So the book is basically about the early career of the God who's described and adored in the Bible, and it's basically tracking his early career from the kind of the late Bronze, early Iron Age, through up into, well, basically to about the 6th century of the Common Era. But what I do is I basically do an anatomy of God. I argue that this was a deity who was understood to have a corporeal form. He had a human-shaped body and a male, masculine body. And I basically try to explore the reasons why this deity was gradually disembodied culturally and theologically to become the God that we're kind of more familiar with today in Western cultural constructs. So, yeah, that's what the book's about. I'm a professor of Hebrew Bible and ancient religion at the University of Exeter in the UK. I'm an atheist. Always have been, always will be. And I did all my degrees at Oxford and my postdoctoral work before moving to Exeter.
Absolutely amazing. Your book was, I must admit, it's my favorite book right now, honestly.
Yay.
I've been reading a lot of different books and I'm like, okay, this is by far my favorite one. So I figure I'd just lay out the outline of this episode because it's difficult with your time and my schedule and all of us trying to figure out what works.
And the time difference.
The time difference that plays a significant role. So I have some questions that I have come up with throughout your book. and then we can get to the Q&A, allowing
Sure.
anybody who super chats to get your question answered. And we will try to do that in a timely fashion, of course, but still get your question answered, because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions for you. And I still have questions for you. So I'm impressed. I reread it again. This is the second go around, and I realized I missed so many things. I also want to mention, if anybody who's watching this really wants to help us out, you can join our Patreon. I'll let everybody know early. I'm going to be interviewing John Dominic Crossan here in the next week down in Florida while I'm on vacation. I'm working while on vacation with my family, interviewing ex-cult members, you name it. Like, I'm all about this. I am a humanist as well. So if you're interested in learning more and helping us here at MythVision, you could join and help us out. Okay. I love this book. I cannot, I can't put enough energy into that. I wish I could download it, just plug it in, and people could go, oh, he really, really loves this book. But I must start somewhere, and it's with this goddess called Inanna. Inanna and Yahweh. And on your book, page 202, I made sure I stopped it. I wanted to read something, if I can. Did you want to grab your book, by the way? I
was going to say, my God, I can't remember what's on page. No, whatever. No, it's the book's it. You read it.
Yeah, and I don't know.
A copy of my book.
An atheist miracle happened because I ended up getting this copy in America. Remember, I don't know how I did.
Yeah, that is amazing. It's come out. Look at this. It's come out in Italian recently, which looks very beautiful.
Ooh, so they're changing it up.
Yeah, like the German cover is different, and it's all because obviously the US cover is different too. So
awesome. Well, I'm going to read and obnoxiously have your book up while I do so. So for in Hinduana, I hope I'm saying this right, Inanna is a deity so powerful that her divinity surpasses even that of the highest gods, An and Enlil, who have willingly ceded their wisdom to her. In your vast wisdom amongst all the gods, you alone are majestic, Hinduana exclaims. In this poem, Inanna not only governs the forms of wisdom graciously bestowed upon mortals, such as expertise in warfare, ritual, economics, sex, and medicine, but curates and controls the divine wisdom underpinning the very foundations of the cosmos. To destroy, to create, to cut apart, to establish, Inanna are yours. To turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man, Inanna are yours. A large and expansive heart, Inanna, are yours. Almost 2,000 years later, another poet was crediting just one deity with the wisdom to create and destroy, and for him, it was Yahweh.
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on this just briefly?
Yeah, so that's so there I'm talking about a particular poem from Mesopotamia that was written by what we understand to be the world's, the first named author that we know in the history of the world, who's a woman, Enheduanna. She was the daughter of a king and also a priestess. But she, whether or not she actually wrote this poem is kind of debated by scholars. It may be that it was a poem to which her name was ascribed. But nonetheless, what it reflects when she's kind of praising the goddess Inanna, who was she's also known as Ishtar. So Inanna is her Sumerian name. Ishtar is her Akkadian name. So these are two different languages that were used throughout the ancient Near East. But yeah, she's praising the goddess Inanna as basically being just, the most supreme deity imaginable. And what she's doing when she's talking about the various divine qualities and functions and roles that Inanna has, she's saying that even the high god, so the god An, who is basically heaven, has given Inanna, his daughter, these particular gifts. It's a way of kind of talking about this kind of fluidity that we see in divine functions and roles, in that you can, even in a deeply complex polytheistic system, you can single out a particular deity, and that deity is held to basically almost incorporate all divine qualities and roles and functions. And Inanna is incredibly important because she was probably the most important, across ancient Southwest Asia, but particularly in Mesopotamia. She was probably the most important deity in some ways, the longest. Her importance kind of stretched the longest throughout, over millennia. So it's an incredible poem. But yeah, it kind of shows this very elevated, sophisticated, complex role of divine functions for a goddess that are the kinds of things that we find, thousands of years later, in the Hebrew Bible, we find that Yahweh is being described in similar ways.
Would you be willing to say that Yahweh's Johnny come lately? That's how I feel. I mean, I hate to be that way because a lot of people go, oh, well, atheists like you are antagonistic. You're trying to find something before. And all you have to do is have a Justin Martyr come on the scene and go, well, Satan knew, that's why. But it's still silly.
Yeah. Like the thing is that it's very difficult. You know, one of the big kind of ideological, theological premises on which a lot of theology, biblical theology is founded, is the idea that Yahweh was somehow extraordinary, that ancient Israelite religion was somehow different from the religions of surrounding peoples and cultures, and that somehow that extraordinary quality means that this deity is a deity wholly unlike any other deity across ancient Southwest Asia. You know, that's what we find, you know, Yahweh himself saying in the Bible all the time, in Isaiah, in Deutero-Isaiah, so chapters 40 to 55. He's like, I am God, there is no other, there's nobody else like me, I am the only kind of deity. But, you know, historically, we know that that's just not the case. You know, things are rarely, I'm not saying that that you don't get innovative shifts in religious thinking and religious imagination. Of course you do. But there's nothing particularly unusual about Yahweh. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about him. So for the various different sorts of roles and functions and titles and you know, we find, you know, examples of those used much earlier of lots of different types of deities. So this was part and parcel of a much broader cultural landscape. And Yahweh, if you like, is kind of like a local iteration of broader understandings of what deities, you know, successful deities, frontline deities were supposed to be doing.
I must skip to something interesting in my commentary about Inanna, or Ishtar, if you will. And I'm vindicating Dr. Richard Carrier wrote an article about dying and rising gods. So I made this really cool documentary little video about this that I thought was interesting. And he talked about how Inanna, this goddess, was, you know, with all this power, is kind of lowered or defamed, if you will, taking off, stripped naked, then made into a corpse, then hung on a hook for 3 days and 3 nights, and then is brought back to life, or something like 3 days, something to the same motif we see with Jesus, we see it with Jonah, we see it with other mythologies. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that particular myth about Ishtar Inanna, I talk about in the book. And it's very much the goddess's decision that she wants to take over the underworld. I mean, she's a seriously kick-ass, ambitious goddess. I adore her. But she's that idea of her sort of being stripped of all her divine, her bling, basically, her accessories. These were more than just kind of decorative items that were worn on divine bodies. A bit like high status human bodies, these were ways of making the body, of rendering a body complete. So by stripping off, you know, her headgear and her necklaces, she kind of deliberately diminishes herself because she has to in order to enter the underworld. But yeah, some people think that that's an example of a dying and rising god. It's not quite. I mean, yeah, she's turned into a corpse, a kind of like a hunk of meat, basically. So it's about her kind of debasement in very material terms. The whole debate about dying and rising gods is really complicated. I think the main ancient Southwest Asian, pre-Christian ancient Southwest Asian myth that we can certainly say is a dying and talks about a dying and rising god is a myth concerning Baal from Ugarit. So late Bronze Age, Syria, the city-state of Ugarit, the modern site name is Ras Shamra. And in that, Baal is defeated by the god Mot, who's the god of death, who swallows him, because death is a swallower. Which is where we get all that imagery in the Bible about, you know, when the ground opens up and swallows kind of idolatrous priests. That's exactly what's going on there. The underworld swallows
Jonah, the fish.
Yeah, exactly. Jonah being swallowed by the fish. Exactly. But yeah, with Baal, he is certainly dies because his sister Anat and the sun goddess Shapsh go into the underworld to find him, and they find his corpse. He's buried in a tomb, and then about 3 days later, he is restored. So that, I mean, and you know, and that is like I said, there's very little in the Bible that's completely original.
I love this. Thank you for coming on. You're awesome. So God's being so concerned with food. This is something as well. But before we get to that, Ezekiel and Genesis. This is something I thought was fascinating because I always read the Bible as a Christian and always thought Genesis is the beginning, Revelation at the end. It's written in the chronological order in which they were really written or something, because you're not told all these things. But you mentioned about this in Ezekiel, it talks about this king, this ruler who says in his heart, which is like where you think in the ancient world, the organs or your heart, which is down here, is actually where you think, not your brain. But we're not going to go there because I think you said that plenty of times on your other episodes. I really want to get something unique out of you in terms of this. So I will rise above the throne of God. I will
sit upon. Yeah. He wants to go up the holy mountain and sit on the throne of El, the high God. Yeah.
Yeah. And this was written before Genesis's account, or Genesis.
Yeah. So it's kind of complicated. So the story that we have basically Genesis 2 and 3, the story of the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, it's not a fall, it's an expulsion, has a lot of similar motifs to a lot of material that we find in Ezekiel. And in that material in Ezekiel is probably older. So that's probably, kind of 6th century, but drawing on an older motif, whereas the story that we find in Genesis is probably about 5th century. But they both share the same mythic kind of schema or trope, in which you have this, the first human who, across ancient Southwest Asian mythologies, the first human was generally understood to be a paradigm of the king. And the king was understood, the role of kingship, because a lot of these texts and myths were produced within royal high status contexts. So the first man is the paradigmatic man is the royal figure, the king, who is made and appointed to perform various tasks on behalf of the deity in the earthly realm. So the Ezekiel myth does talk about an anonymous ruler who, in the context in which we find the myth, is probably to be identified as one of the foreign kings that's harassing Yahweh's own people, like an Assyrian king or a Babylonian king, or possibly an Egyptian king, but probably Assyrian or Babylonian. And he says, I will ascend the holy mountains, I will make myself like a god. I will sit on the throne, on the seat of the gods in the divine council on the top of the holy mountain. And God, who here is the terms used for God are both El and Yahweh. He's like, no, you're not. I'm not having this at all. I'm going to, you're going to die like an immortal. You're not a god. One of the kind of qualities of divine nature in some ways is kind of perpetual immortality. So even if, like Bar, you die, you don't die forever. You don't stay dead. You come back. So yeah, this king is expelled from this holy mountain, which in Ezekiel is also called Eden. It's this beautiful garden of God. He's expelled and sent down into the underworld, where he obviously dies, and then his corpse is exhumed and trampled by enemies. So this is about kind of wiping him out in every possible way. In the ancient world, you only exist for as long as you're remembered. So even after death, you have a post-mortem existence and you continue to have a social relationship with the living. But if your tomb is desecrated, if your bones or your remains are destroyed, if you're eaten by wild animals and shat out on the ground, that basically is completely eradicating you in a material sense, and therefore you can no longer be remembered, and you no longer exist. So that's what happens to this king. But yeah, it looks like a lot of that myth that we find, in a way, that Genesis material and the Ezekiel material are both later reflections of what looks to be an earlier kind of mythic trope about one divine or semi-divine figure trying to usurp an older, more senior divine figure and kind of being taken to task for it.
It just always excites me to learn this stuff. What about the gods and food, right? So they're always concerned about food and not eating their food in the ancient world, or says gods being so concerned with food and not you humans, mortals, eating their food in the ancient world. Did the temple's demise change the understanding of God eating in Jewish thought? So I kind of wanted to get the idea, we're talking about him being a corporeal deity who needs to eat. Now he doesn't have food.
Yeah, exactly. Because when we use the language of sacrifice in our own cultures today, we have the sense of that it's something like that we're giving up something, that it's hard for us to give up something. It's something very precious. But sacrifice in the ancient world, you didn't just sacrifice living things, animals or the humans sometimes. You could also sacrifice all the other things that were important and sort of the mainstay products of human consumption. So you can sacrifice wine and beer and honey and oil and bread and fruit and cakes. And so sacrifices in temple economies were a way of not only getting money into the temple, but it was a way of sharing a meal with the deity. So say if I was a worshipper, actually, let's say you, because this is, we're talking about a very masculinist kind of culture here. If you wanted to go to the temple because you want to petition the deity for a particular kind of blessing, you might take, I don't know, a lamb or a couple of pigeons, and you would take these to the temple. The priest would sacrifice it on your behalf, and then some of that food would be burnt on the altar as food for the deity, who would smell. Was constantly told in the Hebrew Bible that Yahweh is attracted to the sweet aroma, the pleasant aroma of sacrifice. Kind of, you know how like when you can smell the barbecue and you're like, God, that smells really good. It's like that. So it calls the deity into this social relationship around the altar with humans. And so the deity would eat part of that sacrifice normally, and then the priests and other ritual officials would eat the rest, and then you would also get a little part as well. So you're kind of sharing in a meal with the deity, and this was a way of basically forging and maintaining a social relationship with the god. So just as the same way that food times, like meal times, are important social family occasions for all of us, think about the great, the big festivals that we celebrate, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it is, food and a particular kind of feast is a focal part of that. And that's because it's about this sense of bringing a community, a group of people together. You forge and maintain social identities and relationships. And that's exactly what temple sacrifice was about.
As far as the eating that really caught my attention, you did it really well in making me think of something I never thought about. And that is, God just got done flooding all humanity. Let's forget that there's earlier Mesopotamian myths that really give us the precedence for why this is. And they kind of give you a different reason in the biblical account, getting God off the hook for just being annoyed for noises and whatnot. But here is like this complete genocide of the human race. And here's this one guy he finds is like, well, you know what? I like Noah, okay? And his family can have this little group. Noah gets the barbecue up as soon as dry land comes up, and God smells it.
Yeah.
And am I correct in assessing this and saying God was ready to eradicate all, and then he smelt that meat and he said, why did I kill all these humans?
It's not so much that he said, it's not so much he says, why did I kill all these humans? Because within the kind of narrative arc of that story, and obviously that story between Genesis 6 and 9 is drawing on all sorts of different other traditions. So it's been kind of edited and redacted and shaped into a kind of a narrative. But within that narrative frame, you've got the sense that God's not pissed off. He doesn't regret. He regrets that earlier he floods the world because he regrets having made humankind, because they have become so corrupt, mainly through having sex with divine beings. But that's another story in Genesis 6 that we can talk about. But so when he smells the smell of the sacrifice, of Noah's sacrifice, it's then when he says that he decides that he will never again flood the earth, and not just he will never again destroy humankind, he will never again destroy living creatures. So it's a kind of a covenant, a relationship, an agreement with non-human life as well as with human life, which I think is quite an important theological point given the state of the world and the climate crisis at the moment. It's quite an important point, for these kind of particular Christians who think that the earth is ours to exploit no matter what. I think that's a really important theological point in those particular traditions. About
as far as the food goes, though, because they're so like, he's butthurt about Adam eating this fruit. Like it's obvious that food is so important in the ancient Near East for the gods. So I kind of wondered if like that sacrifice he made to God, what made an impact where he kind of has this like, I've starved before, like where I'm like feeling like I'm dying, and then a fresh plate of barbecue comes before you, some really fresh cooked meal, and then it's like, I am thankful for everything. Like I am willing to start over, a fresh start, because that food was everything to me. I wondered if that food played that kind of role in God's mind of like, you know what, man is continually wicked, his heart's continually wicked, it says in the context there. So I'm thinking it's like, tomato, like, look, you made me some food, and I'm really I don't know if that made him convinced that he didn't want to do this anymore.
I think because again, within the narrative arc of the story, this is the first sacrifice that's offered. I mean, yes, you've got Cain and Abel offering their sacrifices in Genesis 4, but then that whole generation, you know, so that's pre-flood humanity. They've been wiped out. Noah is the only one left. And so this is the first kind of bonding moment, that new agreement with the new humanity that is going to, you know, stem from Noah and his kids and their families. And so, yeah, it's exactly that thing about sitting around a table and this idea of forging intense relationships, social relationships. That's exactly what's going on with that sacrifice. And it's, you know, and it is, he smells the pleasing smell, and it pleases God. He wants sacrifices. So yeah, then fast forward to the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, first in the 6th century BCE, and then again in 70 CE. The loss of the temple for those scribal communities who are producing a lot of these texts, the loss of the Jerusalem temple was huge. And so when the temple's not there, if you can't sacrifice, then that doesn't necessarily shift theologically the way in which you might understand those sorts of offerings to function for the deity.
I really, really appreciate your answer there. I was going to ask, I'm going to skip the least important ones because I really want to get to some of the questions from our audience. Of course, idols are technically a derogatory term for other gods, which is better understood, and you do not beat around the bush, shit gods. So you mind telling us what a shit god is and what the language is? And I want everyone to please get the book. I cannot brag enough about it. So please tell us what a shit god is, or better yet, an idol.
So we get the word idol from the Greek Bible. So in other words, the ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures. That's where this, and quite often the Greek term idol particularly translates a Hebrew word, gilulim, which is a plural term, which basically is best translated as shit gods. It comes from a word that means that's used of dung, or kind of rolled up, you know, like balls of dung, rolled up poo, basically. And it's a term that we particularly find in the book of Ezekiel and other kind of priestly type literature. And it's a way, again, of debasing cult statues of deities. So Yahweh probably had his own cult statues within certain worshipping communities. You know, obviously we have the prohibition on images in Deuteronomy and Exodus, which, you know, you don't tell people not to do something unless they're doing it. So the term gilulim is used as a deliberate way of really talking down, you know, it's shit talking basically. It's really talking down the cult statues of other deities, because don't forget, cult statues were understood to be the deity. They weren't just a representation or a symbol. They were understood to manifest the deity. That's where that term comes from.
About Baal, where I use this recently because this is my new Bible. I'm like, okay, remember when Elijah is talking to the Baal, the priest of Baal, and he says, you know, where is your God? Did he go, and is he defecating? Now,
he's basically said, why is your God not answering you? What your prayers? You know, maybe he's busy, maybe he's on journey, maybe he's taking a shit. Is basically like what Elijah says to the prophets of Baal. Yeah, and it is that sense. So I mean, there was a sense that some, you know, in some cultures there was a, you know, it's perfectly well understood that deities might defecate. It's not something that we ever find ascribed directly to Yahweh, but that kind of taunt that we find in the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal, you know, it shows that the kind of scatology played a big role in theology, and that's exactly what's going on with Ezekiel's language of the shit gods, the gilulim. It's kind of like trying to smear them with something, you know, render them dirty, and, you know, ritually dirty, as well as kind of conceptually base, I think.
This is going to sound a little awkward, but the next question I have is about the Sabbath and seventh day idea. There's a guy who's floated around on the internet. Those in the chat know. He's been very kind to me, don't get me wrong, but he's gone around bragging victory over all these academics that I've had on and saying we're all under a seventh day calendar. And this all started with the God of the Bible, a seventh day calendar. Therefore, we're all technically responsible, and you know, we are under this God's jurisdiction. So we are all technically sinners who need to repent to this God, because this is the true God. Look, we have 7 days. And I was reading in the book. Right, I know. And I was reading the book, The Origin of the Seventh-Day Sabbath was my question. Maybe you have a thought on, but you mentioned a Sumerian lament where Inanna is singing to Enlil because he is sleeping while his people and their land are in famine on page 256. Maybe I can read it, teasing people to really get this book. I can't tell you how much I'm impressed with this. The goddess Inanna traveled from her temple to Uruk to Nippur in the hope of rousing Enlil. Feigning my father's fanes lying down, she cried. May I soothe his heart. May I pacify his liver. May I direct my words to his distressed heart. Sitting on his lap, she sings him awake with the refrain, O sleeping one, how long will you sleep? Inanna's lament was considered so powerful that her cult singers recited it in her temple at Uruk on the 7th day of each month in the hope of appeasing the gods for any unknown misdemeanor which might prompt untimely or stimulated slumber. Precautionary measures were only sensible. Discerning the difference between a sleeping god and a sulking god was not always easy. Many centuries later, in the 6th century CE, Yahweh's worshippers were singing petitions to awaken him to the devastating aftermath of the Babylonian attack. Rouse yourself. Why do you sleep, O Yahweh? Awake. Do not cast us off forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's lots of stuff to unpack there. I mean, the 7th day is a very significant number in a lot of ancient Southwest Asian cultures, and so time is very commonly divided up. I mean, not always. I mean, in some contexts, then like in certain Egyptian contexts, the number 10 is very important. But 7 is very common in a lot of ancient Southwest Asian cultures as a means of marking time, and probably primarily, scholars think, because that you could see 7 planets in the night sky, with the naked eye at that time. So these seem to, it was a particularly powerful, special number. So it's not unusual to have 7 pop up a lot across these cultures, and not unusual to have the idea of a period of time being 7 days was not unique to Yahweh worshipping cultures either. So that's one thing. I mean, the idea of the bit that you read is when I'm talking about the notion that for a lot of Yahweh's worshippers, inaction, divine inaction or divine neglect could be understood to reflect either a God who was sleeping or a God who had simply withdrawn. You know how we all kind of, if you're kind of depressed or tired or sulky, you take to your bed and you just don't want to engage with anybody. Right. It's kind of a similar kind of thing for the gods of the ancient world. They might just withdraw socially completely. And so when in that particular poem that I refer to in the Hebrew Bible, arouse, wake up, O arm of Yahweh, that's because that was written in the time of the Babylonian destruction and exile. So destruction of the temple, the exile of elites to Babylonia. And they're saying, they're singing to Yahweh's arm, his fighting arm, wake up, you have to kind of rescue us from enslavement in a foreign land. You have to come and fight for us. They just assumed that his withdrawal is because he's sleeping, so he has completely disappeared from their lives. So that was very common.
The idea of Sabbath meaning 7, but also is rest, is that this is predating the Bible by millennia. I mean, the Yahweh cult is late, Johnny come lately again, right, on this notion, but the unique way that they've kind of instrumented it to be, that might be unique, right? How they've made it into be, or is there a Sabbath that preceding this culture where they're resting with their God?
I mean, yeah. I mean, some scholars will certainly argue that in certain cults of particular deities that you had a Shabbat, a day of rest. And that was as much for the deity as it was for worshippers. But yeah, like I said, there's very little that is kind of purely innovative in some ways. Like when you're looking at these kinds of the ways in which the ritual calendar is organized, and the ways in which certain sacrifices function, the ways in which certain ideas about what a temple is, what a deity is, there's I'm not saying there's nothing innovative, but the grand shape of things is not particularly exceptional in that sense. But I mean, I like the idea of we've got this sense that the Sabbath, Shabbat is a day of reflection and kind of theological thinking, and not working because you're meant to be focused very much on the idea of being in this relationship with the deity. But you get a particular verse in Exodus in which Yahweh himself is talking, and he sort of says that on the 7th day he had to catch his breath because he was tired. You know, having made the universe in days 1 to 6, he was tired. He was running out of puff on the 7th day.
You see that
so
in the
there is
Hebrew,
that
right?
sense of rest. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Okay, so we're not
in
reading
Hebrew,
that.
Yeah, in the Hebrew, in that particular verse in Exodus, it uses the same word that's used to describe the kind of catching, someone who's been doing hard manual labor, kind of like sitting and resting and catching their breath like that. It's the same word that's used, which is a really nice image. I mean, it's a very companionable image, isn't it? Kind of likening it, kind of theologically, it's showing that God put all this exertion and work into creating this beautiful world. So in some ways, it's kind of nice.
Yeah. In some ways, and then in other ways, I kind of want to emphasize the ancient construction worker God was. In fact, he must be the first person who was ever making humans from clay, I suspect, right? I'm being sarcastic here to read a part of your book, page 277. Again, I love this, by the way. I cannot tell you. I'm like, I pause the Audible, and then I go in and I write it down, and then I get the page and I'm highlighting. It's my Bible. Clay shaping bodies had long been a ritual actively undertaken by both gods and mortals. In a Sumerian myth, the ingenious god Enki and the birth goddess Nenma had crafted the first humans from clay. What's this? Peopling their temples, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Peopling their temples, farms, and fields with worshippers devoted to their service. In a related tradition, the goddess Mami chanted an incantation as Enki trod the clay for her to shape into people. At Ugarit, it was process similarly performed by El, who had made an exorcism goddess from clay to cure King Kurta. I shall create a remover of sickness, an expeller of disease. He fills his hands with the best of clay. He pinches off that which is used by a potter. Meanwhile, in Egypt, the god most frequently associated with the creation of humans was Khnum, who crafted all living things, including some gods, on his potter's will. I love that. You are the master of the will. Who is pleased to model on the will? You have made humans on the will. You have created the gods. You have modeled the small and large cattle. You have formed everything on your will each day in your name, Khnum, the potter. That sounds like the Bible, but way earlier.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, clay shaping is, the one that it was the most important substance in some ways within these particular cultures, because it's so, it's there, it's everywhere. I mean, you need good quality clay to make kind of like a figurine or whatever. But it's the base stuff of life, the understanding that humans are made from, not just humans, but other living beings were made from clay, as you've demonstrated, wasn't just a biblical kind of idea. It was a much older, far more widespread idea across ancient Southwest Asia. So yeah, the idea that humans made, when humans made their figurines of gods out of clay, they were mimicking the gods themselves who made humans out of clay. So it's the primal matter of life in these particular cultures. But yeah, it's a lovely image, and yeah, like I think that's why it's so important to set these biblical texts within their broader cultural context, is because otherwise you get all sorts of claims being made about the innovative, unique status of certain theological ideas, and therefore they are so exclusive that therefore they must be true. They're not. But it's they're all drawing on a much wider, broader, richer cultural tradition, and it's just that Yahweh just happens to be one God among many, who but he just happens to be the God that's kind of survived into the modern day, unlike Inanna or which is such a shame. I'd much rather we had her still around.
I wish we knew a lot more too about these gods that come before, because we kind of only know from our tradition what's being preserved, and I just wish we knew a lot more. I have a few more questions. I have 3 more, in fact, and then I'd love to get into Q&A. And Dr. Stavrakopoulos, if I may, I would love to send you a gift in some way for your time, because I literally, I seriously appreciate you. And there's so many people who've been anticipating this. Right now, we have, to give you an example, 535 people watching live right now.
Wow.
Yes, we have a large audience watching, and I want to make sure I try to cover their super chats. So that means I'd like to send you, some money for your time, because I value it. I seriously do. With that being said, if I could get my 3 questions and then we just try to get through the super chats, I'm asking you not to hate me in advance, just because, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So as far as the curse thing goes, speaking of curses and blessings, Cain gets a curse on his forehead. You mention in your book that priests would put a sign on their forehead or something in the temple. And the priests would wear a mark in the temple on their foreheads. Does this play any role in Cain's curse? You do say it does in some way. Can you tell us what's going on with that?
I think this is basically about amulets. So it's basically about, so if you think about the way in which, so in the Shema, in Deuteronomy, Yahweh via Moses tells the Israelites that they are to write the words of all this Torah, this law, bind it on their hands and bind it on, it should be like an amulet between their eyes. So this is the, for those of who are familiar with kind of very traditional Jewish practice, this is tefillin, so the little boxes or pouches that are worn on the head and on the hands. So these are kind of like almost like power words that act as amulets. Amulets aren't kind of just a good luck charms. They are apotropaics. In other words, they ward off harm, they ward off evil. And that's exactly what happens with the high priest. In certain biblical texts, the high priest has to kind of write the name belonging to Yahweh on his head before he goes into the temple, because it almost like protects him from the dangerous glare and presence of the deity. And so in the same way, even though God is mega pissed off with Cain because he offers the wrong kind of sacrifice, poor guy, not even told the rules, do you know what I mean? And he offers the wrong kind of sacrifice. And then he kills his brother, but which is the bigger crime, let's face it. And then so he's expelled again, like his parents were expelled from Eden. Cain is then expelled from the presence of Yahweh, and he has to kind of wander around to the edges of the world, and he worries that he's going to become he's going to be a target. He's going to be a target for hate crime, and sort of vigilantes. And so Yahweh writes a protective mark on him, which again seems to, so it's the idea that writing, not just the words that are written, but the actual presence of the written words, of any kind of word, the presence of writing was almost like a magical, powerful amulet, and it could protect. That's why you have writing in tombs and that kind of thing. It protects the dead in their tombs, much like these amulets on the high priest's head and on Cain's head protect them from harm as well.
This was practiced well before Yahweh in
it's
Samaria.
very common. I mean, that's why, stamp seals or cylinder seals, these little things that are pressed and rolled, inscribed, pressed or rolled into wet clay to seal jars of olives or to seal documents or whatever. They also functioned as little amulets. You wore them on the body. They were made of stone or sometimes bone, and they weren't just jewelry. They were like protective amulets as well, with like writing on them. So it's all a part and parcel of this much broader world in which words like inscriptions and images worn on the body could play this kind of protective role, like an amulet.
It's almost like people who feel lucky when they wear their cross and they're out somewhere and they just feel like they have protection. Well put. Okay, so there's this really old face. 9,500 years ago, worshipers most desire to be face to face with God, right? In the Bible, we talk about it. Moses just wants to be face to face, and he actually is face to face with God on one account. And then, there's even this weird hint in the New Testament. Marcion seemed to reflect when he says like Jesus said that no one has seen God except him. So how is Moses seeing God if he's saying that no one has? So you kind of wonder if Marcionism has some leg up in the New Testament. I don't know. I'll leave that up for you guys to debate. Point is, everyone wants to be face to face with God, but they're also terrified at what might become of this. So you mentioned this concept of the Jericho skull that's 9,500 years old, possibly older. Do you think this stems from that far back? I mean, we're talking about Göbekli Tepe kind of.
When I'm talking about the Jericho skull, so this is like Neolithic, this object, and and I'm sure like your viewers will know, but these are these plastered skulls that we find. So somebody underwent head modification when they were a child, when they were born, they were selected for this process when they were born. They had their heads bound and then lived a normal life, and whenever they died in adulthood, buried under the floors of their homes, which was a normal kind of process then in those particular Neolithic cultures. Sometime not too long after, the body is exhumed, the head is removed, the remnants of the flesh and skin scraped away, and then the face is reshaped with clay and then painted, sort of it's rubbed shiny, it's kind of given a red pigment or hue. Some have little moustaches painted on them, some have kind of like these wigs of like rush hair, and I mean they're really super cool. But these heads sit up on their own. They're kind of reshaped and remolded with plaster to sit up on their own, like the way they sit up in museum cabinets today. They just kind of sit there. And it's a way of creating an otherworldly being. And I use this example of the Jericho skull in my book to talk about the ways in which, even without talking, without touching, it's that sense of being face to face with another being, even an otherworldly being, as the Jericho skulls are meant to represent. And, we don't know whether they were ancestors or gods. I don't think they were either. I think they are just some kind of otherworldly being, because these faces were remade and reshaped several times over for almost like different ritual purposes. But it's that sense of coming face to face with the otherworldly, and that's what that really kind of represents. So then it's not directly related to what we have going on in biblical traditions, but it's that same sense of just how important faces are. That's why we see faces wherever we go. Do you know what I mean? You see faces in the clouds, in the shape of clouds, whatever. It's because I think we're built as humans to see other social beings and to recognize them. It's like why we're fonder of animals that have faces that are a little bit like ours, rather than, eyes round here and noses down here. I don't know.
It's a good point. Like it's like a proto evolutionary explanation of what ended up creating what we ended up believing about things.
Some cognitive science of religion scholars who kind of look at the ways in which certain kinds of patterns or tropes of behavior are very much bound up with our evolutionary cognitive genetics and development and context. They would argue that that it's a basic kind of human premise to imagine our gods as like us, basically.
Thank you for that answer. I've got one more, and this is, I'd love for you to take whatever amount of time you want with this. It's a complicated question I've asked myself on MythVision for many years now, actually. And then I'd love to get into our super chats. Like I said, I want to gift you with something for your time today. And no more question super chats, please. I put that down in the banner because they take time and we don't want to leave people hanging. You're more than welcome to show love and support, a little shout out, but I really don't want to take too much more time of Dr. Stavrakopoulou's coming on here. So she wants to see my email and not go, that guy again. No, thank you. So my last question is this. What are a few reasons you think a historical Jesus, because you started your research with this question, exist over the mythicist model, whatever model you want to put? Are there a few things in your head that make you go the direction there was probably a guy? And can you give us those examples?
Yeah, there was probably a guy so not the guy that's described or talked about in the Gospels, certainly not the guy that's described or talked about in, some of the later Christian traditions and texts. There was probably a guy, and the only reason I say that is because of the relatively short period of time in between, and I'm kind of radical in a lot of ways, but I'm not that radical. So I think it's a relatively short period of time between the writings of, say, Paul, which are like mid-50s, and the likely execution that occurred. I reckon there was a guy who was executed. And my main reasons are probably a lot of the stuff that's said about John the Baptist, interestingly, I think that's trying to it makes sense to me that there was a John the Baptist type. We know there are lots of these kinds of figures wandering around. Honey, the circle drawer, is one of my favorites. He was like kind of this failed kind of figure. No, he wasn't failed. He was very popular. He was like, he had his methods, basically drawing circles and standing in them. But the kind of John the Baptist Jesus thing, that looks to me like a massive kind of polemic as a way of trying to say, what's the relationship between these two figures? John the Baptist had his head cut off. This Jesus guy, was crucified. So you've got two kind of executed figures who have been brought together. That to me suggests that there's somebody is trying to reconcile these two popular kind of cult leaders. So it's that and the kind of the relatively early date of the Paul stuff. But Paul didn't meet the guy. Paul's very clear that he didn't meet the guy at all. So who knows? But whoever he was, I suspect that at the very least, there was probably a guy, or maybe a series of guys or leaders, but one of them was executed, and it was devastating. I don't think he resurrected from the dead. Equally, I don't think that a lot of those reports of encountering Jesus after he's been crucified, I don't think they necessarily are indexing the idea that these people thought they'd seen a resurrected body. I think, this was, people encountered the dead and the shades of the dead all of the time in those cultures. So I don't see that as kind of proof of anything at all.
I agree.
I kind of flip on that. Yeah, it's more probable than improbable that some guy existed and was executed. Probably had some kind of relationship with a kind of John the Baptist type figure. But beyond that, who knows?
So you wouldn't rest your soul on this? Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I like gambling.
Yeah, I like to tell people that if you're wanting to make sure you don't go to hell, become a MythVision member of the YouTube channel or join the Patreon. Do you want to really risk it? I don't think you do. So please do so. All right, I'm going to your super chats. And once again, thank you for everybody who supported us today. I want to just get that out of the way. Let's get to your questions. No more questions, super chats. Let's roll. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. I hope this isn't too off topic, but what's the opinion on Hinduism being the oldest organized religion?
Oh, I don't know. It depends what you mean by religion. It depends what you mean by organized. It depends what you mean by oldest. Hinduism isn't one of my areas of specialty at all, so I feel very unqualified to comment on it. But I think like most religious movements or bodies, or I think it's got very, very ancient roots. When we see it as becoming organized as such, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, is Judaism really organized? Is Christianity really organized? I don't know. Because you look at the differences in Christianity alone, there are so many different flavors and so many disagreements. It's hard to know. So I don't know what the opinion is on that, but there's a great guy at Rutgers University, his name escapes me, who is an expert on these kinds of things. So look him up. He'll know.
Thank you so much. No, and just so you know, I have a lot of academics. The best thing they do say is that's out of my field, or I'm not certain. I wouldn't want to give you that. And so it's a respectable response. Don't mind me using the rag here from time to time. I just, we talk about tears too, where the water flows and stuff. Anyway, that's stuff you go into in your book. Constellation, thank you. ScholarVid, throughout your career, you have experienced significant pushback from the universities where you've taught against some of the hypotheses you've put forth. Is that true? And I'm going to put your book up while you're doing stuff. So
I've not had pushback from the universities I've taught at. In the UK, it's very different from the US. In the US, there's a lot of places that teach, that do biblical studies and stuff, which are very confessional. And so you kind of have to sign some faith declaration before you can teach there. The UK is very different. It tends to be, theoretically at least, very secular. I mean, obviously, a lot of my colleagues are Christian or Jewish or Muslim or whatever. So I've not had pushback from the universities. I have had pushback from students. I have had pushback from individual staff and colleagues. But yeah, nothing that I can't handle. So yeah, it's fine.
Well, can you give us one example? Just what's one that you would say is a big one that always comes up?
I think the one that always kind of has stayed with me is when I was very early in my actually when I was teaching at Oxford. I taught there for 2 or 3 years when I was doing my postdoctoral work. And there was a theological training college that was kind of affiliated to the university. And I was giving the main university lectures on the Hebrew Bible and the history of Israel and that kind of thing. And I was told that I had been blacklisted by students at this particular theological college because they felt that A, I was an atheist, B, I was a heretic, C, blah, 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 blasphemy, blah, 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 all the usual stuff. But that stayed with me because that was the first time. I was very early in my career. I'd only just finished my doctorate. And I was like, why would you not come to the Oxford University lectures just because you don't like the woman? Oh, woman lecturing.
Yeah, that's something I bet we could have a hour conversation about what your life in your career has been like as a woman. But yeah, maybe we can cover that at some point. I'd love that. Thank you so much for that. Esoterica, my buddy Justin Sledge, Dr. Justin Sledge. Do you think there is any continuity between your study to the later Shi'ur? Is that Shi'ur Kama?
Shi'ur Kama. I talk about it in the book. Yeah. So this is a particular kind of mystical Jewish tradition, supposedly arising in kind of Roman era Palestine, but we find most of the text beginning to circulate around Europe primarily in about the 11th, 12th century CE. And the text literally means the measure of the body, and it's a way of talking about various aspects of the divine nature of God, of the Jewish God, but using the size and measurements of his body parts. So in that text, for example, the length of his nose is the same as the length of his little finger. But, he's got this massive body, and it's a very mystical text. It's kind of like such a specialist esoteric text. It's got lots of links with the sort of medieval forms of Kabbalah. So yeah, I talk about that particular text in the book.
Yeah, in one of your parts in the book, I always get a chuckle when I come across it, because I was an evangelical. Like, God was spirit, which meant invisible, which meant, other than the body of Jesus, which how that works. You go into all of that. But the idea, God is hung more than a horse. Okay, like has the biggest penis. So for those guys out there who think you're going to compete, we just might as well give up and stay what we are, mortals. Your book is very blunt, so I feel like these blunt conversations are necessary to just point out this is what the God of the Bible is. So Impossible is Nothing. Thank you for the super chat. Just got Dr. Stavrakopoulos' book from Amazon. Loving the education. I was hoping to luck out like Derek and get the blinged out UK cover, but alas, I got the basic American cover. Oh well.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. It's so, I don't understand why. I mean, publishers know better than me. I don't understand why the American publishers, who are a great publisher, Knopf, but why they decided to go with the red cover and a picture of God's dad driving a car, which looks like to me driving a car. But yeah, thank you so much for buying the book. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I did pin it at the top of the chat. Get you a copy. I don't know why I got this copy. I live in North Carolina in the United States, so I don't understand it, but thank you for that support. And I did put that up there, so please get it. Bonapal, thank you for the super chat. Was Yahweh a Midianite god before becoming an Israelite god?
I don't know whether he was a Midianite god. I mean, we know so little about these particular kind of designations that are given to particular territorial groups. But certainly, I suspect he came. I mean, we've got some of the oldest poetry in the Hebrew Bible gives him an origin, a location in what is now southern Jordan, basically. So I think he came from like that kind of red wilderness area that we associate. So what's called Edom in the Hebrew Bible is now southern Jordan. So some scholars, some of my colleagues are really keen on the Midianite hypothesis as a means of, so has this god somehow come up from what is now sort of the Arabian Peninsula and up? It's possible. But yeah, I think the most we can say is that he's kind of comes from down that way rather than up in the north, as earlier generations of scholars used to argue. But yeah, I'd go with kind of, he comes from the southern Jordan area.
It's a complex issue because the data is not great. Thank you for the super chat. We have 650 people watching. Hit the like button. Get the book now, because the apocalypse is coming. And when it comes, all you got to do is show the book and they won't hurt you. Dead serious. Jordan Kelp, thank you for the super chat. Do you think the original temple in Jerusalem had a large cultic statue of Yahweh? Thanks to both of you for the work y'all do. Thank you.
Do you know what? If I had to put money on it, I'd say that there was a cult statue of Yahweh in the Jerusalem temple in the Iron Age. I don't know how big it would have been. I mean, even within Mesopotamian, we know that they had like all sorts of different kind of cult statues, but even in Mesopotamian examples weren't particularly big. But if I had to put money on it, I'd say, I reckon there was probably a human-shaped, an anthropomorphic cult statue of Yahweh in the Jerusalem temple at some early stage. was it there up until the destruction of the Babylonian temple? I don't know, but we do have some interesting, that language in the Hebrew Bible that talks about the Babylonian kings coming in and taking what's normally translated as vessels of Yahweh. It's the same vessels term that's used on the Moabite stone, which is dated much earlier to the 9th century, about King Mesha of Moab and the Omrid dynasty of Israel. That too talks about the vessels of Yahweh being dragged. Vessels can also, it doesn't just mean, bits and pieces, bowls and spoons and stuff. It I think that probably means cult objects. So yeah, if I put money on it, I'd say yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. Wonderful question. Evangelical Humanist says, happy anniversary, Derek. Thank you. 15 years. She's put up with me that long.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. I am lucky. I am definitely lucky. My Asherah is stuck by my side, and I don't plan on ever getting rid of her. Stop scamming, man. I'm going to do better than Yahweh on this one. Stop scamming, man. Hi. Any thoughts on whether or not Solomon existed?
Oh, yeah, I really do. Do you know what? It's so, I see the David and Solomon stories as reflecting two competing foundation traditions. That's why they're both kind of credited with building temples. So, it's David that says, I'm going to build the temple, and, and he picks the place and he gets, the threshing floor and he sorts it all out. Oh, but then it's actually his son Solomon that builds it. I think that these are two competing traditions about the foundation myth of the temple. And Solomon's name itself is really interesting because it looks like, it's kind of like it's such a common kind of construct of a name. But you have this really interesting story about David and his son with Bathsheba, this son that dies, and and the son is called Yedidiah, which basically means beloved of Yah. David's name is a play on kind of though beloved as well. So, and Solomon's name, it just all looks these all look like kind of typological names in some ways. So I doubt that we can talk about a historical David or a historical Solomon. I'm not saying that these figures aren't drawn on older kind of traditions and myths about founders, perhaps legendary founders, perhaps some more kind of sketchy historical figures. I don't know. But yeah, if I would put money on there being a cult image of Yahweh in the temple, I wouldn't put money on Solomon and David existing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Stop scamming, man. Doc Pluromana, where the Tanakh speaks of God's anthropomorphism or anthropopatheism, Targumists seem to avoid such language, and the LXX seems to have toned it down as well in Deuteronomy. Is this stylistic rather than theological tendencies?
It's a bit of both. So when it comes to the LXX, some traditions, some texts in the LXX may well reflect earlier versions of the Hebrew than those that we find in the Masoretic tradition today. You get some of that in Samuel and Kings. It kind of looks a bit different. So it may be that it's a deliberate, and obviously with the Greek, we're looking at the 3rd century BC at the earliest as to when these texts started to come into being, these Greek texts, these Greek translations or versions. So by that point, I think, the idea, there's a growing discomfort with the idea of God's body, particularly if some of the LXX texts came from in and around the Alexandria kind of cultural sphere of influence, which was very much taken with certain sorts of notions of the immateriality of the divine, certain sort of philosophical ideas. So yes, I think in some texts it is theological, in some it's stylistic, but there's a real blurring of the two, because particularly in the Targums as well, by this point, the idea of God having a body has been, the rabbis are still quite comfortable with it, with the idea of God having a body, and they're very comfortable about talking about God's body and depicting him anthropomorphically. But when it comes to what you do and how you comment on certain scripture, whether it's biblical texts or other authoritative texts, there's a certain kind of reverence, the same reverence that we see, in which you don't say the name Yahweh aloud. So it might be written in the Hebrew, but you don't say it aloud. And that seems to come about relatively early too. So it's a combination, I think, of both stylistic and theological.
Thank you so much for that, Doc. Thanks for the support. Stop scamming, man. Does Deuteronomy appear to have a 6th century writing style?
Wow, that's a very specific question. Yeah, a lot of you see, I see Deuteronomy as like, in terms of writing style, some parts of Deuteronomy look kind of a bit older. So some of the curses and blessings, for example, some scholars argue that this looks like a kind of a classical biblical Hebrew as opposed to a kind of a later kind of biblical. My feeling very much is that Deuteronomy as a whole reflects, I mean, there's obviously some bits of really ancient poetry at the end of Deuteronomy, which looks much older than 6th century. So some of those poems at the end, like in Deuteronomy 32, for example. But yeah, my feeling is that ideologically, when you read Deuteronomy, this is very much about a community who is not in the land. And let's take the land as being Jerusalem or whatever. This is about, this seems to me to be a post-exilic either reframing or manifesto of certain land territorial ideologies about a people who know what it's like to lose that territory and land and have either just got back into it or are coming back into it. So to me, yeah, it looks kind of more, it actually looks more 5th century ideologically and theologically. It's very difficult to kind of be specific in terms of writing style. But some of that very old poetry at the end of Deuteronomy is certainly looks to have older bits in it.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate everybody viewing. 656 people. Over the last few years, stop scamming, man. Thank you. Has academia gotten any wiser as the origin and etymology of Yahweh?
No, everyone's still arguing about it now. Yeah, so there are various different theories. One is that the name derives, like etymologically speaking, that the name might derive from a verb meaning to blow. So could this index the idea of Yahweh being a storm god? You know, that will kind of make sense. Another possible kind of origin could be the idea of strength or striving, you know, all of these different things have been brought into play with Yahweh's name. But yeah, the long and short of it is very few people believe the biblical sort of interpretation of his name, which is that it comes from the verb to be. Not very many scholars hold to that biblical idea. So yeah, we don't really know where it's from at all.
Well, thank you for that. Stop scamming, man. Oh, Flamio, why does Yahweh need money or food?
Oh, well, Yahweh needs money because his priests need money, because that's how you run a temple. But yeah, Yahweh needs food because he likes it, he enjoys it. There's a brilliant psalm. In one of the Psalms, Yahweh, it looks to have been written after the temple was destroyed in the 6th century. And Yahweh says, you know, I don't need your sacrifices now. I don't need food. The whole world and everything in it is mine to eat, basically. You know, I don't need your sacrifices. The idea is that, again, it's that idea that animal sacrifice or any kind of food sacrifice is about the relationship between the donor and the recipient and the divine recipient. So yeah, but he likes the smell of certain things. He likes the smell of incense, and incense wasn't just burned, you know, in braziers in his temples. It was also kind of sprinkled on his food. So like, it's kind of like a garnish. So that's what he really likes. It's the smell really pleases him, makes him happy.
It's very human. Thank you so much for that. Constellation Pegasus. Interesting to think 200 to 300 years ago we could get into trouble talking like this. Good to be in the 21st century.
That's true. But yeah, but then don't forget, like, there are some parts of the world where if I were to talk like this in public, it would still be. I've had emails from people based in the Middle East, a couple from Pakistan in particular, who had managed to get a copy of my book and loving it. They're humanists and secularists. They're doing quite a, but obviously it's incredibly dangerous for them to be doing that kind of work, or any kind of to be irreligious or atheist is really difficult. But yeah, I do feel very privileged to be in the place and life that I am.
That is a wonderful super chat. Great response. Gnostic Informant, my buddy Neil. Thank you so much, Neil, for the super chat. Go subscribe to my buddy's channel. There seems to be a ton, and that's the gentleman I introduced you to before the show. Yeah. There seems to be tons of common tropes between the Inanna Ishtar descent story, Eleusinian mysteries, and Isis and Osiris myths. Do you think these ideas extend to Christianity?
I think possibly, because one of the things about a lot of these texts, that even if you've got a very early Sumerian myth or like a Babylonian myth, like these texts were so, carried on circulating for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. As, they were copied, and so they became a part. There were huge libraries across ancient Southwest Asia. So I think there's a sense in which certain kind of scribal communities, certain kinds of the intelligentsia in certain communities, they were very familiar with these kinds of stories and myths and tropes. And I do think there was a lot of traffic. It used to be like, 50 years ago, people used to talk about the traffic of kind of like cultural ideas going from west to east, from Greece. And obviously I love Greece being like great in whatever it does because I'm biased, I'm half Greek. But, there was a sense in which kind of there was a lot of cultural traffic going one way from Greece to the east. But recently, scholarship of the last 20 years or so, particularly with classicists, have really started to understand what ancient Southwest Asian scholars have been telling them for donkey's years, that actually the traffic was massively the other way as well, from going westwards into the Mediterranean. And so I think a lot of these myths and tropes were certainly circulating much earlier than people used to think. And I'm sure that there are some of those ideas you do see them working out in Christianity. Look at the iconography. Early Christian iconography is really interesting when you want to look at some of these motifs in particular, I think. Don't just rely on the text.
Yeah, there's so much. Oof, I love this. I'm glad I got my questions out of the way, so I can't be selfish. Stop scamming, man. Thank you again. Some of the Old Testament has God demanding incense and burnt offerings off others, abhorring them.
Yeah.
Is it just because God wearied of offerings from the impious, or does this represent a different theology?
Most of the context in which we find God saying, I despise your sacrifices, like he does in the book of Amos and similarly in Isaiah, most of those are very context specific, and it is about the insincerity, not just the insincerity of sacrifice. It's kind of like rich people making a big song and dance about, oh, look at these amazing sacrifices. Let's have another big feast and another big sacrifice. And he's saying he won't accept those sacrifices. He hates them because these are the gains, if you like, of social oppression and injustice. So he's often, when he's saying, I hate and I abhor your sacrifices, in the next breath, in the next verse, he's saying, because you trample on the backs of the poor, because you do, because you exploit this, because you take this. So there's very much a sense in which ritual offerings weren't something separate from the social kind of values of other aspects of society. So he's saying that, yeah, you might have all this money to offer up, these lavish sacrifices and offerings, but that means shit to me if you can't treat your next door neighbor with kindness. And again, that's kind of, a lot of people are really down on the Hebrew Bible. It's kind of saying, oh, it's the bad God. And, it's not at all. I mean, there's a huge amount of kind of social texture in those texts. And I think that's an example there of when you get kind of the very negative polemics against sacrifice, but normally because it's got a message about social justice on the flip side of it.
Thank you so much. Abel Chavez, thank you for the super chat. I heard or read that the name Yahweh has a correlation with the 4 letters of our DNA. Do you know anything about this? Perhaps we are making a god of ourselves and thus reincarnation in the long run?
I don't know anything about DNA. I don't know anything. I've not heard about this theory that the name Yahweh has a correlation with the 4 letters. I mean, one way to put the bollocks on that is to say, Yahweh's name was probably just Yah. In inscriptions that, we often see it as Yah or Yahu, just 2 letters. So, yeah, I do think we are trying to make gods of ourselves all the time, however. But yeah, I've not heard of that.
Me neither. Thank you for that super chat. Hengfa, do you know of a myth, I believe, out of Mesopotamia in which El goes to a dinner party and gets crazy, stumbled down drunk?
Yeah, I talk about it in the book. It's not a Mesopotamian myth. It's an Ugaritic myth. And I deal with that. El, the high god, is basically has a drinking party, invites all the gods round. Things get kind of chaotic. El stumbles home and sort of basically pisses and shits himself and falls over. He doesn't fall over. This is about a kind of divine. It's got some of those motifs about divine descent into another worldly realm, a bit like Inanna sort of descending into the underworld. It's got kind of some similarities with it. But yeah, it's written on the same tablet. Is written a hangover cure, which is the first, which again I talk about in the book, is the first known reference to the use of the hair of the dog as a hangover cure. And in that particular text, it literally is the hair of a dog that's put on the forehead. But, you know, it's incredible how we get this expression in our own culture about the hair of the dog as a hangover cure. So yeah, check it out. It is in the book. But yeah, it's a myth from Ugarit. So late Bronze Age.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's in the book. Get the book. I cannot emphasize that enough. We almost have 700 people watching. Doc Pleuromonot, if parallels with the Sumerian Dilmun and Eden Pass academic sniff test, is it potentially easier to identify a historical location based on a more accurate myth geography than the ambiguity in Genesis?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, so some people think that Dilmun is a particular island, which it seems to have been in later Mesopotamian texts. But Dilmun also had this kind of mythological role as well. It was kind of like, you know, before the gods had given, had given the gifts of kind of the cultural kind of qualities to humankind. So is it easier to identify a historical location based on more accurate myth geography than the ambiguity in Genesis? That's interesting too, because when I read the stuff in Genesis, to me, it seems to be speaking about Lebanon. It's that kind of focus on trees, and in lots of different ancient Southwest Asian myths, Lebanon in particular was a place associated, you know, with the cedars of Lebanon. This was the divine garden of the gods. This is the kind of the sacred forest that Humbaba or Huawa in Sumerian, Humbaba guards. And so some of that Genesis material and some of the ways in which Eden is described in older biblical texts, like some of the Psalms, in Ezekiel, for example, that seems to me to sound more like the kind of the sacred forest, which for some Sumerian communities was pretty much Lebanon. So yeah, I don't know if the Dilmun Eden thing will pass the sniff test, but there are similarities. But yeah, I've always kind of, my hunch would be that it's Lebanon, really, Eden.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that, Doc. Thank you, Dr. Stavrakopoulos, for coming back to MythVision. Is it possible to believe that Christians believe God is both corporeal and non-corporeal, given the Trinity? Loved your book.
That's a really, thank you for saying you got to my book. That's a really interesting question. Is it possible to believe that Christians believe God? Yeah, and not so much given the Trinity, it's more given the Christian notion of incarnation. I mean, you know, for Christians, that was one big reason why Christian theologians were very happy to move away from ideas of an anthropomorphic God and a bodied God, because for them, it wouldn't make sense, you know, to have Jesus, you know, why, like, in some ways, you know, Jesus is the kind of, you couldn't get the idea of Jesus being an incarnation of God himself if it weren't for the fact that you had much earlier in the religious DNA things like cult statues of the god, things like the notion of God as having a male body, blah, blah, blah. Equally, you want to kind of, for Christians, it's the idea that this body has to be human in order for it to properly die, in order for it to properly resurrect, and That's really important too. So in some ways, yeah, Christians, I think the incarnation, the doctrine of the incarnation helps to kind of manage that tension and anxiety about divine corporeality and incorporeality. But then there are some Christians that do believe that God has a body. So, for example, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, some of those communities have very strong theologies in which God still has a body. So yeah, I think the Trinity is a bit of a problem for Christians in some ways, but yeah, it's more the incarnation that's the biggie, I think, about this corporeal incorporeal tension.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Jodi, for the super chat, and thank you for breaking 700 viewers. We're 703 viewers right now. Hit that like button. Get her book. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is a must absolute have. Better than the Bible itself. Liliana Stone, loving her book. I have the red cover and plan to get the blue and gold when we visit London in July.
Thank you. Oh, enjoy London. I grew up in London. It's the best city in the world.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope that you enjoyed the cover as much as I do. Joel Pearson, should temples show lit smoky gold idols again?
Oh, I'd love that. You know, I mean, that's one of the things that I particularly like about Eastern Christian churches. It's like, you know, whether it's Greek Orthodox or Russian Orthodox, whatever, go big on the bling. I mean, that's what, you know, make this as an extraordinary otherworldly place. So yeah, I mean, in some ways, a lot of a lot of Christian churches already have extended this idea about kind of cult statues of, gorgeous gold shiny cult statues of Jesus and Mary and the saints and blah blah blah. But then within certain Jewish traditions too, the way in which the Torah scroll is dressed and accessorized and paraded and venerated, and is extraordinary too. To have that, it's almost like it takes the place of a cult statue. But yeah, just generally more incense, more bling. I'm very much up for that in sacred spaces.
Thank you so much, Joel. Inquisitive mind, I'm the ghost of MythVision, and my question is, where does the Islamic god Allah come from?
What, in terms of the name or in terms of culturally? I mean, culturally, Allah is basically, just like Ale. It just means deity. So in that sense, it comes very much from the ancient, what we call the ancient Middle East. But yeah, who knows? I mean, it may well be that there is a desert origin to that particular deity too. We don't know. In terms of the relationship between Allah and Ale, just like the relationship between Yahweh and Ale, I think there probably is one back in the kind of ancient divine DNA somewhere, way back in the story of these deities, emergence. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if somewhere along the line there is a common ancestor.
Thank you so much for that. Robert, thank you for the super chat, showing some love. Just getting through these here as we're wrapping up. I had one interesting question, if I can. The Messiah rides a donk. Where is the oldest evidence of Yahweh worship from?
It depends what kind of evidence you want. If you want evidence from biblical texts, then obviously you get some of that really old poetry that I talked about. Deuteronomy 32 as an example, some of the stuff at the end of Genesis. In terms of non-biblical evidence, one of the earliest references to Yahweh is probably the Mesha stela that I mentioned earlier, 9th century, written by King Mesha of Moab. So Moab is one of the Transjordanians, so basically what is Jordan now, who talks about Yahweh's temple and Yahweh being the God of Israel, the kingdom of Israel, the territory. So that's, I think, the probably, in terms of uncontested archaeological evidence, that's one of the earliest attestations of the evidence of Yahweh worship, because we've got mention of the divine name, references to temples, to a sacrifice, certain sorts of sacrifices and rituals being performed, the idea of this god as a particular patron of a particular royal household and territory and that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
It's early Iron Age, basically.
I really appreciate that. Cam's Kaz, thank you so much for the super sticker. Really appreciate the support. Let's see if we can get, like Gnostic Informant said, get 500 likes. Let's make those likes happen. Almost there. I just want to make sure I didn't leave anyone hanging here. I apologize, but I really didn't want any more questions. Thanks. Great book. Dr. S is fabulous.
Thank you.
My buddy Jonathan Pierce, go check him out. A Tippling Philosopher. Subscribe. I actually was on his channel this morning hanging out with him. So we all love your work. And then the last one, why no one compares Yahweh with the Mesopotamian god Ea or Ea. Don't they have similar myth role and roles? Couldn't Ea, am I pronouncing this properly, be the root of Yah?
In terms of, people do compare them, but the Mesopotamian traditions that we have about Ea are kind of tend to be older. In terms, textually, just tend to be older than the stuff that we have. I don't. You're looking at. This is where we get into philology, and Hebrew is very different in terms of as a language from the East Semitic forms of. So Akkadian is like an East Semitic kind of form. Equally, Sumerian is a language all of its own. It's not related. And it's what's incredible about Sumerian. It's not related to any other language family. So like the way that Hebrew is related to Phoenician and related to Moabite and Sumerian is not related to anything, which is quite incredible. So people do kind of compare Yahweh with some high gods, but Yahweh is such a late player on the stage. By the time he pops up, early Iron Age, like the Mesopotamian gods have been around for for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm sure have a look at the work of Nicholas Wyatt, and who else would be helpful on this? Mark S. Smith might have some interesting stuff on those two deities.
Thank you so much. Comms Kaz, always wonder why all the gods to choose from, why Yahweh, why that particular one. We'll try and get the book. Definitely get the book. I would say the influence is obviously, well, it depends on the influence culturally you're speaking of, and Christianity has helped the West, if you will, overall try to reach that. Thank you so much for that super chat. Did you want to answer like why that particular one? Wouldn't you say it's just it became the most influential with the Christianity?
I mean, in terms of why Yahweh in an ancient context, why was it Yahweh that particularly kind of rose to prominence? Because obviously El was kind of around, knocking around. It was part of a polytheistic context. How come this kind of prioritization of Yahweh? We don't really know. Partly, I suspect it's because Yahweh worship was very much tied to the political elites of statehood, and so was a patron deity, a personal patron deity to certain sorts of like royal families, like the Omrids in the Northern Kingdom of Israel. So I suspect that's why that deity gets promoted more and more and more, till eventually they become kind of the state deity. But yeah, I think it's primarily due to Christianity that it's because Christianity started off as a cult, a Jewish cult, and it's very difficult to really tell the difference, in some ways between Christianity and Judaism in Christianity's earliest kind of couple of centuries anyway. So yeah, it's once Christianity gets kind of once it's kind of approved of by the Roman Empire and becomes one of the kind of, I don't want to say state, kind of imperial religions, but it's basically becomes particularly promoted in the Roman Empire, that's when it really kicks off.
My final question, and with the 718 people watch, please get her book, like this chat, leave a comment even after the live. What do you think about the Mount Ebal curse tablet that was discovered? Are we waiting for peer review, and do you think it's going to come up, is going to flop? What do you think's going to happen if you were going to predict? Do you think he's overstretching everything?
Yeah, and in a way, I can, to be generous, I can understand overstretching, because in a time when getting funding for digs is so hard and getting funding for any kind of projects is so hard, you kind of want to sell it to those people that are going to, it's kind of, a lot of it is like evangelical Christian funded digs that are doing this. So it's overstretching it. I don't think it's like, no one in my field is excited about, we're not like, oh my God, this changes everything, because we don't even know, they haven't even opened the text. B, there's not enough to go on from what they do have. And C, never kind of say anything until we've had proper peer review. So, but yeah, I don't imagine it's going to set the world on fire, put it that way.
I sincerely hope you enjoyed this documentary showing you the real God of the Bible. My hopes are that you get a copy of Dr. Stavrakopoulou's book, God and Anatomy. This book shows the very interesting angle of God from the ancient world in a way I've never heard before. I hope if you've enjoyed this video and want to see more, you would be so kind as to show us support for the hard work we are doing on MythVision. You can help by joining our Patreon, YouTube membership programs, a one-time donation with links in the description. You can even do super thanks in the comment section of the video as well. I just hope more people will help us to keep bringing the insights and knowledge of great academic works such as hers to the public. I hope you will kindly like this video and tell me all the details that really impressed you in the video. Let's give Francesca some praises in the comment section and leave her a positive review on Amazon, friends. To all my corporeal friends with breath in their lungs, if your memory slips from time to time, let me help remind you who we are. We are MythVision.